You know,
being here. What's up?
I was thinking about something.
What are we thinking about, bro?
I was thinking about what's going on in the earth, right?
What's happening in our minds?
Yeah, and I wondered, why does it matter?
We're about to find out.
Holy shit. Ready?
Just kidding.
Welcome to Earth, Mind, and Matter. We said, fuck it, let's talk about albums. We said, let's talk about some movies and some fucking comics. This week in the universe, across the internet.
So what's up, Javi?
What's going on, Frankie?
So I'm just reading my newspaper. You hear Russell?
What do you see on the news?
So I picked up this random newspaper for those that don't know, which is everybody that's listening except Javi. So I was on the train, right?
And Link.
And Link, he don't know what a newspaper is or anything like that. Has Link ever been on the train?
Mm-hmm.
He's been on the train by himself?
Yeah. A couple times, actually.
Yeah. Well, Link is Javi's dog for anybody listening new. And not a person. But yeah, I'm reading the news and I found it on the train station, right? And I actually picked this up pretty discreetly, because you don't want to just grab a newspaper off the, what are you, like peasant? Just grab a newspaper from the seat.
Why not?
Because it just, social injustice,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm standing on the train. I'm just hanging out. Usually when I'm on the train, I look up at the same ad for like 10 minutes straight. Like I'm just straight up looking at the ad. And I'm not really paying attention to it. I try to read it, but you can only read an ad for so long. The only problem is that this ad had like a lady bathing on it. so I'm just staring at the ad, but it's a hotel ad. So I'm just kind of chilling. And then this lady looks at me and I look at the ad and I glance at her and I look back and then she looks back at the ad and I'm like, damn, I look like a pervert. But the whole time there's the newspaper right next to me. It was there when I sat down. I didn't have it in my hands. So once I get up from my stop, I just hooped that shit. And so now I'm here with it, right?
Nice.
Pretty unexciting story about how I acquired this newspaper.
Nah, I loved it.
It was thrilling.
It had a great overarching character plot.
Overarching
character plot.
I'm just trying so hard not to cough right now.
I am.
But I respect it, bro. I respect it. But usually if you find any newspaper, like I told Javi, it's literally their job to make this shit interesting. And for a free newspaper, you know what I got here, bro?
What you got?
So Beethoven was black.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it doesn't say in this newspaper, but I saw that in the news. But they make you pay for the article, so they think Beethoven was black because he had a moon or a mom who was supposed to be like a runaway, I think so, and he had like Spaniard blood, and he was described as dark skin and stuff like that.
Interesting.
So I'm gonna update on that next week because I want to know if Beethoven was black, because if he's black, he could say the N-word.
Yeah.
So it would be like dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun.
It's like those memes of Beethoven was like making music today.
Yeah.
And the people on the radio just like going, oh, dun 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 dun. Fuck yeah.
Now, Beethoven's music is fire though. His music was on point, but now it could be like some real like trap Beethoven. You know what I mean? The black community can claim Beethoven. That'd be crazy.
They could.
So let's see. Let's wait and see. But the second weed dispensary is to be opening up in Greenwich Village.
Yep.
See, free news. Free news. That's pretty much all I got.
I got it for free on my phone, bitch.
Well, I got it for free just from here.
Nice.
So I feel like that's pretty nice. And other than that, the whole sad shooting, for the Asian hate, that was really sad in LA. Apparently it was an Asian guy that shut up those Asians.
Yeah.
Well, potential Asians who were celebrating Lunar New Year. Nothing funny about that. So, it really is sad though. That shit is pretty crazy. And yeah, but the last thing I have really from these free newspaper, because I wasn't really gonna read all of it to be honest with you, is the ads on the back. That's the one thing I want to. I'm flipping through it just in case I'm missing one more thing. Real quick.
Okay.
Real quick.
Okay. Gotta get everything.
Just make sure everything is gone. Okay, so there's a bunch of ads on the back for African healing. Speaking of black.
African healing?
Yeah, like black people. You know what I mean? So Mr. Saidu, Mr. Serene, Mr. Fadil, and then what's his name? This guy don't even have a name. Okay, so I'm going to give you three names, right? Fadil, Serene, and Hasim. Give me one. For real, Hasim, I'm going to call this number.
Oh my God. Okay.
Let me read you the description first, okay? Psychic Hasim, traditional African herbalist. Psychic Hasim is a talented and experienced psychic who originally comes from West Africa. He's been helping people for over 25 years. His ad says, life can be a difficult journey, and if you're feeling lost, going through a bad ritual, and need protection from black magic, bad luck, relationship problems, save your marriage, get your eggs back. I didn't know that was there. I swear to God, I didn't know it was there. Quick and 100% guaranteed. Get your free consultation today. So I'm going to call this number, right? And I'm going to give you guys a number because it is public news. 332-322-8031. And in the age of scam calling, what could possibly go wrong? So I'm calling Psychic Hasim right now. Let's see what happens. You ready?
Ready.
Oh, shit. Earthmind and Hasim. Don't fail at me now.
Damn, they're so busy.
No, that's just an African like tribal calling. You know what I mean?
Wow.
That's crazy. You didn't pick up the phone, bro. All right, okay.
It is 8 o'clock. Maybe you gotta
Not in
call during
Africa.
business hours.
Not in Africa. All right, let me call Mr. Serene, right? He says he specializes in all kinds of love situation. He removes all kinds of black magic, witchcraft, evil spirits, curse, and depression. We restore luck, jobs, position, impotence, sexual desires, court case, and more. Destroy enemies and offer protection. 100% guaranteed result in 7 days. Call 718-200-8126. All right, so this is the last one I'll do.
Okay.
They really are just collecting my information. Come on, pick up the phone. Pick up the phone, man. Mr. Serene, come on. Spiritual healer and coach. Don't do me dirty, bro.
Come on.
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, is this Mr. Serene?
Yes, how may I help you?
I saw your ad on the back of a paper. I was curious.
Okay. All right.
Can you explain what you do?
I'm a spiritual healer. I do psychic reading, help people in terms of their relationship, jobs,
Oh, okay.
and also help people who are having bad luck, witchcraft, voodoo, and so on.
Where did you learn everything you did? Like, how'd you learn?
I learned it from my ancestors, from my grandfather and my father, because both of them were spiritualists.
Mm-hmm.
So I learned my healing from them.
Oh, wow. So, like, lately I've been having some bad luck, to be honest with you. Like, actually, I lost my cat recently. And after I lost my cat, I lost my job. So I was wondering, I mean, I don't know if you could do a little consultation or something on the phone right now, but just curious.
Yes, I can help in something like that. And how long was that?
The cat was not too long ago, maybe like a week ago, but I lost my job yesterday. So I saw the ad and I was like, maybe I need some help.
Yes, you're going to need your help. And what was the reason why you lose your job?
Layoffs. They laid off like 15% of the company.
Okay, where do you used to work?
It was like I was a journalist.
Okay.
Yeah, I wrote about sports and everything, like local sports. Not like major league, but maybe like, just anything happening around that was minor league or visiting teams.
Okay. All right. So right now, are you looking for something that you wanted to do? Like, are you a job?
Well, I was hoping through this phone call, maybe I could just change my whole life around. Maybe go into a different profession, change my life completely.
Okay. So in that regard, you're going to need a cleansing for you that's going to open up your luck and your finances.
Okay.
And some kind of prayers you're going to need, which I can provide for you. It's going to be a session of maybe a week or 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So from there, you're going to need a cleansing which you're going to take, and then certain prayers which I have to do for you. And then you can pursue, if you want to pursue different career, you can start working on it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but you losing your job, your car, and your job at the same time, it's not good.
No, it's not good. I love my cat. It's Felix, Mr. Felix.
Yeah. So that means there is that has to do with negativity. It's causing you to those things. Mm. Yes. Mm. So you're going to need to remove that so that it will not affect you. You won't have to lose anything else again.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna consider this. I just wanted a quick phone call. You sound like very comforting in your voice. I'm gonna just think it over if that's okay with you.
Yeah, yes, that's okay.
Okay.
Think it over. Whatever you decide, then you can give me back a call.
I appreciate you.
And we can take it from there. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Bye bye.
Have a lovely evening.
Thank you, brother. So I know that was the most entertaining comeback. All right, at least he picked up. You know,
At least he picked up.
he sounded pretty like he just woke up or some shit. To be quite honest,
He sounded like he was like in the middle of watching TV. He was just like not expecting that call. Like
he was like, "Oh," and then shame on Mr. Hasim. First of all,
yeah.
So he didn't pick up the phone. And he wanted to call back during my second phone call. Damn.
Oh, he
shame.
called back?
Yeah, he was calling. I don't know if you heard a boop. Boop.
Wow.
Yeah, this piece of trash over here. Like you don't run a business.
Get a load of this guy.
I was gonna tell him I love you at the end. I don't want to. He sounded like a sensitive.
Okay, you kind of said it. You hesitated.
I was good. Did I? Yeah, but I was gonna say I love you, and I just wanted. I should have. I really should have. But that was just interesting.
That was definitely something.
Shout out to what's his name again, Mr. Serene Psychic over here, and he helps you destroy. Damn, I should have asked him about destroying enemies. Yo, you should call next episode, and you should be like, "Hey, look, I just have the most enemies and sexual desires and court case."
You should take a picture of that so we could put it on the supplementary.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that was interesting. Then we could do okay. So that's the potential for so much more in the future. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe we'll have Sammy call back because that would be real interesting. I just felt I kind of midway, like maybe just off the bat when he picked up, I just kind of felt for the guy, and I was like, I think you need the luck. I think, but definitely blocking that number. I'm not trying to. I'm probably getting scammed as we speak. But I have like 17 African charges on my debit card, bro.
Yeah, fuck it, your life.
That's what I'm saying, bro. He about to bring me bad luck. That's crazy. I might have fucked with some African gods just now.
Maybe you did. Maybe like what if he was a Black Panther?
That'd be awesome. Chadwick Boseman picking up the phone. I'm like, hey,
Chadwick
what's up?
Boseman's gonna slap the shit out of you.
Oh, he's dead.
That's why I said he's gonna slap the shit out of you.
Oh, like his gods? The gods?
Yes.
Oh. That's true. That's true.
Come on, you seen the movies? Catch up. Jesus. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry.
Sorry to my fellow West Africans. But call somebody call that guy.
I'm also African. You can't forget that.
Oh, you are African. Well, technically so was Beethoven. You know what I'm trying to say?
Beethoven's my homie.
Me too. Oh, he's your homie because he's black?
Yeah.
Okay. Catch you for your friend.
Nah.
If he was Mexican, would that be your fool?
That'd be my home.
That'd be your homes. And if he was Asian, they don't got nothing for that one.
I don't think.
What
so.
do Asians call each other when they try and be cool with one another?
I think from what I feel like they probably have is just adopted bro.
What do you mean?
Just calling each other bro.
Oh, I think you meant like calling each other adopted bro.
Hey, adopted bro.
I mean, who doesn't say bro? You know what I mean? Girls, because they're girls, sis. Anyway.
Riveting conversation.
So riveting.
Yo, man.
I don't know if you can tell, but I'm fresh off a nap. Oh my God. We were supposed to shoot this maybe like 3 hours ago, but I had to go home, bro. I had to go home. I had to sleep a little, But we got those like smooth sounding, like, when a girl calls you at night and you're like, hey, what's up? I just woke up from a nap. And then girl's like, oh my God, I love your voice like that. And you're like, oh my God.
Fuck.
You like this shit? You like that shit?
I like how you squint in your eyes more. You're like, yeah.
Whenever I pet my dog Peanut,
Peanut,
I always pet him, right? And he like loves that shit, right? But then, because Beatrice is always there watching me, and so I'm like petting him, and he's like, enjoying it. So I'm like, yeah, you like that shit? And she's like, can you stop sexualizing it? So whenever I do some shit like with anything, I'm like, yeah, you like that shit? Tell me you like that shit. And he's just there mad happy and stuff. She's just there in disgust. And I'm just there squinting my eyes, looking at my lips.
Yo, man, you're about to fuck your dog. Frankie's about to fuck his dog, folks.
I'm gonna fuck him, and then I'm gonna call this guy again. And like, I just fucked my dog. I'm not West African, by the way. It's just reminiscent of the voice. You know who should do that? I don't know if you know that guy. I forget his name, but Michael Blackson is a very, very black comedian. Like, he talks in the African voice, but he's really from Philly.
No.
He's really funny. He's been on a lot of podcasts. He does comedy and a lot of other things. But one of the funniest things he said is like, they say I'm so black, I look like under the bed. And then he says a bunch of more stuff, which I don't want to, obviously just say on here. But it's fucking hilarious, bro.
It's pretty funny.
Brian, man, he's fucking hilarious. But he just opened a school in Ghana, I think.
Oh, wow.
And it's free school for everybody.
Oh, shit.
Just look at him, bro, doing some amazing things.
Nice.
You know who he probably called? This motherfucker.
He probably called this dude.
He was like, my luck is bad, bro. My cat just died too.
Trying to destroy my enemies.
Mr. Feeling. Yeah. It's pretty amazing. That's what the ad says, bro. You think we can get an ad like this? Should we get a fake ad like this?
Why a fake ad? What the fuck?
You don't have to have like a degree or anything to be this, all right?
I mean, it doesn't sound like it. Honestly, like, what the fuck?
They got their PhD in destroying their enemies. And what's it called? Sexual desires, evil spirits, black magic. You think if I call a Klansman, they help with white magic? Dry joke January.
Again, riveting conversation. We're like, this is such a phenomenal episode for our 1 year anniversary.
Oh, it is our 1 year anniversary, actually. Let's go. It is a Monday though, but it was yesterday.
It was
Technically,
yesterday.
it was yesterday, and this will come out next week, Monday.
Yeah,
but never too late. Never say never. As Justin Bieber
we're
once said.
celebrating in real time.
Yes, we are. I got my bottle of tequila right here.
A whole water bottle of tequila.
Oh man, so delicious. You got a Mike Hard's lemonade.
I got a Mika's hard lemonade.
What flavor?
This is, what is it? It was hard pineapple strawberry.
Ooh, hard pineapple strawberry. They had no soft left.
Nah, they only want you to get hard.
Makes sense. It is Mike, by the way. You know what I mean?
He is a creep. He likes watching guys get hard.
I believe it, bro. That's why he sells the beverage of choice on your hands right now. You know?
That's why I'm like holding it by like my crotch too, because it's like, it just makes me like want to just whip my dick out. Like,
that's what it is, bro. That's what it is. When I go to bars, I hold my Heineken by my penis.
It's just, you want to keep it like nice and cool.
Nice and cool. You want to keep the penis cool, but you also want the Heineken to warm up a little. With the,
it's a give and take. It's a give and take.
Exactly. And then when you get an erection, it's like the perfect mix because they're both hard objects.
And like, as you're becoming more erect and like your penis reaches a bottle, it's kind of like the painting of of the Sistine Chapel of reaching
like
out.
It's reaching out to touch the Heineken, and the Heineken's the other finger.
Yeah.
Wow, riveting conversation. You know what? I think Mr. Serene brought us bad luck. I think he knew exactly what was happening. I think he's a listener. Shit, man. I mean, I think it would be funny as hell to get ourselves on here, like an ad, and just pay some money, and we just offer free advice to people.
Yeah, why not?
That'd be fucking amazing, man. Oh, okay, we'll do it. Mexican and Ecuadorian and whatever the fuck you also feeling. And what are we doing today, Javi?
My friend, we are talking about what's going on in the earth.
In our minds.
And this is why it matters.
This is Earth, Mind, and Matter number 41.
41.
41, bro. That's the age of perfection right there.
Hell yeah.
What's up?
When you're 41, you're pretty hot.
Yeah, exactly, bro. They say when you're 41, it's better than when you were 21. Shout out to all my 41-year-olds, David.
41 is the new 21.
What do you mean?
That like when you're 41, it's like you're 21.
How?
Because you're sexy.
I don't think so, man.
I don't know. 41 is pretty sexy.
I think it's pretty fucking gross.
Wow.
I think all 40.
feel so bad for all our 41-year-old listeners.
I think if you're 41, you're gross. I think you're disgusting.
Wow.
I think you should just hurry up and be 42. Because honestly, man, that's the least attractive age to be. 41.
Wow.
41 just has no flavor
I'm
to
so
it.
sorry if you're 41, folks. Like, I can't control this, man. You know, I like. There's only so much that I can do as a human being.
Yeah.
That's a burp.
It's okay. 41-year-olds are disgusting. Quote me on that.
There you go.
Quote me on that. 41-year-olds, putrid.
Nah, you are just are a hater. Like,
I thought Link threw up again.
I saw you kind of like.
He's just eating his food. But now we're talking about what's happening in Irving, our minds, and why it matters. And regardless of it being a Monday and our sleepy voices, we are going to work hard to bring you a show. You know,
you just. Well, you know what? I'm gonna do this right now.
What's
I'm gonna
up?
fucking.
Brought to you by our sponsor, Finta.
I'm gonna fucking
Not a sponsor.
take out the camera and take a picture.
I'm taking a picture?
For this moment, 1 year anniversary.
Hey, I'm taking a picture with the newspaper, putting it in the newspaper.
Your face is completely covered by the
shit,
camera.
Right. We're alive forever until we're 41. Then we'll end it all.
And we'll throw that on the social when the episode's over.
Throw that shit on my fucking wallpaper, bro.
But you know, thank you so much, guys, for a year.
Thank you, everyone.
Well, you know, we did it.
Yeah, that's a lot of, and we got plenty of more episodes coming. We're finally back on track for real this time. For realsies. There will be an episode every week unless we die.
We die.
Then we can't.
And we're
37 years. In 37 years, we'll be dead.
Yeah.
Probably. Because the war. Yeah, the war.
World War IV.
I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about going to the war.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I've been thinking about going to the war. I feel like, you know, showers with other guys. You know what I mean? Just, you get a roll in dirt. You know?
Yeah.
You get to eat disgusting food.
Yeah.
PTSD, the best part. Honestly, man. Shout out to all our army members.
Hell yeah.
You know what I mean? That's living the dream.
Living like Larry.
Living like Larry. No, shout out to the troops. We got to say that, but we mean it regardless. You know? It's like the national anthem. America. So what you got for me? What you got for me today, Javi?
So you know, I got some shits that I want to talk about. It really bothers me about how
you sound like you're about to go into a comedy bit, bro.
You know, when you're walking down the street, I don't know. You put me on the spot.
I know, but it really did sound like, you know. You ever go to CVS and say, "Hey, where are all the drugs?"
God damn it.
All I see is walnuts. You ever go to the cat's litter box and throw an empty trash bag in there? And you're like, it's not a litter box.
Stop.
Those are two pretty good jokes off the dome. You want more?
Go ahead.
All right. You ever go sit at a park and say, "Hey, I'm not in the car"?
Phenomenal.
Pretty good off the dome.
Phenomenal. You know, you really have a mixture of Gen Z and like Gen Y, whatever the fuck that's called.
Gen Y. I think it's millennials, Gen Z. The new ones are just crackheads. Probably.
So wait, millennials are before Gen Z?
Millennials are before Gen Z. I don't know what's before millennials though. Is before millennials boomers?
No,
that's weird. There's something in the middle of millennials.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure there is actually, because I've had this conversation before, and I also thought that it just went straight to boomers.
Okay,
but I was surprised to find out that it did not. But yeah, your humor just like borders on millennial, like Gen Z stuff. It's just like, well, mine too, honestly. But it's just like, well, because apparently Gen Z starts at 97.
Yeah. So I'm not a Gen Z.
So technically, I'm Gen Z.
Yeah, get that trash out of here.
But like, I feel like anyone in say like a 5 age delta of that of 97 is a mixture of like millennial Gen Z humor and stuff.
I feel like I have to thank my cousins and my sister mostly, because like they were born a little earlier than me, a lot earlier than me, maybe like 5 years apart and more. So I feel like I picked up on a lot of what they know because of that. So thank God for that, because a lot of crazy motherfuckers out here. Shout out to siblings and cousins.
Apparently, before millennials, it's just Gen X. I call it
Gen X. So I'm a millennial.
Yeah.
Nice. I like that. I like that. Gen X. That sounds like a fucking console. And now,
Gen X.
What's now?
Let's see.
Let me know.
It didn't tell me what it is now.
It's crazy people were born now
after Gen Z.
And those are fairly new. How can I say? Yeah, they have to be new because the time didn't
Generation
exist
Alpha
before.
or Gen Alpha.
That's some stupid shit right there, bro. What the hell, man? Clearly, Generation Alpha named themselves. Who's the Alpha? I think what happened is that Gen Z was named by the older people. I think millennials named Gen Z, and then Gen Z realized how retarded they sound. So now I think the Gen Alpha was like, we're not gonna let this shit slide. And then Gen Z is way too liberal to like make fun or like, you know, classify a whole group of people. How can I say, like, in a menacing manner, you know? So they chose Generation Alpha, which is really weird. But I guess it's because it probably starts at 2000, right? 2000, 2010 or something like that.
It starts use the early 2010s so starting birth years. Yeah, early 2010s as the starting
that
birth
makes sense.
years.
That's great. So you think the rest would be Alpha, Beta, I forgot the C, Delta, E, F. You know what I'm talking about? Like the military alphabet and stuff?
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting to learn about.
You didn't know the military alphabet?
I just told you I didn't. I know it's Alpha, Beta. What's C?
It's actually a Bravo.
Oh, fuck. And I know Bravo from thinking. What's C though?
I always forget one or two letters, but
I mean, it's 26 letters. You know all of them?
I have a majority of them.
Go.
Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, Echo, Foxtrot, Golf, Hotel, India, Juliet, Kilo, Lima,
Indigo.
Indigo.
I'm guessing. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it was Indigo.
Nice. Indigo, J,
Oh, no,
Jehovah.
No. So wait, you messed me up. But because I was India.
Oh, India. That's India?
Yeah.
Jehovah.
Kilo,
Yeah.
Lima.
Meningitis. Necrophilia. Like, I'll finish them. Omicron. Pazinski. Quack. Restifafram. Salu. I don't know my ABCs. You finish the rest. What's Y? Right? QRS, TUV.
Y is Yankee and Z is Zulu.
Nice. Nice.
We did it.
We fucking did it. We're in the military now.
Can I get a gun now?
Yeah, probably. More than likely.
But
Second Amendment.
You know, I got a couple of quickies for you.
Okay.
Just wanted to throw some little quickies out there for you.
Oh, like little quick topics?
Yeah, just,
Okay.
a little,
Okay. We're awake now.
wham blam, thank you, ma'am.
We just need,
you know,
we just need that little oomph to get us started and stuff like that.
yeah, just, put a little pep in our step,
Little pep in our step.
little finger up the ass.
Little,
That's it.
you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, exactly.
And a
Man.
little,
Like,
yeah.
you put some pepper up your nose. All you need. All you need.
Shout out to cocaine.
What?
So what?
Huh?
What? And so quick topics.
Quick
Topic. Yeah. What's up?
Yeah. So I got these quickies for you.
What's up?
First one. There's this Iranian chess player who appeared at a Kazakhstan tournament without a hijab for the second day.
Okay. And they shot him to death?
It's a she.
Oh, they shot her to death? I feel like that's the only thing you need to correct.
Well, no, actually.
Okay, what did they do to her? Did they murder her like Masa Amini and then pretend it was her fault? she God smit her. If that's a word, smit.
So, like I said, the chess player on December 28th took part in an international tournament in Kazakhstan.
Now we can't go to
job
Iran,
for the
by the
second
way.
day running. And pretty much a Reuters witness at the FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Chess Champion in Almaty, Kazakhstan, saw Sarah Kadem competing without a headscarf, which is a violation of Iran's laws governing female dress code. And we've already talked about it before on the show, but everything about Saddam and everything and all the shit that's happened with that. And that's been happening since like mid-September.
Yeah,
now.
yeah. It's a shame.
So it's still a thing that's happening that they're still reeling from, and it's just still pretty messy.
It's disgusting.
But Sarah Kadem, she was born in 1997.
Oh, so is she? She's
She's
Gen
Gen
Z.
Z?
Ah,
Yeah.
look at her! Look at her! Look at her! I mean, literally look at her because she doesn't have a hijab on.
I mean, you could also look at her.
It's funny because I'm dead. I look at her. Now. She's beautiful. She's very beautiful. I'm not gonna lie to you, yeah. But that's haram. What we're doing right now is haram. Shout out to our harams.
But her full name is Sarah Sadat Kadamlasharai. I probably butchered it, but
Nah,
I
you
did
got
my
that shit
best.
perfect, bro. I know that's for sure. You did it perfectly.
What I thought was funny is that she's ranked 804 in the world.
She's trash. What the fuck? She's trash. What the hell? She's ranked 10,046, bro. Bro, put the hijab back on, Sarah. What the hell? Ain't nobody give a fuck about your chest. Go stop playing. Bro, what? We only advocate for winners out here.
She's not a champion.
Yeah, bro, what the hell? That's the most successful thing she's done, revolted against the dress code. 804, bro. She just wanted to be headline at least once for chess. So she broke the law.
Oh man.
I don't even care no more. What happened to her? To her 804th place ranked as.
She's seeking asylum in Spain.
But did she get punished?
Well, no, because she's fucking saying deuces and heading out to Spain.
But like, there was no repercussions for her showing up without the hijab.
Oh well, she had to leave the tournament.
Oh,
She couldn't finish the tournament.
she didn't want to take another L. That's really what it was.
Yeah.
She would have rather disgraced God than lose another chess game. First of all, how many people playing in this tournament?
It's not this tournament. It's
just in rank overall in the world.
World.
Oh damn, that's
So
still pretty bad.
4 in the world.
That's still pretty bad. I'm about to play chess just to be better than her. I saw a video of. So of course we all know who Mia Khalifa is. So she's a very famous porn star, and she's ventured off to doing very many other things.
Wait, she's a porn star?
Yeah, no, she's just a Muslim girl with glasses.
I only know her from her YouTube stuff.
Oh, she's a porn star. You don't know she's a porn star?
No.
I'm gonna say this Gen Z ass bitch ass lie. Well, she's a porn star, and if you don't know who Mia Khalifa is, well, she's a porn star, and
But she does do YouTube stuff.
Yeah, she's a porn star.
Become like an influencer.
just like Kim Kardashian is talented.
I never said she was talented.
I'm not saying either, but you know, it's the same
damn,
thing.
fucking just throwing out jabs for no reason. Yeah, just like how this fucking asshole, this piece of shit.
And people are like, well, Kim Kardashian does so much good for releasing black people from prison and fighting for their rights and this and that. Yeah, that's what people without talent do. They help charity when they have a lot of money after their sex tape reaches a lot of money. But shout out to her for doing that. Definitely. So it was a quick video, and the interesting thing was that it was a little shot of Mia Khalifa, and then afterwards some lady was saying, like, kind of shitting on her, and she was saying that you basically sexualized the hijab, and that you continue to, I was speaking to Mia Khalifa, you continue to deny doing this, and you said that you were coerced and everything. I saw this on another podcast where actually Mia Khalifa actually said that all the porn that she did when she was younger, that she was forced to do it by Brazzers and stuff like that. Like they were like making her do it, and she said that was everything. And Brazzers actually put up a whole bunch of pages, like literally describing that they did not do that, and that they were like, we did not want to do this, but she literally is like basically talking mad shit about us, and we're just gonna prove to you step by step everything that she's claiming we did and why it's not true. So I don't know about that. I want to look into that actually. I'm not talking about the you know what I'm saying, Brett. No.
Yeah. What's Brazzers?
Porn site. And again, another thing Javi doesn't know.
Yeah. What?
I'm a purist. No, but another thing that she did, which I think is pretty interesting, is that she has a clothing brand, same all in one video, that uses the word, I forget what the word is in like Middle Eastern language, but it means devil in that language. So her clothing brand is that word.
Okay.
So it's pretty interesting. She is kind of capitalizing on, using the hijab, sexualizing it. She also said she sexualized girls in glasses, but I just think girls in glasses are attractive, so I don't know if she's bugging out with that one. but no, I mean it was the
As if
first.
she was the first girl with glasses on.
Yeah, like you just took a little jab.
Like
there.
she put on glasses and she was like,
every guy was like, "No way!"
"Oh my god, I've never seen a girl with glasses on before that was attractive until now."
Yeah,
holy shit!
But it's interesting to see how maybe she is capitalizing on the whole religion and aspect and stuff like that. And I've seen clips of Mia Khalifa, and I'm not talking about the interview. No, I'm kidding. No, but there was one where she was talking about how like if she were to go back to her country, like she would be executed. And then she was like, well, you wouldn't believe how much men there, watch pornography, and then they, they're hypocrites because they say this to me and stuff. And I don't really see that as the most justifying case. I mean, of course, I don't see justification in executing her for, religious aspects that she may have like, diminished in the eyes of wherever she's from. But, selling something in the word of the devil and people who do the hijab, and I do respect it, all jokes aside, like I do have a lot of respect for it. I don't really like the idea of it being used because if I'm not, and I may be completely wrong, so if I'm wrong, sorry. But because only a man can see you like in that light, like without your hijab and stuff like that, and when you're in public, you're only allowed to show your eyes, not even your ankles, if I'm not mistaken. So in terms of like patriarchy type shit, like how much of that design was through beautiful religion, or was it for a man who can dominate in a different form? So again, that's just completely off a thought that I'm not sure. We're not that educated on that. But yeah, what do you think about all that with the whole Mia Khalifa stuff?
Well, I know.
Shit!
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You could have just cut me off there. I'd have to blabber like a.
No. It's just I want you to
just
feel,
diminish my credibility.
Yeah, I just want you to feel like you're a part of the conversation. But yeah, folks, like, come on, we know.
So, you don't even gotta mention what we know. You just gotta say we know.
Like, yeah,
this is all an act. I know everything.
I'm sorry that Frankie isn't as cultured as us.
That I'm ignorant.
He's pretty ignorant.
I'm pretty ignorant.
He's pretty ignorant. But I just, what can you do? Like, right now, if we were on a beach doing this show, there'd only be one set of footprints in the sand. Because only one of us is caring right now.
I don't get it. What do you mean? Why would there one? Okay, where on the beach are we?
What do you mean on the beach, on the sand?
Like within, like close to the shore, right?
Just on the sand.
So like if we're in the sand, we're in the middle, right? Yeah.
The middle of the beach. Sure.
Yeah. So we have to walk into the sand.
No, we're already in the sand. We're just walking. So
and what'd you say? There's only one set of footprints?
Yeah.
So how do we get to the sand position we're at? Obviously, there'd be two tracks of footprints.
Yo, man, you are just so ridiculous.
I'm truthful, bro.
This is not the first time I've made this joke.
I don't remember any other time you made this. I swear to God, I'm baffled.
You're ridiculous.
I just want to assure the fans that there would be two tracks of footsteps in the sand. Technically speaking, if we're on the sand. Yeah, I'm just saying.
The point is that one of us are carrying.
I don't get it regardless. But what are your thoughts on the Mia Khalifa situation?
Oh, man.
It's because I'm not drinking alcohol, bro.
You need to take a nap.
I need some alcohol.
You need to take a nap.
I did take my nap. I had chicken and lamb and a salad. Yeah.
Nah, you need to keep sleeping, bud.
But what do you think about the Mia Khalifa situation? I want to know.
I just, I've known that like she's kind of become a thing on podcasts and YouTube and stuff like that. After like leaving porn and whatever. I never really looked into for what reasons or anything like that. I never really did that or anything.
Yeah.
So it is interesting to sort of hear that like what she is dealing with. It makes a lot of sense that that's what she's dealing with.
She's dealing with dick. No, I'm sorry.
It just makes a lot of sense knowing what she's dealing with. Like after all the conversations that we've had now on the show and stuff, it's like, oh, of course, like she can't go back home and things like that. Like, of course they're not going to allow her to go back home, and she's dealing with all this hate mail and shit like that. It's just, I mean,
she also did bring it upon herself. I'm not trying to like empathize with her at all either. Like I feel like she knows exactly what she did, you know.
Yeah,
like I'm not trying to put her in this like sorrowful, me personally, not you. Like I'm just not trying to put her in this sorrowful, like I don't know if that's a word, but You know, like I don't really want to look at her as a victim either. You know,
I mean, I'm not really looking at her as a victim. Just
no, just me
so.
personally. Not saying that you are. Just to give off that tone because, yeah.
I just feel like this whole situation is just not surprising. It's just kind of like, okay, like I hear this, I'm like, oh, that makes total sense. Of course this is happening, and it sucks on both ends.
Yeah.
And it's just, I definitely sympathize for her. I don't really like empathize with it too much because I just don't get it, I guess.
But you are a porn star, so yeah.
Like
so
I can't get it. Like I literally can't empathize with this person.
Yeah.
So it's like, it sucks that it's like you literally can't go back home, but at the end of the day,
I mean, they want to kill you. Maybe better off over here.
Well, I mean, if they didn't want to kill her, like maybe she'd want to go back home.
Well, I'm not sure if she's even from there, to be honest. I don't know if she's like, if she's born there and this and that. So, that's what I'm trying to say also. Like, that's just like, we don't know. So obviously, and this is just quick topics. But yeah, of course it sucks, But then also like in Saudi Arabia, like we can't go to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah,
we just literally can't. Like from the stuff we said and the news we covered, like I'm not going to Saudi Arabia. It's official. Like there's very little things that I've closed off, within my lifetime. And going to Saudi Arabia is unless I get the blessing of all the royal people. I'm not. And even then, just because and for those that are wondering, why are you saying this? It's because they've arrested people that live there or like travel there for bashing the government, for years, like tens and 20s of years, for either bashing the government through social media or just following, social media that bashes the government. Like that's how much you have to do just to go to jail for like 16 to 20 to 35 years in Saudi Arabia. So it's not coming out my ass saying I'm not going to go there and stuff.
No, you just sound like racist.
I'm racist against injustice.
Frankie won't go to Saudi Arabia
because I'll go to jail. Look at me. Look at me. But yeah, that was my little quick topic. That just came off the top of my head just because of this story, actually. It's crazy how the brain works.
Nope. It's not crazy at all, actually.
Nope. Discredited. It's pretty simple,
man,
actually.
I just know so many things, Frankie. Like, my head is like...
Yeah.
You know that episode of Jimmy Neutron when his head gets bigger? Yeah. That's me.
Nice.
Right?
Nice. That's aka a tumor.
I'm just so fucking smart.
Pretty much. Do you think I was gonna ask, but I pretty much ruined the question. How much % of the brain do people use?
I have two numbers in mind. It's either 50 or 70. That's what I think.
They used to think it was like 10 to 15%, but that's bullshit, right? Like we can't possibly be using just that much percentage of our brain, Anyway, that's that.
Wait, so you don't know the answer?
I don't.
You motherfucker.
I just make a conversation, bro. I guess that's what we do here on Earth Mind and Matter. I mean, good thing you got the laptop. I've been slacking on bringing my laptop lately, man. Today I left so fast just because my train was coming, so I said zoom, and my train was late. So I was like, what the fuck? I could have grabbed a coffee. I could have called this other African doctor for getting rid of my lateness. Man. On
the contrary, all existing data shows that we use 100% of our brains.
No way. What website is this?
This is from OECD.org.
What the fuck does that mean?
I don't
know. Okay.
I mean, OECD, it means
100% of our brain? That sounds unlikely. What does it stand for?
It stands for ophthalmology extravaganza cool dicks.
I believed you for a second. I believed you until you said extravaganza. I mean dicks. I actually believed the extravaganza. Then you said dicks, and my hope went down. I was like, extravaganza. Their dedication to medicine must be crazy. Now, what does it really stand for? Optometrist? No, okay, that's glasses. What does it stand for?
Let's see what OECD stands for.
Yeah, I doubt it's extravaganza. But it'd be awesome if it was, though. You don't use that word much unless it's really a called upon. They're like, I just walked into an intervention. What an extravaganza.
I don't know about that one. Just don't know about that one.
It's just without the positive connotation.
Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development.
Sounds boring. I don't believe it 100%. I'm gonna Google it because I don't believe you.
Okay.
or that place. How much of the brain do we use?
Exactly what I Googled.
Nah, I got an
Gonna
iPhone.
get the same fucking answer.
Nah, I got the same answer. Okay, let's get to the second one. Okay. It says many people believe that a person uses 10% of their brain, but no, that's not true. It says according to a survey from 2013, around 65 per. Oh, never mind. Okay, nah, fuck that. Okay, anyway, next topic. We use 100% of our brains. They try to throw me off. They were like 65% of people believe. So they got me.
You got excited.
I got clickbaited.
I got another quickie for you.
Okay.
This one. A woman is fatally shoots her dying husband at a hospital.
I read that whole article.
No way.
Yeah, I read because I saw it and I was like, this bitch is crazy, bro. First of all, this is wild. So, to explain the story, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct. The husband was so weak in the hospital bed that he was in pain that he asked his wife to kill him, and then the whole thing was to be a murder-suicide plot that she would shoot him and then she would shoot herself. But after shooting him, she was such in fear she didn't go through with it. So now she's being charged with murder or some shit like that, which is an interesting thing. You know, first of all, idiot, and I don't know, not you, but the lady. Like, I'm pretty sure the husband wasn't capable, but he should have shot himself. You know. But in a hospital, bro, in a hospital, they should have done the classic pillow thing.
Yeah. So to get more of like the like location and names on the situation, this happened in Daytona Beach, Florida.
There we go.
So Florida.
Good old Florida.
They're
probably white, is my assumption.
I didn't get that, but their names sound pretty white.
Caucasian Henry and untanned Sylvia.
Yeah, like you were just saying, a woman fatally shot her terminally ill husband inside a Florida hospital on Saturday, and then barricaded herself in the room for 4 hours before surrendering.
That's so terrifying, man.
And the woman, Ellen Gilland, 76. Told officers that her 77-year-old husband, Jerry Gilland, had been ill for some time and they had planned the shooting together. After shooting her husband at about 11:30 a.m., she refused to come out until about 3:30 p.m. after negotiating with police. Ellen Gilland did not harm herself and no one else was wounded, and part of the hospital was evacuated and some doctors, nurses, and others took cover in locked closets and rooms. No charges were immediately announced. But as you mentioned, because from my article, I guess it's less updated, she got charged, it sounds like. Oh,
I just read the end of it, and I think she was being charged for that. But, honestly, I read it quickly. I imagine she would have, though, because, even if you kind of romanticizing the sweetness of her trying to end the husband's life, I just think terrorizing everybody in the hospital, the irresponsible use of a weapon inside there. She should have used a bow and arrow. A little, you know what I mean? But I think that's just ridiculous.
Should use a hammer, Dawn.
She should have just sprayed, burned his face with acid.
Yeah,
a peaceful way to go. But I just think it's completely selfish of her. Like, I get it. Like, I think assisted suicide should be legal, but this should be very that's a very hard thing to pass. I think so, because I think with assisted suicide, you have to really get all the details right. With permission to do so. And I think it's lack of being able to find that perfect process that prevents it from occurring, because somebody could be in pain, but say they can be cured, but they're begging to that at the moment, and the person they love, wants to just end their suffering, and then they die, and they're like, wait, we could have saved them, What do you think about that, assisted suicide?
Well, it's interesting that you even brought that up because I did pull a comment from Reddit about this story.
And there's only experts on Reddit.
Yeah.
Only experts. Yeah.
And
don't go to a doctor, go to Reddit.
And this person, _PM _me _your _foreskin, they had this to say. 1. Be one of 40 states to file a legal right to MAID, medical aid in dying. 2. Being the second most armed state in the nation. 3. not give people suffering with terminal illnesses a dignified way to end their suffering by their choice. This is an extreme case, but this is nothing new. There have been literal books written on how to end one's life when MAID is not available. Maybe we should legalize it nationally so people can actually exercise the freedom to choose for themselves. It's a tragedy that the options were keeping a promise to kill someone suffering at great emotional and legal costs or continuing suffering for who knows how much longer. This case will be shrouded in ambiguity about if this was just a greedy wife who likely won't get any life insurance payout or a literal act of compassion. Why not legalize MAID to help ensure this doesn't happen anymore? Hard to watch, but helpful for humanizing the decision people are faced with. And then they link the video. Then maybe we'll put in supplementary that kind of talks about like MAID and sort of educating people on that.
You know what? What was the guy's username again?
_PM_me_you_foreskin.
You know what? That was a very eloquent point. I think he should be on the podcast. We should contact that guy. That's really well said. Holy shit. You know, Reddit is amazing. Literally don't go to the doctor. DM this motherfucker.
I told you, man.
That was amazing. That was, let's clap it up.
Yeah, man.
Clap it up
PM
for
me your
foreskin.
foreskin. Let's go.
Wow, man. I'm about to PM him my foreskin. That's crazy. That's amazing. And I think, I don't know, it's a touchy subject, but I think it's a touchier subject for people who are, you know, actually in that situation. You know, I think, you know, you can talk about, me and you can talk about all we want, but unless we're in that situation, it's hard to have a say. But damn, he must have been suffering real bad for that. You know, I don't know. They don't really disclose what it is he was dealing with. They just say he was terminally ill, right? From what you got. Yeah, but it's also a burden on the wife, you know. Truly, obviously, she loved him very much until she said, "Pah!" You know, I wonder where she shot him. Oh, man, because, you know, you wouldn't want to shoot him in the face.
Maybe she just like Brad Pitted him.
He just like, wait, don't do it, and just smiles. I don't know. Burn After Reading, check it out. Movie. But that sounds like a crazy scenario to be put in, you know?
Yeah. I think this is pretty interesting given our AMC section even.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
Like a pretty interesting topic about that, or just sort of dealing with death and the ambiguity that comes with that.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a pretty interesting conversation to sort of have, or just like, what do you do when the person you love so much is suffering?
Yeah.
Like, where do you draw the line?
Yeah, and imagine, and granted, these were pretty old people too, right? They were like in their 70s, if I'm not mistaken.
Late 70s.
Like, imagine, and not to be like, you know, so crude, but imagine if this was like a 5-year-old, you know, like a 5-year-old who, you know, really is suffering, and you can clearly see, and you're their, like their mother or something, you know? And like, what do you do then? You know, and then if the states will, of course, the state, especially in Florida, they'll interfere and they say, "Oh, well, you can't do that because it's a kid," you know, which makes sense. It's not like a bad argument, but you know, you're seeing your 5-year-old in pain every day with like a terminally ill, rare disease that is uncurable until like 50 years from now, you know, and conditions are agonizing pain daily, every second of the day. That just sucks, you know, and it's a much harder decision for the mom to make, you know.
Yeah.
So that's crazy. I'm sad thinking about that.
I was seeing in this thread from this comment of like MAID and stuff about how like apparently with MAID it's just kind of nurses will sort of administer like a sort of
or IV
and they just kind of peacefully go away. And it's just like a lot of people were responding and sharing their own stories about how they've done that in their own lives, and it was just a lot of people kind of, you know, conjoining and just kind of being like, yeah, like it sucks, but like I'm glad that we were able to actually do this. And this and that.
It's like euthanization, you know, for your pets, you know.
Exactly. It's like exactly like that.
Yeah. So but the I don't know, man. That's a really tough thing. But I wonder when what's gonna happen for her. You know, maybe she'll go to jail and then she'll actually get murder suicide by an inmate. You know,
she's like, but you shoot me first,
please. That's what my husband would have wanted. Well, rest in peace to that guy. He went out terribly. That shit must have hurt, bro.
Yeah.
You know, he did not die instantly. It had to be in the head then.
Yeah, hopefully.
Oh,
honestly.
man. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe she saw like his condition afterwards and she was like, damn, that looked like it hurt. That's some crazy shit. Well, rest in peace. Biggie Smalls.
Biggie.
It's crazy.
But yeah, I just had those two quickies for you. Nothing else too crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I thought about pulling up about the shooting that just recently happened, but I was like,
I mean, there's like two now. There's like two of them.
It's just like
in Des Moines, I think so, one of them, and then this one in L.A. Yeah, I know in Des Moines 2 people died, and 2 students and an employee, and then the LA one is crazy. The only thing I'll say about the LA one was the guy said that he said that the dancers were saying evil things to him.
yeah,
And he's dead now. The shooter's dead, so it's just an unfortunate situation all around. Just super terrible.
yeah. They're like having a whole conversation of like whether or not to label it as a hate crime.
I think that's ridiculous. I think that this is not a hate crime. This guy was Asian. You get what I mean?
Yeah,
you know,
that's like, where a lot of the controversy is coming.
To me,
from.
that's just pretty much people trying to make it political. You know, and you know, just like you know, let these people. I mean, what else do you want? Like, you know, like you can't make this into more of a story than it is. It's a tragedy. You get me? It's a tragedy. And unless this guy was saying, I hate Asians, you know, like, you know, this and that, blah, blah, they should all die. Like, even then, like, to me, there's no reason to make this political in any sense. It's just a sad situation. You get me? Like, there was a shooting not too long ago where there was this white man who is going to court right now because he sought to kill Mexicans. Like, his target was Mexicans because he wanted to help out the national border crisis.
Damn.
Like, that's a hate crime. You get me? And that's like, you know, but this guy being Asian, killing Asians, like that's just a really, and maybe it wasn't Asian. Maybe he only shot black people, or maybe he only shot like Jewish people or something. Like, so if that's the case, then it's a hate crime. But being that it was Lunar New Year, I'm assuming that it was mostly Asian people that he was targeting. You know, if we get the facts right, we'll, you know, then we can correct that. But it's just interesting, and it's unfortunate. Happy New Year to everybody. Not to like sway so awfully, but I just think that that's the disgustingness of just today's climate. You know, like if it's not journalists eager for a headline, it's just people trying to politicize an already unfortunate situation. You know, that I mean, my opinion. What do you think? What do you think, though?
I mean, I haven't looked into it super deeply enough to really have enough of my facts either for it or anything like that. I just sort of know the gist of the situation.
Yeah.
I feel really weird to sort of consider it a hate crime just because, again, like he's Asian, they're Asian. It's like, is that really a hate crime? And it really comes down to like what you said. It comes down to whether or not there was any malintention towards this specific race. Did he target them? I feel like there maybe could be an argument made of that he purposely went to where they were celebrating Lunar New Year to do this.
Yeah, or maybe he was just mentally unwell.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many factors, and it's an evolving story. So we just don't know too much yet.
Yeah. Imagine his words were, "This is a hate crime," and then we just look real dumb right now. Like no matter what any podcast says, this is indeed a hate crime. I'll be like,
because you're Inuit.
I'm Inuit. Yes, I am. Yes, sir.
But yeah, you know, it's a shitty situation.
Yeah,
like obviously, you know, the focus should just be how to recuperate from this, not like
that's
putting
100%.
blame or anything like that. So I think it's just something that we need to just gather together, lock arms, and just say, okay, we'll get better from this.
Yeah, and like, you know, being that it's a new year, not that it really changes much, you know, like with the whole time not existing to people or whatever, or like, you know, just another year. But it's just, you know, there is that rejoice within the new year, like clean slate, and already just these shootings beginning. It's just a constant reminder that, you know, things haven't really changed, you know, even despite just a, you know, new year, that these things are constantly happening. And it's just very scary, man, because I mean, I don't even want to Google how much shootings were last year. I mean, imagine how much we've mentioned on the show. And it's just, we're in, like, unfortunately, and I guess statistically speaking, of course, we don't hope this happens, but there's more than likely going to be more and more shootings. And, you know, given the, you know, what's it called?
Trajectory.
You know, and it's sad. It's super sad. And I mean, again, man, more and more do I like lose the angst to just go participate in like major events where we're crowded, you know, which sucks because I love major events where we're crowded, you know, like especially like, you know, not only concerts, not on wood or anything, but just like, you know, anything like, you know, being in Times Square or something when something amazing happens, or, you know, being outside of a big event, and, you know, it just sucks, you know. And we got Martin Luther King Day that just passed, thankfully, is good, but then we got Black History Month, and people make this so, you know, hate, you know, heavy, you know. Imagine, like, I don't know, I don't mean to just like say, oh, something's gonna happen, but like, I don't know, man. It's just so likely that something will. You know, like St. Patrick's Day, you got like Cinco de Mayo or something like that, or Mexican Independence Day. So it's just it's honestly terrifying.
It's scary.
Yeah,
It's scary out there.
OD.
Outside,
OD.
scary.
Super fucking scary.
The people, scary.
Yeah, bro. This motherfucker I called in the beginning of the episode, good guy.
Scary.
Yeah, nah, he had a good voice,
Yeah,
man.
he's scary.
Should I call him back? No.
You probably fucking doing rituals right now or something.
He's tracking me down. He knows exactly where I am right now. No,
He's checking the yellow pages.
I want to get Sammy to call him. That's the goal of the show. For those that don't know, Sammy was on our show last episode. Fucking hilarious guy, Argentinian and something else.
Middle Eastern.
Well, some type of Middle Eastern. Specifically what he mentioned the other day, but I'd be forgetting. I'm sorry, Sam. At least I'm not lying about it.
I mean, you kind of did. We just had to edit it out. It's kind of crazy. Like, wow.
We don't edit on this show.
I'm sorry. Oh.
Yeah.
You don't edit on this show.
Oh, yeah, right. That was really fun. Anyway. I heard you got some topics for me.
Oh, yeah, maybe I got like a few.
What's up?
So, I got 2 topics for you.
Okay.
And a short story.
Okay.
Another short story.
Okay.
But first topic for you is here's a headline for you. D&D open game license controversy.
Okay. Dungeons and Dragons.
Dungeons and Dragons. After our little conversations about D&D last episode,
Yeah.
I was curious to see what is going on in the world in D&D, and I found some pretty interesting news that just happened actually.
Okay.
The second story, the headline is "The Fierce Life and Sudden Death of America's Strongest Woman." So it's a little sort of bio pic of this person that we'll soon meet in a moment. And then for the third topic, it'll be my short story, which I named Omen. And yeah, so
all right.
got anything to say, motherfucker?
Nothing, bro. I'm
Yeah,
here.
you do.
I'm
Yeah,
here,
you
bro.
do.
Well, I guess later on I do.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's
So-
what I thought.
So what's up with D&D and D?
So D&D. So if you don't know what D&D is, I mean, we talked about it last episode a little bit, but Dungeons and Dragons, it's a
Yep.
tabletop RPG,
Tis.
role-playing game, where you fill out a sheet, create yourself a character, and you go on an adventure on a map with some dice, and you
How
play-
many sides are on the dice? Like 10?
They go up to 20.
20, goddamn.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fucking sides, bro.
So,
How do you determine what side it landed on? Like, is it the one that touches the table, or is it on top?
whatever one is on top?
I feel like it's impossible since it's so jagged. You know?
No, it's pretty. It works pretty well. Yeah.
You know how, like, in the hood, they'll play, like, dice? They should do that. I'm pretty sure somebody has done this as a joke, but they should do that with Dungeons and Dragons dice.
And I roll initiative. Huh.
It says only numbers, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
numbers.
I don't know the rules of dice, but that'd be fucking hilarious. All right, go keep on.
But yeah, so I found out there's some controversy going on at D&D at the moment. It has at this moment sort of like wrapped up. But we'll get to that in a moment.
Okay.
So the tabletop gaming industry has fallen into crisis. And I like how the article writes this out, but they say, as is often the case in fantasy stories, that crisis involves a king and a magic artifact.
Nice.
They say, the king is Wizards of the Coast. Remember that name.
Okay.
The Hasbro-owned billion-dollar publisher of Dungeons & Dragons, the nearly 50-year-old game that has become synonymous with pen and paper role-playing. And the magic artifact they refer to is the company's open game license, or OGL. Remember that. Written long ago in 2000, which permits players to craft and monetize their own tabletop experiences using D&D rules and mechanics, as long as they avoid reproducing official characters, settings, stories, and art. So off the bat, I never knew that.
So repeat that again. Not the whole thing, but give me the gist of that.
So pretty much
Yeah.
the people who make Dungeons and Dragons, Wizards of the Coast,
Okay.
They're owned from Hasbro. They've been doing D&D for 50 years now. The big deal, the big controversy is around their OGL, their open game license.
Okay.
And what this is that, which was written in 2000, so long ago. Pretty much what this means is that people can make their own Dungeons and Dragons experiences and monetize off of that, as long as they don't reproduce official characters, settings, stories, and art.
So just like Winnie the Pooh, how I lost, it's like you can replicate it in any way you can. You just have to not do certain things with the character that would affect, what's already protected.
Yeah. So say for example, Dungeons and Dragons, say if Wizards of the Coast released an adventure where they have a character called like Malik or something like that, you wouldn't be able to recreate that character for your own experience.
While you play?
Like if you made your own like adventure, you wouldn't be able to reuse that character. So anything.
So explain to people that don't know, like me. So because I'm kind of pretty confused. So what do you mean that I can't like reuse that character when I make my own experience? Like in what way? Like to sell, or like how do you go by doing that?
So I'll explain a little bit later, but just like the gist of it is like I said, people make their own tabletop experiences. Like when people play Dungeons and Dragons,
you create everything that's occurring.
Like in Dungeons and Dragons, there's a dungeon master, the person who basically runs the whole adventure. They basically run the whole show.
Kind of like Monopoly as a banker.
Yes.
Okay.
And pretty much the dungeon master, they a lot of the times for a lot of classic stories and stuff, they write the stories themselves
before the game starts. So they probably prep this before the game. Okay.
Yeah. So the dungeon master is in charge of like prepping everything and stuff.
And that would include like rules and like navigation methods and
well, not the rules, because you would still be using D&D rules and mechanics.
So that's something you can't ever change if you want to monetize off.
Yeah, like you still need to use D&D rules and mechanics. But from there,
you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, except use anything that Wizards of the Coast has already made.
And Wizards of the Coast are the creators of Dungeons and Dragons? Okay. So if they have characters, and if you know than me, but like you said Malik, right? So they say their characters are called Blitz and Squancha, right? You can't ever create a world where they're in it.
Yeah.
Ever. And now my last question, well, like, just to clarify for people that don't play Dungeons and Dragons, like that are listening. So in that way, so say you were hosting like a tournament, like it's a Dungeons and Dragons tournament, right? And the whole purpose of this tournament was to raise money so you can buy a car, no matter how ridiculous that sounds. And every person coming in to play has to pay an entrance fee of $20, right? So you can do that, right? And make money so you can buy a car, or for them to buy a car, or whatever. But at the end of the day, you cannot use those two characters in that tournament. Would that make sense?
I don't know in terms of the rules of tournaments.
I know that was a very specific example too. I'm just trying to grasp it,
Yeah, just because like I don't know if like there are Dungeons and Dragons tournaments out there, so it's like it's kind of
that sounds pretty difficult.
It's kind of hard example to sort of relate to. It's just I'll really emphasize this when again the last part of it.
Okay. My whole confusion is the monetization aspect of it.
Yeah, it'll become explained a little more as we move on.
Okay.
But I'll just emphasize that last part again. So again, this OGL, open game license, permits players to craft and monetize their own tabletop experiences using D&D rules and mechanics.
Okay.
As long as they avoid reproducing official characters, settings, stories, and art.
Okay.
So if anyone who's played D&D, you would know that if you buy an adventure from Wizards of the Coast, that the adventure book has like official art to like some of the characters or monsters or maps and stuff like that.
So you can create adventures to sell.
Yes.
There we go. Okay, so you can basically so just to simplify it for those that don't know how to play, because again, me. So I can create a story and then I could like invite you guys to play, and it'd be like 4 of us and we'd have a good ass time. And you can be like, yo, you should sell the story. It was so fun to play this. And so I go on, eBay, and I can sell it,
There are official websites that are allow creators to share their own stories.
But as long
like
as
that.
it doesn't use characters what's it called again?
characters, settings, stories, and art that Wizards of the Coast has already made.
I feel like that's walking on eggshells with the story because I feel like so many stories can be so similar. You know?
Well, there hasn't been really much issues with it since, honestly. It's just been this issue recently that things have been coming up, because up until this point it's been almost like
open fucking house.
Yeah, open house, like make whatever you want,
which is pretty dope for the players, you know what I'm trying to say. And
so
cool.
So there's a whole like world out there of different adventures that you can go find and things like that.
Right. I'm understanding now though, so nice.
But yeah, so and like I said, the monetization stuff will get explained a little more as we go on too. But many tabletop designers portray the OGL as the kind of book of creation, the basis for a vast and noisy empire of artworks and experiences, from full-blown tabletop competitors with their own fantasy settings to what's known as actual play, projects like Critical Role, if you ever heard of that, in which professional voice actors broadcast their D&D campaigns. So even projects like Critical Role, where they make money off of that, they're allowed to make money off of that because of the OGL.
What do you mean by Critical Role though? I'm confused.
You haven't heard of the show Critical Role?
Nah, I think you're gonna have to do a lot of explain. Like, imagine I know nothing because I don't, and to people that are listening, I don't think they know.
I just thought that was like a nerdy thing that people knew.
No, I have not ever heard of that in my whole life. Yeah,
I mean, like I said, it's just it's a show where professional voice actors broadcast their D&D campaigns. So it's like, I'm forgetting his one.
So their personal D&D campaigns.
Yeah,
so,
they do like their own D&D campaigns, and these are professional voice actors.
But do you play along with this voiceover, or you just watch?
You just watch
the adventure unfold. Okay, and then they actually are rolling the dice.
Yeah,
cool. Okay. Now I'm just saying it because for me, like, I imagine if I was listening and I have no idea what this is, I'd be pretty confused. So
yeah. So where was I?
Control was Control, right?
Fuck. Where?
My bad, bro.
No, you're good.
Yeah. But they've been able to monetize.
Yeah. So projects like Critical Role are allowed to monetize off of D&D because of the OGL.
They're on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I think they were actually. Let me double check.
Like Twitch or some shit?
I don't know if they're on YouTube. I think it's like a TV show, if I'm correct.
Oh, what the fuck? I mean, I know D&D is huge too. I'm not trying to undermine it by saying I don't know either. For me, it's one of those things where if you're not into it, like, you really have to have things explained to me. I just very much love the imagination aspect. I think I said this last episode, but there are not. I mean, there are now because there's so many board games, but there's not a lot that are so original in the fact that they let you create your whole world exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I just see it on YouTube. I see it on Twitch. They're a web series.
Okay, like kind of like Red vs. Blue.
There is like an Apple TV series that I know of that does D&D. That's supposed to be really good too. But yeah. And so pretty much the OGL, the single document from Wizards of the Coast, which is often shortened to WOTC, which I'll be referring to as moving forward.
Okay.
Or simply Wizards. This helped transform D&D into a cottage industry. And I learned what a cottage industry is.
I don't know what it is.
And it's pretty much a business or manufacturing activity carried on in a person's home. So if you are running a business or a manufacturing activity out of your house, that's a cottage industry. Like, so you're part of a cottage industry.
So like if I sell Herbalife.
Sure, if you're making Herbalife at home and selling it.
Oh, okay, never mind. But if I make if I make build your own pizza kits and I sell them to people and they make it at home.
Well, as long as you're making these kits at home,
okay, that's what I mean.
And selling it.
So anything you sell at home, you could
anything you sell from home, like that you make at home and sell it.
It's a cottage industry.
Cottage industry.
I didn't know that. I wonder why. Wonder why it's named that.
I don't know.
Cottage, bro.
But yeah. But the article writes, but the once benevolent king appeared to have succumbed to avarice and begun meddling with the Book of Creation, which, again, just a nerdy way of writing about this. But it talked about how an elite draft of OGL 1.1 dated mid-December and obtained by pop culture news outlet IO9 WOTC proposed some drastic changes. A 25% royalty on revenue from any OGL creator earning above 750,000 per year in sales. The right for WOTC to use any content created under the license for any purpose. An apparent ban on the virtual tabletop simulators that helped kindle a tabletop gaming boom during pandemic lockdowns, and the deauthorization of anything made according to the previous OGL.
So they switched up real quick. They said, we want to make some money now too.
Yeah.
What's that part with banning that thing during the pandemic?
Virtual tabletops?
Yeah.
So people playing D&D in, have you ever heard of Tabletop Simulator?
No.
It's literally
emulating your board onto the online with the graphics.
Yeah, like you could play any board game in Tabletop Simulator. Any board game, it's on Tabletop Simulator. You can play with your friends. It's on Steam, and you just play with your friends online and stuff. So you can play awesome. D&D on Tabletop Simulator.
So they basically open the doors for you to make a lot of money up, creating what they allowed, creating on their platform, as long as you didn't steal from them. And now that they see people are being very successful or making a lot of money, now they're pretty much taking away more opportunities if you're making more than $750,000.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's fucking wild. You hear that noise, right?
That's a heater.
Oh, my bad. Okay, sorry. Sorry, guys. But yeah, that's crazy. I feel like this man's selfish of them. What the fuck?
So,
and I'm sure they're going to justify it by saying, well, this will allow us to make more content. That's why we're doing it,
Well, I'll explain what happens. It's pretty interesting, actually.
All right.
But 2 weeks after that initial leak, WOTC had executed a dramatic pivot. They said, we're giving the core D&D mechanics to the community through a Creative Commons license, which means they are fully in your hands. This was read on a Thursday update from D&D executive producer Kyle Brink. Now, make a note of that because we'll get back to that. So the article jumps ahead a little bit, but pretty much it's just saying that in this moment, after that leak, they pivoted again.
Yeah.
So, and I'll explain that in a moment. But
not to use this term because I feel like it's a controversial term, but the only thing I can think of is like Indian giving. Like giving away and then taking it back.
Oh,
you know what I mean? I think that's what it is. Some shit like that. I don't know. Like the Indians gave us some land and then they wanted it back, and it's like, no, we tricked them. My bad, but like
Yeah.
You're
Inuit, so you can say that.
I'm an Inuit, yes.
But since 2000, a number of D&D based projects have turned into highly profitable enterprises. A 2021 leak of data from the live streaming site Twitch listed Critical Role as a single highest paid channel on the platform, earning more than $9.6 million since 2019.
God damn.
That's why I was surprised you hadn't heard of it. It's pretty popular.
Critical Role, right?
Yeah.
No, not a clue. But 9.6 million like followers and money. I mean, those things are happening on so many different bases with so many people. It's kind of crazy now.
But publishers like Kobold Press and Drive-Thru RPG have built huge followings around their third-party D&D campaigns and other tabletop materials. Since the leaked draft of the updated OGL was published in early January, WOTC's devoted subjects have rebelled. Over 60,000 creators and publishers have signed an open letter under the name #OpenDND demanding the retraction of OGL 1.1, online campaigns encouraging players to cancel their D&D Beyond subscriptions, which is WOTC's official design D&D toolset, went viral. And rival game publishers like Pathfinder creator Paizo have announced plans for new irrevocable open tabletop systems and licenses, seeking to fill the breach. So pretty much the original OGL was what this guy says, Matt Jarvis, a masterstroke of community support. So again, like how you were mentioning that it seemed a little messy to maybe do that in the first place, it worked for pretty well for a long time. Like a lot of people were really happy with this.
Yeah.
And he says,
as opposed to the updated one.
Yeah.
The updated one is more greed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he says it allowed Wizards to thrive, Wizards of the Coast, because people were making stuff for D&D, and allowed creators to thrive because they were able to say, this is compatible with D&D. The league changes to the OGL, Jarvis and other critics argue, seem designed simply to monetize and extend control over the sprawling network of creators the OGL once empowered. And this seems it's part of a consolidation of the D&D brand under the One D&D label. Project WOTC is calling the future of D&D. That includes an updated rule set, the D&D Beyond subscription service, and a forthcoming official virtual tabletop app. So pretty much...
Because they're coming out with things that are similar to what they were using before, now they want to marginalize on their release of those things.
Yeah,
like
they're trying to like just lump it all together.
Yeah. This is crazy.
But the OGL's magic wasn't just about money, the article says.
Oh, no. I'm not convinced.
Well, the OGL's magic just wasn't about money.
Oh, okay.
So not the updated one, just the original one.
Okay.
According to designer, writer, and disability consultant Sarah Thompson, remember that name?
Basic ass name.
Ooh, got a notification.
Oh, that was me. I was like, what the hell?
Oh my God, got another notification.
Oh shit, me and Khalifa hit you up?
Oh shit, damn, what's up, girl?
And you're like, I don't know who you I don't ever heard of you. Glasses.
Why am I sweating all of a sudden?
Just throw up. I can't stand up right now.
Please don't make me.
You know, there's always that funny joke of like when you were in school and if you ever had a boner and you had to go up in front of the class and talk. You know, that's never happened to me personally. Has that ever happened to you?
No.
But there's somebody that's happened to. Like they really didn't want to get up there. And the teacher was like, come on, just you know, let me help you out. And they just pick them up and all you see is, oh dear God. Somebody throws up. Bold. And this is some poor kid just sexually representing himself in front of a whole class because a grown teacher wanted that. Shout out to you,
Thomas.
Yeah, we all know it was you, Thomas. You horny fuck.
But according to designer, writer, and disability consultant Sarah Thompson, it made space for dialogue between WOTC and the community, referring to the OGL's magic. This allowed designers to essentially offer playable critiques of problems such as D&D's heritage of racial stereotypes, using D&D's own mechanics. And an example of that is Sarah Thompson's own combat wheelchair add-on, a set of rules for using wheelchairs as adventuring equipment that allows disabled people to be empowered and see themselves as a hero in the story, because D&D didn't allow for that.
What a suck up. No, I'm kidding. So before they didn't allow you to use a wheelchair for your characters, and then she said, I want to do that. And because it wasn't part of their rules, she was able to do that.
Yep.
It's interesting. I wonder what else they weren't able to use, which is kind of crazy because, I mean, not for nothing. Couldn't you just give your character just like, you know, you could work around that, I'm assuming, you know?
In what ways?
Like you can be a character that has wheels for feet and that always sits down. And that you're able to carry the balance of yourself because you defy gravity.
I mean, that's not really D&D though.
What do you mean?
It's not like really realistic in terms of like a fantasy world.
Oh, say that again without making sense.
I mean,
that's not realistic in a fantasy world.
Yeah, it's not. It's not. It just isn't. Like,
are you kidding me? Didn't you just say the other day that you made a chair with somebody using the iron coming from your
Okay, but that was in the world of My Hero. That was in the world of My Hero. Get your world straight, all right, my guy? Jesus Christ, you're on Earth 23 right now.
You can't make cotton candy things on a television show that's completely made up of a fantasy thing.
God. I'm so sorry for this guy,
That was
folks.
the funniest, nerdiest things you ever said.
I'm so sorry for this guy.
That should be a shirt. What was it? You can't make up those things in a fantasy world. Excuse me? You can't tell lies if you're a politician. Now, I get what you mean completely, but it's just pretty funny. Like, out of context. But within the world of World of Warcraft's world, you can't do that.
Not World of Warcraft. Oh. That's something else.
You know what I mean.
All my nerds out there are like, oh my fucking God.
I just got a hair in my mouth. My mustache gets in my mouth sometimes. Anyway.
Man, it happens.
That's pretty fucking funny. But yeah, I'm doing the nerds ready right now.
But yeah, I took a look at the Sarah Thompson's combat wheelchair add-on, and she's gone through like 3 updates of it so far.
Yeah.
And they're all like 80, 100 pages long.
The four,
Crazy.
The 4th update, she walks. But damn, so you have to follow all these rules within her, and she's part of this company or
No,
separate entity.
This is just her own thing.
Damn.
Like,
And so
she
who
just does
is
this.
Sarah Thompson? She's just a person.
Yeah, she's a designer, writer, and disability consultant.
Damn, 80 pages, no life over here. No, I'm kidding. Okay, how is there like a record for world longest one?
Like
Like rules?
I don't know actually.
Probably. I'll look it up while you continue. But actually, that's counterintuitive because I want to pay attention. So, what should I Google? Longest
Longest rule book?
rule for DnD. Let me see. Ooh, what do you think it is?
283.
Okay, let's see. I read it. There we go. Read it. Beauty. Let's see. Gloomhaven has 52 pages, which is not that much compared to her. I'm gonna go to Google. Let's see. What is the longest D&D campaign ever? Whoa. Okay, I'll just say this and then we can continue. This episode of Wired's Obsessed series profiles Robert Wardall, the dungeon master of D&D campaign that's been running continuously since 1982. I know it's not a rule book, but that's crazy.
Damn.
It's been running for 40 years.
Damn.
This came out on November 3rd, 2022. Oh, the longest page book is 320.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
okay.
crazy. It's Wizards RPG Team. Released August 19th, 2014. You should play it. You should play it.
I'll read that whole fucking thing.
This is how it looks like. That's pretty interesting.
Nice.
That's
Nice.
crazy somebody came up with 324 pages. How much rules could you possibly have? Jesus Christ.
But you know, you can monetize off of it. You just make
No,
money
yeah.
off
I
of
mean,
it,
I'm sure
so.
this guy monetized crazy for it being the long. Like, you know, somebody's like, I know what we're doing Friday night. People usually dress up when they play. Like, do some people do that?
Some people do.
That's
yeah.
cool. That's cool.
But so faced with such comprehensive blowback, WOTC eventually gave way. So to all the
Wait, can I say one thing real quick?
Yeah.
Do you think in the world of OnlyFans that there's people that do that and they sexualize it?
like
You know, there's people like in the world of like, you know, social media and using like porn stars to represent things and OnlyFans, like there's people that use this game and they just sexualize it. If that makes any sense to you, like, does that make it like, you know, they'll like play it and they'll like dress up all sexy and then they'll just like, you know.
I mean,
You know?
I don't know if anyone's done that. I can't.
I'm
like,
sure they have. That's what I'm trying to say. But like
I
a wonder, or like a handbook that's like sexy, you know.
I don't know.
I wonder. I'm about to start it, bro.
Hey, I bet you'd like that. Wouldn't you?
You like that? You like that, right? I think it's a good idea. I think we should find some people to do that for us, and we can just call it, you know, Frankie and Javi's idea. They get like 10% cut.
Chill out,
Yeah.
WOTC.
Yes. I think it's a very good idea.
But,
Sorry, continue.
Yeah, so dealing with all the blowback, WOTC eventually gave way. On January 13th, the company announced plans to discard the royalty scheme and promised that creators will retain exclusive ownership of their own work, while also defending the OGL 1.1 as a means of shutting down quote-unquote hateful and discriminatory products and quashing third-party NFTs. The post, which was not attributed to any specific individual at WOTC, ended by hailing the situation as a victory for both sides, insisting that the company had always intended to solicit the community's input. And so in that message, they write, when we initially conceived the revising the OGL, it was with 3 major goals in mind. First, we wanted the ability to prevent the use of D&D content from being included in hateful and discriminatory products. Second, we wanted to address those attempting to use D&D in Web3 blockchain games and NFTs by making clear that OGL content is limited to tabletop role-playing content like campaigns, modules, and supplements. And third, we wanted to ensure that the OGL is for the content creator, the homebrewer, the aspiring designer, our players, and the community, not major corporations to use for their own commercial and promotional purpose. Driving these goals were 2 simple principles. 1, our job is to be good stewards of the game. And 2, the OGL exists for the benefit of the fans. Nothing about those principles has wavered for a second. That was why our early drafts of the new OGL included the provisions they did. That draft language was provided to content creators and publishers so their feedback could be considered before anything was finalized. In addition to language allowing us to address discriminatory and hateful conduct and clarifying what types of products the OGL covers, our drafts included royalty language designed to apply to large corporations attempting to use OGL content. It was never our intent to impact the vast majority of the community. And they continue. However, it's clear from the reaction that we rolled a 1. It has become clear that it is no longer possible to fully achieve all 3 goals while still staying true to our principles. So here's what we are doing. The next OGL will contain the provisions that allow us to protect and cultivate the inclusive environment we are trying to build and specify that it covers only content for TTRPGs, standing for tabletop role-playing games. That means that other expressions such as educational and charitable campaigns, live streams, cosplay, VTT, which is virtual tabletop uses, etc., will remain unaffected by any OGL update. Content already released under 1.0a will also remain unaffected. What it will not contain is any
over
royalty
apology
structure.
much. These motherfuckers are crazy, bro. This is a handbook in itself, bro.
It's a pretty long one.
Not to cut you off. I'm sorry. We'll continue.
But they say what it will not contain is any royalty structure. It also will not include the license back provision that some people were afraid was a means for us to steal work. That thought never crossed our minds.
Sure.
Under any new OGL, you will own the content you create. We won't. Any language we put down will be crystal clear and unequivocal on that point. The license back language was intended to protect us and our partners from creators who incorrectly allege that we steal their work simply because of coincidental similarities. As we continue to invest in the game that we love and move forward with partnerships in film, television, and digital games, that risk is simply too great to ignore. The new OGL will contain provisions to address that risk, but we will do it without a license back and without suggesting we have rights to the content you create. Your ideas and imagination are what makes this game special, and that belongs to you. A couple of last thoughts.
Oh my God.
First, we won't be able to release a new OGL today because we need to make sure we get it right, but it is coming. Second, you're going to hear people say that we won and we lost, or that they won and we lost, because making your voices heard forced us to change our plans. Those people were only half right. They won and so did we. And that's a really important note there. And it just sort of ends where they just sort of explain.
They're like, and 600 more pages as to why we want to make sure we look good.
They just sort of explain again, like, you know, they're just doing that they always had the input of the community in mind, that they were always going to do that. And again, they apologize for everything.
I feel like the first thing was the only thing I really was, cool with. Just the whole thing, them saying like we don't want anybody to use our product to racially discriminate, or I don't know if they said racially, but just discriminate and stuff. Because that reminds me of, I think they forbidden like modding to a certain Spider-Man game, because a lot of people were like, the first guy, what is it like, he
put that on the supplementary or
no, it was a topic or some shit.
The
like
news topics that day.
What was it again? It was a Spider-Man game that they got rid of modding.
Yeah, in the PS4 Spider-Man game when it came out on PC.
What was it?
Someone modded the LGBTQ flag in the
out
game.
Of it. Oh, it was in it.
Well, no, it was already in the game, and someone modded it out and replaced it with like the American flag.
That's so funny. Which is funny because it goes against America altogether. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, you're kind of removing somebody's freedom of expression. That's stupid Americans. I mean, I don't know. Of course, I think what they did was fine, like reversing all that stuff. But I just feel like, when someone's wrong and they just over explain, and they just over apologize, over explain. I feel like in some sense this is what they're doing, But and all in all, I mean, they reversed everything, which is fine. But I think being, such a major company themselves, I think they should have known or should have been aware that these repercussions would have come regardless. The feedback from the community after, being selfish, And I think it leaves a bad taste in players' mouths,
Yeah, I mean, I'll say to sort of continue with the story that this is definitely not the end of it, because again, like, they said that the new OGL hasn't been updated yet, so there's still time for that to go up and all that. It's up right now, but in terms of the story, it hasn't gone up yet.
Yeah.
And so after this post, a lot of people still weren't happy with Wizards of the Coast. They were like,
nah, son, like, you know.
Yeah, like a lot of fans criticized them for thinking that this was far from an apology, and that this was more of a dismissal of their legitimate concerns, which led WOTC to backpedal even further.
they fucked up.
So on a second bulletin on Wednesday of January 18th, they included more details about the path forward, along with a mea culpa from Brink, the executive producer, on behalf of his team. And the biggest sort of takeaway from this is that he basically breaks down what the new OGL is going to be like. But at first, they apologize again, and he says, "We are sorry, we got it wrong. Our language and requirements in the draft OGL were disruptive to creators and not in support of our core goals of protecting and cultivating an inclusive play environment and limiting the OGL to TTRPGs. When we compounded things by being silent for too long, we hurt fans and creators, when more frequent and clear communications could have prevented so much of this." And pretty much the big takeaways from the new OGL that they released on the very next day, on January 19th.
They're like, do what you want, please just forgive us.
What they did is that they put out a new OGL, and they even said a whole thing where there's a survey where you could put your review and feedback, which is similar to their playtest materials, which apparently you could do that. Like you could test out their new things that they're thinking up and give feedback on it. I didn't know that. A second thing is that after reviewing the proposed OGL, like I mentioned, the quick survey, and that the survey is going to remain open for at least 2 weeks, and that it'll give everyone advance notice before it closes so that everyone who wants to participate can complete the survey. And finally, they end it by saying you deserve some stability and clarity. So they give some real head downers or double downers of what's to expect more of the non-changes in the new OGL, which includes video content, whether you're a commentator, streamer, podcaster, live play cast member, or other video creator on platforms like YouTube and Twitch and TikTok. You have always been covered by the Wizards fan content policy. The OGL doesn't and won't touch any of this. Your accessories for your own content. No changes to the OGL will affect your ability to sell minis, novels, apparel, dice, and other items related to your creations, characters, and worlds. Non-published works, for instance, contracted services. You use the OGL if you want to publish your works that reference 5th edition content through the SRD. That means commissioned work, paid DM services, consulting, and so on aren't affected by the OGL. VTT content, virtual tabletop content. Any update to the OGL will still allow any creator to publish content on VTTs and will still allow VTT publishers to use OGL content on their platform. DM's Guild content. The content you release in DM's Guild is published under a community content agreement with Dungeon Masters Guild. This is not changing. Your OGL 1.0A content. Nothing will impact any content you have published under OGL 1.0A. That will always be licensed under OGL 1.0A. Your revenue. There will be no royalty or financial reporting requirements. Your ownership of your content. You will continue to own your content with no license back requirements. And he basically just ends it there and just says thanks again, this and that. Like I said, the new draft is posted the next day. In the update, he just wrote, the Creative Commons license we picked lets us give everyone those core mechanics forever, because we don't control the license. Releasing the D&D core rules under the Creative Commons will be a decision we can never change.
I feel like I just read an instruction manual. That's crazy.
Yeah, crazy stuff.
Yeah, I just feel like they all could have been avoided if they just didn't try that, you know? Like, of course, that's literally the story.
Yeah.
You know, but it's just, I mean, it is very interesting because, I mean, there's a lot of companies that do that stuff, man, and all very sneakily, but other companies have embraced it, which I would say mostly is like these FIFA games and stuff like that, you know, where, you know, shout out to Scutia Run Slime, you know what I mean, on YouTube. Scutia Runs, ESCUTIA_runs, like RUNS. Amazing FIFA player. But, you know, you're forced to, like, pay money for not only this game, but 2K and also Call of Duty. And, I mean, even bro, I'm playing this pool game on my phone. It's a free game, and by all means, it is very playable free. I haven't paid for one, and I got 2 million shekels. I'm hype.
Nice.
You know, but I mean, the way they try to shove down you paying for stuff on the game is so like constant, you know, not annoyingly to the point where you're unable to play. Just like FIFA, you can perfectly play without, but the advantages are so much more higher when you do pay to play. I know this is way different, but it's what I will say is similar is when Nintendo basically just told all the YouTube streamers that were making money off playing their games online, like, you know, you remember that, where they were just like, like, we're gonna get paid now and you're not gonna make money off our games anymore. So what was that exactly? Like, they were disallowed from monetizing off playing games unless they published what game it is and where to buy them.
I don't remember the details of it exactly. I don't remember if there was a way to get it monetized, because I remember basically just everyone just stopped.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, they were all told,
and
they all basically stopped doing Let's Plays, and like they were afraid of all their content like going away, because Nintendo basically was saying like, hey, like, you know, in the rough gist, from what I remember, this is a while back too. Yeah, but you know, they were like, we have a license for those games, and you're making money off our games. And people still definitely play those games. I just wonder what the law is around it, or the regulations. I mean. But all I know now is that when you do watch a Let's Play on YouTube, like they have an advertisement at the bottom for the game and where to purchase. Yeah. And it's I wonder how much that interferes, you know, with that, and if there's a certain cut you know get from not only YouTube or Nintendo, you know, and you know, and it's again like, and what I've heard YouTubers say, it's like we're literally advertising your product, you know, like, and mind you, maybe it will hinder some people from buying the game itself, but I don't really think that's the case, especially with a company like Nintendo, you know, so that's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
But that one is most similar to, I think, this DnD one. Yeah, it's like, you know, like, hey, let's try to stick our fingers in what, you know, free advertising basically, or like just expansion of this already set game that's, you know, so prominent in a lot of people's lives, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say that like this is just a pretty ridiculous situation in terms of just the fact of like it could have just been so easily avoidable if they just didn't try in the first place.
But that's what it is, man. That's what greed does to you, and it just, again, it will always taint and become this mark in the history of DnD, unfortunately. And the people that made those decisions are to blame for that. And I mean, to be honest, man, there's a lot of loyal fan bases, and I watch sports, so there's a lot of loyal fan bases. I'm a Lions fan, which is like, if you don't know, they suck ass, and I'm a Lions fan for football. But DnD has such a loyal fan base, and it's crazy, you know.
Yeah, I mean, what sucks is that like, I'll end the article where it's just unfortunately, like, for a lot of fans, the damage has already been done,
and some may hinder them from playing again. You know, maybe not, because the game's fun to them. But
like that Sarah Thompson person, they said they've lost quite a lot of faith that people had in them, and I don't see how they can rebuild that trust anytime soon. Yeah. And she was recently slated to work on an official D&D product, and she ended up pulling out in protest.
That's amazing, man, because obviously that might have included a lot of money, you know, to make off that product and stuff like that. And once again, like, you know, the reason I say they must be so loyal is because, you know, in the age of technology, and of course board games are still very, like, you know, popular, just like comic books boomed in the pandemic, you know, these things won't go away. Or like the record players, like you were saying, we were talking about all the time before. But just like, you know, to live in the digital age, and of course there's a tabletop, the virtual tabletops and stuff like that. So it is morphing, you know, further than it. But just people, you know, like these because they're so classic and so unchanged, you know. And yeah, I mean, that just goes to show a lot. Like with this one Sarah Thompson person, a big fan, of course, and someone who's involved in the industry, and for her to pull out and protest is pretty major. Yeah, you know, you can't buy that back, or you can't like apologize that back. Like, you know, it's like just really. I mean, if they were gonna do it, it would probably be 7,000 pages. You know, but that's a damn shame. Yeah, you know, in the most simple way.
And the community's mistrust of WOTCs has been simmering for a while. This was said by Mike Holick, who's an editor-in-chief of Mage Hand Press, a third-party D&D campaign publisher, who also organized the #OpenDND letter. Yeah. And he points to the 4th edition of D&D, which shipped in 2008 with its own similarly controversial game license, which WOTC reverted back to their current 5th edition in 2014. And he says, once they get big enough, they try to get greedy and capitalize on it. As long as they can monetize the remaining people more. And pretty much to end it all, the WOTC appears to have committed an irreversible act of self-sabotage in trying to replace the original OGL, squandering the prestige accumulated over 20 years in a matter of weeks. And there's this quote here by Austin Walker, IP director of Game Studio Possibility Space and Friends at the Table Game Master. He jokes around saying, "A king shouldn't be grasping at all of your coins. That's what a dragon does, right?" And the article ends, and as any group of D&D adventurers might tell you, in stories like this, the point of a dragon atop a treasure trove is for it to be slain. And yeah,
I just wonder what PM me or Forrest gonna have to say about this.
hell yeah.
He probably has some crazy shit to say about this. He probably would sum it up so beautifully. We're really missing out by not having him in here
We
with
need
us.
him on the show, man.
We need him in our lives,
Really, I need him as my friend.
I need him as my God.
I need him as my lover.
I need him as my God and lover. Or her.
You're gonna fuck your god?
It might be her. And yeah, it might be her with a high job and a shitty chef player who plays D&D. Too spicy. I was gonna throw in that they're also an African, magician like this guy.
Yep.
But I don't want to make a call. So, well, D&D, what have we learned? Absolutely nothing.
I just thought it was pretty interesting because
It is. It really is, because it's in the whole sector of somewhere else. Like in terms of people who don't play, like that's still very relatable, and no matter what, it will affect us in some way with other companies.
yeah, I mean, it's just, for people who are like D&D fans, they're probably listening to this and they probably are like, yep, already know about this.
Yeah.
Or people who are just like sort of average fans are probably like, holy shit, I had no idea.
Or like even like when the iPhone changed completely to what is it, USB-C ports or their own personal charging products before it was something else. I mean, that shit is crazy because it made every iPhone user, again, people who are loyal to iPhone that participate in the iPhone for Life program and stuff like that, where they basically planned on changing everybody's charging ports for products they already had and made them buy new stuff. And even with the new iPhones, not even coming with chargers anymore. Like, that's fucking crazy. I think they got fined for that in Europe. Like,
Yeah.
European suit and everything. But that's the same thing, just different story. A company already making so much money at the cost of like children in Japan, or like, horrendous work conditions. I mean, not Japan, China. What can I say? Just profiting more and more off like loyal customers, and it's very interesting.
Company's gonna company.
Yeah. We just fixed them. Just we'll make a better company.
I mean, yeah, we should start our own company.
Yeah, we will. The OnlyFans wizardry, sexy clothing, D&D.
Oh yeah,
what I mean?
I'm all for it, man.
Africans.
I'm all for it. We need to destroy our enemies together, one by one.
You think this guy is like crafting my future, my dead cat and lost job future? Like, you think he's like, wow, I really got a customer. I really work. Like, you think he's gonna tell his wife, like, you thought I was done for doing this? Like, he just got a divorce, and he just like, it calls
I'll
his wife.
show you, Linda.
I'll show you, Linda. I'm about to change this guy's life. And then like, he tells his kid, he's like, hey, like he like, like he has no more food, but he's like, hey, little Timmy, you can have the last piece of food because I'm gonna change his life tomorrow, and I'll be hungry, but I know he'll call back. And then he just starves to death. And then we just continue doing the podcast. And then little Timmy just comes and kills me because to avenge his father.
Yeah.
And then I die, but then I evade little Timmy's knife.
Wait, you die but evade his knife?
I come back to life. It was
And evade his knife? Motherfucker. Nah.
like I die of a heart attack, and and right before he smashes me in the heart, I wake up like because it's the ghost of his father saving my life. Because he wouldn't want that for little Timmy. And so I swooped out the way, and then I murdered his child.
Damn,
You know what I mean?
His child.
In cold blood. And then I'll praise him because I would have known internally from the African West gods that he did that for me, full circle. And then I pray to him like, why'd you do that? Like, why'd you sacrifice your son? And then I get a phone call, and it's him, and I'm like, how's it you? You're dead. He's like, I am dead. I'm calling from beyond the living. I'm like, why? He's like, because
beyond the living.
He's like, you know what I mean?
They say beyond the dead.
No, beyond, because he's beyond us. He's beyond the living. And I'm like, how are you calling me from beyond the living? And he's like, you remember on the phone? I was like, what do you mean? He's like, I told you I would save you from your enemies. And I'm like, oh, and the credits roll. That's pretty amazing.
That was the most riveting movie I've seen all week.
You know, I'm getting this sarcastic tone off the word riveting.
You know what? What are you talking?
What? No, you're so
shit,
riveting. Come on.
That shit was like that
so
shit.
riveting.
Like I don't think you need a nap more. I think you're so awake right now.
I'm well rested as fuck. AF as fuck.
As the kids would say.
Yeah.
AF.
What's it called? Delos. If you're drinking a Modelo right now you're drinking a Delo. You know, if you have more than one, you have Delos, plural. That's literally how the cool kids say it today.
Yeah,
man. Accept
keep
it.
up.
Gen 10,000.
Gen Alpha.
Gen Alpha. What a douchebag way to name yourself. God damn it. Crazy times.
But the second story that I got for you.
Okay.
It's a little sad.
Could be sadder.
So, this again, I'll read the headline for you. Oh, also the person who wrote this article about about DnD, their name was Edwin Evans Thirlwell.
What a name.
I also got another article for that topic. They kind of made mention of, like, in terms of speaking about the greed of WOTC.
Mm-hmm.
They were sort of speaking to the fact that that there's a D&D movie coming out, and apparently there's a TV show in the works right now.
Interesting.
So it's just kind of like that synergy.
And profiting.
Yeah, so it's just, again, always comes back to money and things like that. But
for them mostly.
But yeah, shout out to the person who wrote that nerdy ass motherfucker.
Dead ass.
But next topic that I got for you.
No, he got glasses.
Oh yeah, it's kind of sexy though.
All right, good for Edwin. Shit.
But this next topic, a bit sad. It's the fierce life and sudden death of America's strongest woman. So this is Rebecca Lorch.
What's up with Rebecca? Oh, she's actually strong as shit. God damn. Well, she's picking up 4 tires, which deceptively looks like 4 huge weights. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Nah, but she's picking up 4 huge tires and a dumbbell, a bar, so she's pretty strong.
But
I see stronger.
She was a champion strongwoman, winner of the America's Strongest Woman competition in her weight class in 2020. She had a master's degree in nutrition counseling. She was a roster of training clients and a romantic history with her coach, who was one of the top names in their sport.
She clapped her coach's cheeks?
Yeah.
Nice.
She had a rescue pit bull mix named Bella that had its own Instagram account.
Irrelevant.
And her mother says that dog was her life.
Also irrelevant.
This is about her life.
Fuck that lady. Okay.
But on December 18th of 2022, while her mother and stepfather were out celebrating the first night of Hanukkah, Miss Lorch deleted her social media accounts, removed her face piercings, and ended her life.
Damn.
She was 32.
Damn, never mind everything I just said.
In the close subculture of strong men and strong women, her suicide came as a shock, even among those who knew her well. Just 2 days earlier, she had posted a video of herself triumphantly pressing a tremendous barbell over her head, announcing that she was in a happy place. And I'm going to show you the video real quick.
Okay. Put the sound up to the camera if you can. God damn, she's strong as fuck. So this is her lifting the barbell over her head.
The caption reads, "Another day, another practice session, another few pounds. I'm back on the bar, another happy place. Keep on keeping on. 11 months to find my best self again."
So interesting.
What I need you to do is I need you to find
okay, so this is a voiceover that's commonly used.
I know you're strong.
You don't gotta put the volume, to be honest, because this is fucking every video ever. But to describe the video, she's lifting a big barbell over her head, which most people that are listening cannot do. And she's like power cleaning it, which is amazing. She's strong as fuck. And she has 2 knee braces, so her knees are protected. Yeah. That voiceover is so outplayed now. I get it. It's inspirational. But, just fucking stop using the same shit over for videos.
But, yeah. CJ Kraus says everything seemed to be going the right direction for her. This was a friend and fellow competitor who said he talked to Miss Lorch regularly about her mental health. She had a lot of people around her who cared for her, but it only takes one bad day. The reasons for her suicide are rarely clear or simple, but Miss Lorch's friends pointed the finger at her coach and the romantic relationship. Many sports bodies prohibit intimate relationships between coaches and athletes because of the inherent power imbalance and potential for exploitation, though the main strongman organizations do not, which is interesting.
Wait, what? Say it again. What the hell?
Apparently, the main strongman organizations do not prohibit intimate relationships between coaches and athletes.
But the women's one does?
Yes.
That's weird.
Or many sports bodies, at least, prohibit it.
That's super weird. So, like, you could fuck your coach if you're a guy trainer. I mean, being trained for, like, bodybuilding.
I guess,
but if you're a woman, you can't.
Yeah.
In certain things.
Which is interesting.
Pretty interesting.
But within days of Miss Lorch's death, a friend and fellow strongman started a hashtag Justice for Rebecca campaign on social media. Strongman competition, which often goes by that name, even when the athletes are women, is commonly lumped together with powerlifting. But the two disciplines are different. Powerlifting looks like something you can see in any gym, only with exponentially heavier weights. Strongman is something else. Strongman athletes carry 200-pound stones over distances and heave sandbags over a bar. They pull trucks and deadlift automobiles. For many, the pain and discipline function as emotional therapy. We talk about being misfits, said Jackie Zachrins, a competitive strong woman and a friend of Miss Lorch who works as a family therapist specializing in trauma. She says, "We're not the sleek, wealthy CrossFitters. We're not the technique-savvy Olympic lifters. We've got tattoos head to toe. We're a bunch of misfit toys. The strongman community has always liked it that way." But what does that draw? That draws people who have troubles. That draws people who have experienced trauma. That draws people who have never felt like they fit in. They finally find this sport and they're like, oh, this is what I've been looking for. Here's just another couple of pictures of Miss Lorch just being super brolic.
OD. Just lifting things up and putting them down.
I lift things up and put them down. But Rebecca Ann Lorch discovered the sport after a devastating injury during college, and it became her world. Growing up in Mesquite, Texas in the 90s, she was the kind of child for
Mesquite,
whom...
like that barbecue. Ooh. She was what?
She was the kind of child for whom things came easily, said her older brother, Jeremy. She was a Girl Scout and a straight A student who once broke down in tears and she got a B on a test.
Wow, try hard.
Her brother said everything she did, she was great at. Even then, she was drawn to high-intensity experiences. She played full contact football on a team that was almost all boys. The day she got her gear, she invited Jeremy to tackle her. He ran full tilt across the yard and flattened her. Her mom, Susan Steiner, she says, "I thought that would be the end of it." But she got up laughing and said, "Do it again." At Adelphi University on Long Island, Miss Lorch majored in theater and joined the Tri Delta sorority. Lauren Callan, her best friend from the theater program, said Miss Lorch enjoyed the stage because she could become someone else. She was sassy and strong, Miss Callan said. Nothing brought her down. She was almost like a slab of concrete. You can throw it and throw it and throw it, but it's never going to break. Miss Lorch gave that strength to her friends, Miss Callan said. She says, "When I was in really deep trouble, she would stop everything. Nothing else mattered except what I needed." But just before graduation, Miss Lorch shattered her leg in a motorcycle accident. Doctors told her she might never walk normally again or even bend her knee. She worked intensely at her rehabilitation and became interested in nutrition, returning to school for her master's degree from Montclair State University. The gym was a place where she defied limitations. Instead of submitting to her doctor's prognosis, she became a competitive powerlifter, and in 2015 competed in her first strongman event. This is said by Shelby Jones, who's a friend and works as a strength coach in California. She says her coming back from her motorcycle accident was defiance, and it was her way of saying, "I refuse to be anything but strong." Sometimes we miss a nuance of how we're making ourselves vulnerable in any other ways. Giving yourself permission to be fragile and to defend yourself as a whole person is a lot of work as a woman, and especially as an athlete. And Miss Lorch advanced quickly as a strong woman. Doubling as a nutrition coach for other athletes, she started training with a New York coach named Alec Pagan. Remember the name. Working with her new coach, Miss Lorch soon became one of the top amateurs in the country. His star, too, rose in the sport. Though Mr. Pagan had a girlfriend, he and Miss Lorch began a sexual relationship. Coaches, like teachers and psychotherapists, enjoy an unequal power relationship with the athletes in their care. They instill self-worth and motivation and grant approval, but they can also withhold these to serve their own ends. This imbalance, quote-unquote, really makes any sort of romance between the two unacceptable, said Lee H. Eigel, a clinical professor at NYU Tisch. Mr. Pagan did not respond to requests for an interview, but his lawyer, David D. Lynn, said that Mr. Pagan's personal relationship with Miss Lorch began before he became her coach. And quote-unquote, and he never received any payment to coach her, so she was not a traditional quote-unquote client. Abby Deal, another name to remember, a strong woman and Miss Lorch's friend, got to observe the relationship up close. She and her boyfriend shared an Airbnb rental with the couple at the America's Strongman and Women competition in Savannah, Georgia in 2020. The two women bonded over how we were both with men who we sometimes found difficult to deal with, Miss Deal said, adding that her partner was not abusive. Even in front of Miss Lorch, Mr. Pagan would make comments disparaging the status of their relationship, Miss Deal said. She recalled his saying that Miss Lorch was, quote-unquote, just some girl he's dating, and that he didn't have her in his top 10 of most attractive strong women. Miss Deal said Mr. Pagan also openly encouraged Miss Lorch to use performance-enhanced drugs, which are controlled substances requiring a prescription. Alex said, I can't wait until we get you on all real drugs, Miss Deal said, which kind of surprised everybody because Beck was already on a ton of drugs, more than anybody else I knew at the time. Drugs are not prohibited in the strongman competition.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of people that aren't those competitions do use a lot of steroids.
Yeah,
that's like a common thing that people do a lot.
Yeah, and it's widely used, and often without medical supervision too. But Mr. Pagan pushed them especially hard, said Tom Shroka, who trained briefly with Mr. Pagan. At one of their first conversations, Mr. Shroka said Mr. Pagan asked him if he was willing to take enough drugs to grow a new penis. Mr. Shroka said, when you push back with him, his whole thing is, well, you don't want to be as good as you say you do because you're not willing to do what is necessary. Mr. Pagan's lawyer responded, Mr. Pagan never forced drug protocols, period.
Yeah, because he technically didn't, you know what I mean? Like, he only suggested it, you know what I mean? He was just, you know, I mean, I would say so. Like, he didn't like, you know, you have to do this, you know?
I mean, no, but obviously he never forced it, but it's like heavily suggested. And like,
that's what it is. That's a law. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, did she do them?
That what?
Did she end up doing them?
Yeah, actually.
I mean, that's her choice. You get what I'm trying to say? Like, you know, like, not to diminish her or nothing, you know what I'm trying to say also, but it's just like, that sucks. I mean, that really sucks. You know what I mean? Like, she kind of fell into that, which, you know, of course with the heavy suggestion and everything, but that's like a lot of athletes, which is not, again, I'm not trying to like put her down. I'm trying to say like, that's the law. That's the law that like we live in today. You know what I mean? Like, the lawyers can use that lingo to kind of evade the blame of that, this and that, but it is also, you know, just within it. That happens with a lot of things, and it's just unfortunate, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like, even when I say, like, this is heavily suggested, like, as I just mentioned, other athletes have sort of spoken out about this before as well.
I mean, it happens.
And so it's just, you know, it's not the best thing to be heavily suggested to be taking a bunch of steroids and stuff like that.
But that's the key word, though, suggested. You know what I'm trying to, it's like, I wouldn't completely compare it to it, but it's like the Olympic headquarters that Larry Nassar treated those girls with. First of all, Larry Nassar is a terrible person, but the strict ways they were teaching these young girls on how to, you know, be Olympic champions and in the conditions they were put under, you know, a lot of them ended up being great competitors in Olympics, you know, but because those coaches heavily suggested they do these crude, crazy workouts, you know, and you get what I'm trying to say, you know, like it's one of those things where that's like a lot of things in sports and athletes and stuff like that. And
Yeah,
you know?
it's just what I think is interesting is a conversation of like sort of bringing mental health into this because
oh yeah, of course,
because that's sort of like an emphasis that they're trying to make. In
no,
this
I mean
story
for
as
sure,
well.
yeah, because she committed suicide. That I completely understand.
So it's like when you are heavily suggesting to someone who isn't feeling self-worth that.
Yeah.
Or like how this one person said, what was their name? Mr. Shroka, when about how they said that Mr. Pagan or Alex's response was that, well, you don't want to be as good as you say you do because you're not willing to do what is necessary. To be saying things like that to people who maybe don't look the best in themselves is a recipe for disaster.
I just I get what you mean. I just also think that like one of the biggest things about mental health is that you don't know who's suffering, right?
Well, I mean, like I mentioned, she did have someone that she did talk to about mental health.
Well, who did she? But did she talk to this pagan guy?
It never mentioned anything about that in the article.
That's what I'm trying to. Again,
I don't know.
I'm like in a bit trying to play devil's advocate, but I'm also trying to like really look at the picture as itself, like in just the sense of. You're exactly right. Like, you know, you shouldn't be suggesting this to somebody who doesn't look too much good into themselves as in a positive manner, but you don't see people's imagery in that sense when they are feeling that way, which is unfortunate, you know, but that's the I mean, again, in a sport that allows steroids, because you said they allow steroids in this, or these performance enhancing drugs, it's kind of like just an oddity altogether, you know? And it's like it's basically a mix up of what can go wrong with all these things happening at once. I just imagine this with a lot of other people. This is happening constantly, especially with bodybuilding, because a lot of those people also, you know, or like weight competitions. You know, this might be different with bodybuilding and weight competitions, but a lot of people doing bodybuilding deal with like body dysmorphia. You know what I mean? Like, you know, yeah, like, you know, sometimes you see a person and he's huge, right? Like he has a lot of muscles and stuff like that, and people are like, why would he do that? You know. And it's just like, well, you think he looks like so muscular, but he may look at himself in the mirror. He's like, I'm not muscular enough. Or like women may say, I'm not muscular enough, you know? And then these like steroids and you know, PEDs help them work harder and stuff like that. And that's a very, very real thing, which is why, again, when you look at somebody who's so aki and like you see like 10 of them lined up, you know, posing and stuff, like some of those people may have body dysmorphia. It's likely. And that's very interesting. So, especially with weightlifting, I mean, I think what's to blame also is like the rules for allowing these PEDs to exist, because that's what leads to people like Pagan to encourage other ones to, you know, I mean, that's a base of a problem right there, you know, because those things are very terrible for your body regardless. You know what I mean? And
yeah,
you know,
then and it's funny that you mentioned that. Not funny, but
that's hilarious.
But like other athletes, Miss Lorch, she used the drugs to build muscle and hasten recovery from injury or overwork. But anabolic steroids are also associated with anxiety and major mood disorders, including mania, hypomania, and major depression, which I did not know.
Well, I assume so, because I know they lower, like, I just know that your body goes through a lot of changes hormones-wise. Of course, with men taking steroids, they lose a lot. They stop producing testosterone. Therefore, they take testosterone to make up for what they're losing.
I've always known the whole thing that it can make you more aggressive and things like that.
Or like your balls shrink and stuff like that. The cliche things. But these are a lot of rapid chemical changing happening to your body alongside the pressure of competition and this and that. And it's very real. And, you know, of course, like she's dealing with mental health. Like she got into a terrible accident when she was younger and stuff like that too, you know?
Yeah, it's just it seems like just another sort of shitty thing to add on top of that, where it's like she's already dealing with mental health issues, and then she starts taking these steroids, which just makes her mental health issues worse.
Which I will reiterate as allowed by the league she's in. You get me? You get me?
Which
like,
just sucks.
Yeah, because think about it. Like if you're like a professional something player, right, and I'm your coach, and you want to be great, and I'm like, bro, take these steroids. Like everybody's literally allowed to take these in the sport you're competing in. Like it's illegal. It's in the rules. Like take them, bro. You're not gonna be. You hired me to make you better, and you're not gonna take these steroids. Like that just sounds logical. You get me? It does. It really does. You know?
I mean, like,
come on. Like realistically, it does because it's legal. Like you know that's a problem. I mean that's why it should be illegal. You know what I mean? Mike Tyson said this. He said, and a lot of people agree with this because they're close to legalizing steroids in baseball. Like, you know, that's a real big thing because there's so many people being caught with it. And Mike Tyson once said, he said, the only sport that you should not be allowed to take steroids in is how can I say, boxing or fighting, because you're literally, you know, somebody's life is in your hands with doing that. Like your power, your weapons become much more this and that. And I mean, that's why I say it, because it's really like, it's like if like you're playing pool, right? And I'm like, hey bro, use this cue. This cue, like everybody's using it and it's statistically proven to make you better and this and that. And I know it's different than something injecting into your body, but I think the blame here is highly towards the, you know, base of the league. And this coach is, again, I know it sounds terrible to whoever's listening, but like the coach is just doing what he's allowed to do because his league lets him do that. This highly pressure stuff, you know what I mean? Maybe there's an area of complaints where they can be removed. You know what I mean? But that's my whole thing with it, where it's like it gets real. It's like muddy waters with that whole situation, you know. And like, of course, she committed suicide, so it's like terrible, you know, altogether. But it's also like there's a backtrace to this whole problem.
So are you saying we should inject Q pools?
Yeah, you know what I mean. Or it's like, I mean, there's a whole bunch of things. You know what I mean?
I mean, I get what you're saying. I just
like there's a conversation to be had there.
Like.
You can't just feel bad only because she, you know, committed suicide, but of course feel bad because she committed suicide.
Like the root of the situation, the root of the situation really comes down to why is this even allowed?
Yeah,
things like that.
Given the consequences and stuff that are obviously medically proven. What's up, Link Chun?
So yeah, it's definitely a conversation to have. But I will say from reading the rest of the article, Alec Pagan isn't my favorite person.
Of course, no. Yeah, and again, I know, like for me, in some sense, I'm trying, because you know, I don't just like bring up those points to be like, oh, he's not at fault, you know, like this guy. But it's just like, I mean, there's a reason his lawyers got away with it, because obviously, you know, a judge or you know, a select group of people heard his point, and then they were like, you know what? Yeah, like he's not at fault here because he's only doing what his job is lined to do. Also, side note, fun fact: when women use a lot of steroids, their clitoris becomes like a little penis. Yeah, you should look up a picture. You want to see?
No.
You want to see? I'll show you a picture.
Nah.
I heard this on Joe Rogan stuff, but when like a lot of fighters, like when they develop a lot of testosterone, especially with steroids, like their clitoris looks like a baby's thumb. Like that's it looks like, you see my thumb right there, like that. That's what he means, where it's like to grow another penis and stuff like that, because it's true. These are just basic facts. But yeah, you know, but the thing is that like it's just, I mean, this is just an unfortunate situation, but it's just interesting to look at all the sides and stuff, you know.
Yeah, I'll just get on with the rest of this bad boy, but Miss Lorch told friends that Mr. Pagan was having sex with other athletes he coached, even while he was mostly living with her in her Brooklyn apartment, where she said she paid the rent and all the bills. Mr. Pagan's lawyer acknowledged that Mr. Pagan had a sexual relationship with one other athlete, but he maintained that Mr. Pagan and Miss Lorch had an open relationship. And that
there's that word.
You know, I was actually going to have bring it up again after when I was reading this, because I had a thought, but let me finish this.
I did bring up that point though when we were at Bear Burger the other day. You know, but don't you forget it.
I'm going to bring it up right now.
Okay,
but
cool.
And that she had consented to his sleeping with other women. He said Mr. Pagan shared in the household expenses. So yeah, pretty much like he was just kind of sort of allegedly freeloading
his cheeks,
allegedly freeloading and just kind of clapping cheeks and whatever. But something that I thought of in terms of our conversation of like open relationships, polyamory, was that I think the big difference between an open relationship and polyamory, I could be wrong, but I think what the difference is supposed to be is that in polyamory, you can play with each other.
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, to me, that's an obvious like difference and stuff. I just mean in the sense of like, how can I say, just like in the situation where somebody's like with somebody else and then they go be with a different person outside of that. And then they could just, like if they're like, you know, they're like, oh, I thought like, why'd you go, you know, be with this person instead of me? They can just be like, oh, well, I'm polyamorous. And I felt like, you know, eventually us three can come together and be with each other, you know? Because I assume people who are polyamorous don't find two people at the same time. Maybe they do. Of course they can. There's possibilities. But at the same time, and they're all, you know, starting at once. I'm assuming like maybe they find someone else who's also polyamorous and they found a third person in the future to be with them and be a trio. You get me?
I mean,
so then I assume that like some people would also evade the scenario of like cheating and stuff like that, and they'll just claim to be polyamorous. you know, and they'll just be like, well, no, I you know, that's what I am. I don't know if I mentioned that, but I'm polyamorous. And of course, that's like, you know, very specific situation and stuff like that.
And
I mean, it's just
that is kind of
you know,
shitty if you don't tell someone you're polyamorous.
I mean, I also think that it's a great, you know, way to just evade blame and just be like, well, maybe that's just what I want. You know, but
Yeah, but
you're not trying to fuck both of us. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I feel like you should tell someone if you're polyamorous.
I mean, I feel like you don't owe nobody no answers unless you want to give them. You know what I mean? Like that's really the world.
I
you
don't
know,
know, man. I feel like it's a whole thing on like dating apps where you could put like what your sexuality is, or whatever.
Because if there's the one thing I learned about dating apps, that people always tell the truth about who they are on them.
Okay. All right.
Like I get what you mean in the, you know, ideal world and stuff like that, but that's the truth of things in a lot of different manners. And I think also,
I'm just saying it's scummy if people are doing it.
I mean, it's
like,
I mean, a lot of things are, but people gonna people.
Yeah.
But I just also think, I mean, also maybe that can happen, and you can discover you're polyamorous, but you can also just discover that you just wanted to be with multiple people, and maybe it'll work out at one point if the third one could join. You know, but I just think, again, like that whole conversation was interesting to have in general. For those that don't know, we had a conversation about this at a Bear Burger. $1 beers on weekdays, 12 to 7. Please sponsor us, Bear Burger. But again, I just think of the most out of whack situations, just because those aren't out of the question, and just because they're not an ideal, you know, way of, you know, going with life. Or like, you know, that it's scummy. Like this thing, like it happens. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not denying it doesn't.
Exactly. And so for you know, that's what it is. And I think a lot of people take advantage of these opportunities that come with these, you know, methods of representation. You know, which again is trash. Like, you ever heard of the whole concept? I'm sure you have, in movies and TVs, where like a guy will pretend to be gay just so he can sleep over a girl's house. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, that's extremely scummy. You get what I'm trying to say? But it's true, and that's the thing. That's not based off just complete fiction. Like, it's never happened. You get me? Like, I've seen a number of gay guys that have touched women in ways that, like, if a guy ever did that, like, you'd be Louis C.K. or some shit like that. You know, you'd be Bill Cosby. You know, but like, gay men have all the right to, not all the right. There's some people, obviously not all of them are comfortable like that. But when I see that, I'm just like, okay, like, if you're giving consent for this person to do
like,
that,
lucky bastard.
I didn't say that. You did. You the one that want to touch women without their consent. But I've also seen.
Whoa, without consent? Who said it was without consent?
Well, 'cause I was just about to say, I've also seen like a gay person like meet like a woman for the first time and do that off the bat. And this could just be like, you know, just not to like put gay people in a bad light and stuff like that, but like, who's to say they're comfortable with that? You know what I'm trying to say? And I don't know. Like, it's just, you know, I would never know if they had just met. You get what I'm trying to say? So, you know, I'm gonna try it. I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that. But say somebody did that once to a stranger, right? They just slapped some girl's ass, and she's like, "Excuse me," and then he's like, "Oh, don't worry, I'm gay." And then they're like, "Oh, okay, don't worry about it." And then they're just walking around the city doing that. Like that, I 100% guarantee you that can happen in New York City.
I'm sure it has happened.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like, it's just, and then they're like, "What? This works out?" And then they're being gay. You get what I'm trying to say? So the same thing as that can happen, like the polyamorous situation where you're with somebody and then you go with somebody else and you're like, "Oh, well, I'm polyamorous," you know, and maybe you are.
I'm just, yeah. I mean, I'm like, I never disagreed with you.
My whole base of anything is just anything's possible. To be honest with you.
Yeah, yeah. Words are just words, man. Like,
I mean,
I love when you said that, because you were like so philosophical, but it's like, it's just, you know, people just put meaning to these words. It's like someone just says I'm polyamorous, so it's just I'm this and that, and I was like, all right.
I mean, yeah, in reality, yeah.
But but it was just funny because you were like, it's so funny, just like sober you, because because like you can still be so much still like rowdy. Yeah,
no, definitely. I'm way more clear, like within clear thought, and obviously clear like speaking. But yeah, so for me it's pretty funny, because like, regardless of the sobriety level, I'm still gonna think these thoughts.
There was a moment last episode as I was editing it yesterday where like you said something that like even you said afterwards that like, that sounds a bit jambled, but I was like, I don't know what this motherfucker just said. I was like,
nah, yeah, I mean,
I remember in the moment we were filming and you said it, and I was like, I don't know, I don't think I know what he's
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
Maybe I'll catch it in the edit.
Yeah.
And then I edited it and I listened to that and I was like, yeah, I have no idea what this motherfucker's saying right
Somebody will understand. I don't know. To me, it's a way to organize my thoughts finally with a clean mind. And by the way, I'm not fucking sober for the rest of my life. I'm just gonna wait till I'm been on that drink for a little bit, so I'm chilling and stuff, and wait till I get to Florida, enjoying myself. I don't know. We talked about this, but I'm on a fucking diet like crazy, bro. Fucking no alcohol, no sauce, no carbs, and no. It's a fourth one. I just can't remember. But I've lost some weight, bro. No dick. Hardest one. And but the alcohol thing, man, like it's just been interesting hanging out with like friends and stuff like that, and everybody's getting drinks and stuff, and I'm just there like, well, I'm pretty thirsty right now.
I'm parched.
I'm parched as fuck, man. Water sucks, but it's awesome. I mean, to be honest, it's awesome because it's a big thing on discipline that I think I'm very capable of doing, but I've been lacking on very much. So the discipline factor is the main factor of everything, just to be able to make these decisions day by day. Today, I just really wanted some bad food with this weather, bro. With this weather, the whole day being out in the rain, like this and that, and just getting home, and all I want is some fucking just pasta and burgers and fucking ice cream. I just looked at the ice cream sign today and I was like, I want that.
Like you started licking the sign. You're like, I want.
But today I had a fucking I had beef jerky. I had fucking a granola bar, a banana, water, 1 mint, and a salad.
So pretty much, guys, Frankie thinks he's God now that he's celibate. He thinks he's so fucking cool now. He won't even get high with me. Like, it's so fucking lame.
I'm chilling. It is pretty lame though, because I like drunk man, because I be laughing like a motherfucker, having a blast, bro. Just wait till Florida. Just wait till Florida.
God,
welcome back, guys. This is freaking Frankie.
You're gonna get so drunk, you're gonna need subtitles.
That'd be fucking funny. But yeah. Clear mind. Oh yeah, back to the saddest woman in the world.
God. What a fucking dumb beehole.
The worst time too.
But Ms. Zagrins, the friend that I mentioned before, the strong woman and trauma specialist, saw a familiar pattern in Mr. Pagan's conduct and Miss Lorch's susceptibility.
There we go.
The coaches say, "We believe in you," Miss Zagrins said. You start to believe that in order to be good enough, you have to do what they say. In Miss Lorch's case, Ms. Zagrins said, this extended beyond the gym. You hang out with what you do socially, what you do sexually, what drugs you take. It expands and you feel very powerless to stand up to someone like Alec because there is so much fear. And women are so especially prone to it because so many of these women have finally found an outlet for their bodies that isn't about what their bodies look like, but it is about what their bodies can do. The idea that you'll be nothing without me is a significant power play.
Yeah, definitely. That's manipulation overall.
And in July of 2021, Miss Lorch was preparing for the world's strongest woman competition. She tore a biceps muscle during a workout, putting her out of a competition for months. She blamed Mr. Pagan for her overworking her on a day she needed a lighter load.
See, that's interesting because I'm like,
yeah, like she can still make some things to sort of blame him, and
which is like just don't work out that day. Which of course. There we go. Like, well, he's taking the power over her and this and that. But it's just like, well, of course, and, it's more interesting, to bring up these points too. Yeah. Be fair with it, like, to the listener and stuff like that. Because, like James Brown said, it's a man's world. And that doesn't justify none of these, conditions, but these are the consequences of it. And I'm just chatting.
I think it's Link's world.
Honestly, it is Link's world. And with the doctor, the wizard.
What's his name again?
It's Serene, Mr. Serene.
Mr. Serene. What a nerd. But and Andrew Haynes, a strong man, was in a car with her when she got a series of messages from Mr. Pagan.
Was that his description? A strong man?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, like a strong, like a part of the strongman competition.
Oh, it just sounded funny. I thought this guy was unmentioned before, and they just introduced him as the strong man.
He's just one of the
just a strong man.
Yeah, a strong man.
No, like not even part of it. He's just strong.
No, he's a part of it, but If he was
man.
if he wasn't part of it, there would have been a space between strong and man.
I'm just
but
saying.
strong man is one word.
Well, clearly you're reading it to me, so I can't.
You didn't hear it in my voice, Frankie.
The space.
You didn't hear it.
Oh, my
Come
bad.
on,
I didn't
Jesus
hear that.
fucking Christ, dude. God, you were really off your game today. You really needed that nap, didn't you? Oof.
He cursed me. Mrs. Serene cursed me. A strong man. That was really funny. That just tickled my feathers.
But
He was in the car with her.
he was in the car with her when she got a series of messages from Mr. Pagan, one after another, and she was bawling her eyes out. He says.
Damn.
A switch flipped in Alec, and he was just degrading her. And after dropping Miss Lorch at home, Mr. Haynes did not see her for a few hours. When I did see her again, he said, unfortunately, she was high as a kite, just laughing at the whole situation.
Oh, shit. What the hell?
And posting on Instagram a year later, Miss Lorch wrote, "It was in that moment that I decided it was time to leave." So she broke up with Alec Pagan a year later.
What was she high on? Do you know?
I
Doesn't
never
tell,
said
right?
in the article.
That's interesting that they wouldn't mention that.
Yeah.
Weird. That's so weird. Because like how often was she using drugs and which drugs? You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, none of that is
Yeah.
ever mentioned. So
See,
it's
that's my
interesting.
spiel with this article. You know, like we're like, you know, you get what I'm trying to say? The skepticism.
I mean, I definitely get that. I just like,
When you don't mention what drugs is, like heroin, is it cocaine, is it weed, is it like, you know, just Adderall? You know, it could be so many things that again lead to mental health issues if it's the one that isn't the other. You know,
Yeah,
in my opinion, that's why I bring that up.
I just feel like if it were what's it called, if it were any sort of hard drug that does sort of cause like any mental health issues, they probably would have tried to figure that out.
I don't know.
Like if I was reporting this, I would have tried to figure that out.
Big keyword. Well, what's where'd you get this news from?
This article was New York Times.
Of course. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm kidding.
It was written by where's the name? By John Leland.
Emily Steele.
Nah. Let her chill. She's had enough.
She has had enough. But again, yeah, those are real crucial things. I would love to have had Anthony here. Anthony's a journalist. Anthony Tellez, look him up. Great rating. He just had a piece on one of the people that was on the Forbes, which is people list and stuff like that. And he had a thing on crypto and everything. Anthony Tellez, Anthony. I hope I spelled his last name right. Tellez.
Yes.
Yes. Nice. Yes. Look him up. Great journalist, Mexican. But I would want to know his take on like, damn, that'd be interesting to see. Just to see what, you know, what should have been thrown in there, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. My bad. That's just interesting to me. I'm joking about the New York Times thing, but I mean, sometimes you want an article to sound the way you want it to sound.
Yeah. But pretty much, yeah, they broke up and that was very hard for her.
And then she moved on afterwards.
And yeah, she couldn't compete because of her injury.
Bicep?
What?
The bicep?
Yeah. She still couldn't compete because of her injury. So she did not have her custom outlet for frustration or depression. Even her best friends didn't know she was struggling, her mother said, which is something you tried to make a mention of. Her mother says, "I did. She dealt with that just like she dealt with everything else in life, quietly, alone for a few days, and then she'd cycle out of it. That was just her mindset." By December 2021, she was getting blackout drunk in her Brooklyn apartment and tried to kill herself with pills.
Damn.
She wrote later on Instagram, "My self-worth was so low I couldn't find a slither of a reason to be alive or bear the pain and the massive shame and self-hate I felt from letting someone treat me so bad for so long." And what she ended up doing is that she moved with her dog to her mom's house in Connecticut, where she seemed to be doing better. She got a job managing trainers at an Equinox and ran her own nutrition and training business. She was crazily working 75 hours a week to pay off the debts she ran up while she was with Alec Pagan.
That's crazy. 72 hours a week. 75 hours a week. And Equinox, you know, they charge like $200 a month or like more for like.
Equinox is fancy.
I need my all bad bitches at the Equinox. I need to know right now if you're freaking out. That's a Kanye West song.
Fucking.
Sorry.
You know, when I used to work in the waffle truck.
I thought you were going to say when I used to work out at the Equinox. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, you just missed out on a ripped hobby for a whole like part of my life.
A strong man. When you used to When you used to work at the Waffle House?
When I used to work on the waffle truck,
The Waffle House.
they used to have us park in front of an Equinox in this one spot in Brooklyn. I think you might know.
I think you said this to me before, but mention what you're gonna say.
Like it was across from like the Apple Store and stuff. I forget where it is exactly.
In Williamsburg, no?
Yeah, in Williamsburg. But I was just like, this is the worst fucking location for a waffle truck. This is so dumb.
The passion in your voice is so true there.
We never got any customers. Like, it was such a waste of fucking time.
If anything, you were motivation. Like, for the Equinox people, they were like, you know what? I'm going to stay away from that.
Like, who the fuck is going to come out of an Equinox and be like, you know what? I deserve myself a waffle.
And then you see me come out the Equinox, like, you know what? I think I deserve a waffle. And just be mad happy and shit.
So fucking
dumb, man.
dude.
I wish I had bought a waffle off you one day. Because if you had remembered and you're like, you're the dickhead, and I would have been like, you're the frustrated waffle truck. That would have been mad funny. Damn, I want to try one of those waffles.
Nah.
Captain Crunch, man. I want Captain Crunch.
You know what? Captain Crunch don't sound bad.
Facts. Sponsor us, Captain Crunch.
But
she lived with a mom in Connecticut with a dog, and she worked 75 hours a week, which is crazy.
Yeah, and she even started dating a new man and got her strength back after another injury. And this is just a picture of the family, excluding her. That is. So that's her mom.
This is one
her
article.
brother,
This
her
is
dog.
This is like after this. I'm sure you don't know, but like this is after.
I would assume it's probably after.
That's interesting that they would take a picture of them and stuff like that, but
yeah, that's them.
Oh, her poor dog. I know, of course, poor her, but you know, her poor dog's like, where the fuck is she at?
Yeah.
That's super sad.
But then in July of 2022, she decided to go public about her relationship with Mr. Pagan. In a series of Instagram posts, she accused him of cheating on her with other clients, using her financially and psychologically, undermining her, and saying stonewalling, gaslighting, communication tactics that would make me feel like my head was running circles in a hamster wheel. Gabby Grozick, who had dated Mr. Pagan before Miss Lorch did, saw the Instagram post and recognized the circumstances. I went through the same things she did, Miss Grozick said in an interview. Mr. Pagan responded 6 weeks later in September of 2022 with a letter from his lawyer to Miss Lorch denying her charges and threatening to sue her for the maximum amount of damages permitted by law. And nothing ever came to Mr. Pagan's threatened suit, but Miss Lorch's mood started to darken around this time. Her mom said that she would become more cloistered and that she wanted to be around people less. She seemed more stressed, but that could have been the job. Miss Lorch became increasingly distraught. She told friends and her mother that she had feared Mr. Pagan might come to Connecticut to confront her. She couldn't get away from him, her mother said. Miss Lorch took certification classes to buy a handgun and texted a friend, I feel fine at my mom's because my stepdad has guns, but I def won't move into my own place until I have my own. And her last week, she had dinner with her mother on Wednesday and worked out at the gym on Thursday. Then cooked dinner for her mother and her stepfather. She wasn't great, her mother said, but she was talking and we had fun. On Friday, after completing a heavy lift at the gym, she posted another few pounds back on the bar, another happy place, keep on keeping on. It was her final post. Saturday, she went downhill, Miss Steiner said, her friend. She stayed in bed, saying she did not want to be around people. Sunday, the first night of Hanukkah, Miss Steiner is her mom. Miss Steiner went to her son's house nearby, expecting her daughter to arrive later. Instead, Miss Lorch texted to say she was not coming. Miss Steiner tried calling and texting but got no answer. Finally, she checked Miss Lorch's Instagram page to see if she had posted anything. The page had been taken down. She and her partner arrived home to find Miss Lorch dead in her bathroom. And the article says it is natural to seek a clean explanation after a suicide. Miss Lorch was dealing with a relationship she considered abusive and self-recrimination that came with staying in it for 3 years. But she also faced a fear of a lawsuit or physical confrontation, the effects of steroids, the double standard applied to female athletes, the 75-hour work weeks, chronic pain from past injuries, plus whatever emotional turbulence or depression she carried with her to the gym.
And whatever drug she was using, if applicable.
Honestly,
if applicable. Because I really feel like without trying to be too burning some on this, like that's super crucial whether or not that had a, and the fact that she mentioned the writer, I don't know if it's she here, forget, but if John, if they're gonna mention that without, that's like super crucial information, I feel. And like, because obviously when you read this article, you want to mention like the hotline, the suicide hotline, which is 988, which you should call immediately. It's shortened in English, Spanish, and more languages, hopefully. But then also, like, if there's a drug problem there too, you know what I mean? Like, please include that in too, because like that's so like that's why to me I'm so like bothered by that small detail that's so crucial.
That,
you know,
and that's why I just feel like maybe it just wasn't noteworthy for it to not be noted.
It's like that. Yeah, but it's like high as a cat is such a vague. It's like the cat Schrodinger's cat thing. You know what I'm trying to say? Like it's like
I mean, it's one of those things we'll never know.
It would just provide so much more clarity to the readers also. You know, because it's like again, people read this. Obviously, the people that are gonna read this the most are like female bodybuilders or like strongest women people, and like they could probably go into similar situations, but you know, they could be like, oh, maybe like the blame is this and this and that, or like of course how you feel is how you feel, which you don't ever have to justify. But then also if you're doing a drug that can like be hard, or if not, like that's just a real unfortunate crucial detail that I think that writers should hold themselves responsible for, you know. And of course I could be completely wrong, but the fact that the table's so open, the door's so open for that,
I mean that's why I'm not like really saying either which way. I'm just kind of like we just don't know. We like exactly that.
So
but Anthony Furman, a strongman champion who also ran a tournament, said he bonded with Miss Lorch over their respective traumas and that they became like brother and sister. After she died, he posted on Instagram about his own suicidal thoughts, saying, "Rebecca Lorch saved my life." With her death, he sold his interest in the tournament and started the hashtag Justice for Rebecca campaign. And he says she touched a lot of lives.
I can imagine.
And Mr. Furman also says, a lot of times this sport does attract people who are already searching for something. It attracts people because it is community and it's about empowering. It's about getting strong. It attracts broken souls. When you throw drugs on top of those broken souls like myself, it compounds the issues. So another mention about drugs. And the article just sort of ends up where it says the United States Strongman is now developing a formal policy regarding harassment and sexual conduct, said William Wessels, the president and owner. He said the organization has banned 3 male athletes since 2020. Ms. Steiner searched her daughter's phone and computer for answers but found nothing that might have set her off. Ms. Lorch's final text was to a friend, making plans for the following week. And Miss Steiner says, I never in a million years thought she, and at this moment her voice starts to trail off. And she says, we think this is a very sudden thought process. She just suddenly said, that's it. And because of her personality, she just did it.
Her cause of death wasn't said, right? Like what exactly was in the bathtub when she died?
No.
Again, just that and then the fucking...
Yeah, I feel like the cause of death was probably because maybe her parent or her mom didn't want that to be said in the article.
No, definitely that. I'm just saying like that's fair. Like, you know, if it again, things we don't know.
Yeah, we just don't know.
But I'm just saying like the fact that she was making plans for her next week and everything, and of course when it comes to that, like it could just be one little thing you see on, she could have been scrolling through the internet and just seen a picture of him and that could have been it. You know, or like, you know, it could be literally anything. I just say that another thing that it could have been was that, and like, you know, and I hate to keep coming back to that. I just, my mind wonders and stuff like that too.
Yeah, because, I mean, trust me, mine too.
Cool.
Like
it's like
because I made note of that as well. So it's just,
and they made one last mentioning of it at the end of the article too, and everything.
Yeah, so it's just those are just some things we'll never get to know,
for sure.
Unfortunately,
and no reason to seek it out and everything either. But it's good to be curious. You know, it's and it's a super unfortunate situation. And you know, of course, like, you know, in terms of, you know, an interest, you know, you want to know, you would want some answers.
You would want the whole picture.
Yeah, which is super interesting. But again, back to that they should have had those, you know, establishing the rules.
Yeah,
the harassment again. Back to, you know, it's not like in history we haven't seen this happen before. This abuse of, you know.
Also, history does repeat itself.
Yeah, bro.
Crazy.
Crazy at that woman using a dead woman to prove a point. How dare you, Javi?
Hey man, you did it.
Link did it.
Why is he built like that?
No, but yeah. Again, this company should have definitely already had these rules, and yeah, like company go company. Yeah, bro.
But yeah, guys, that was pretty much the article. Just as Frankie said, if you're having any thoughts of suicide, call or text 988.
Yeah, man.
That's a National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. You could also go to speakingofsuicide.com/resources.
Yes.
For any more resources.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was the second story for you.
Yeah.
Definitely a sadder one.
Definitely
but
that, yeah.
I just kind of wanted to put a highlight on this person. They seem to have lived an interesting life. And
Yeah.
I thought it was worthwhile to talk about.
Absolutely. Seriously, all jokes aside, like definitely a life that most people wouldn't, without diminishing them, would not be able to ever accomplish, because those athletic accomplishments are fucking difficult as shit,
Mm-hmm.
and to overcome, injuries and stuff like that. It's super crazy. And so I don't know if she ever did the steroids. They say she never did them, or what?
She did steroids.
Yeah. I mean, even with that, just in that climate, it's just a crazy situation. So rest in peace to her.
And but yeah, so we get to our third story. This is a short story that I wrote. I tried to it originally had a more darker ending, but then I lightened it up a bit.
Okay. I would like to hear a darker one though afterwards. Yeah.
But we can pause the audio for a sec, just so I can share this with you,
Okay.
so you could read along.
You can actually airdrop it really fast.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's not do that. I'll do it right here real quick. Let me turn on my airdrop. Let's express the power of iPhone. Since you always be hating on it. Nah, if you can't do it immediately, we could pause. But what are you on, notes?
Microsoft Word.
Oh, then I don't know. You can just press the share button and then airdrop. You could cut this off. You could definitely cut this off with the audio. All right. So actually, just now the story popped up. You want to tell it since you're hosting?
Yeah, I mean, we took a quick pee break,
As you should.
And in that moment, we saw that there was another shooting.
Speaking of them.
So this shooting happened in Half Moon Bay in the San Mateo County in California, which is about 30 miles south of San Fran. At the moment, 7 people were shot. This happened around 2:20 p.m. And the suspect is a Zhao Chunli, who is 67, of Half Moon Bay. And yeah, it's a developing story that it happened at a mushroom farm, you said?
Yeah, I saw it said mushroom farm. Unless it's another one, which is crazy if that would be the case. But you seem like to have a more updated version.
Oh, I mean, I don't see anything about mushrooms. I just see Half Moon Bay in terms of a location and stuff.
Here, I'll read the one that I was just looking at. It says right here, a man opened fire on people at 2 separate locations and Half Moon Bay on Monday afternoon, killing 7, injuring 1. So Zhao Chunli, and then let's see. So he's believed to be a farm worker, apparently. But everything else he just said. Let's see. Let me go back. Oh, what the fuck was I reading? But yeah, I saw something about a mushroom farm. Maybe I am reading 2 different stories, but I'm pretty sure I was reading the same one.
It does say that the sheriff said that the suspect was believed to be a worker at an agricultural nursery. One of the 2 shooting sites.
Would you think this is the same guy that did the other shooting? The one at the Lunar New Year celebration?
I think
he died, right?
Yeah,
that guy died.
didn't he die?
So this is somebody else who's also Asian, which is interesting.
Yeah.
It's very. Oh yeah, look. One of the locations was a local mushroom farm, according to Half Moon Bay City Council. Member Joaquin Jimenez, who was also the program of ALAS, a nonprofit that serves farm workers. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, some of the victims are of Asian descent, and that's crazy.
It's fucking wild.
Apparently that community has been devastated by recent flooding and storm damage. That farm workers were affected, and yeah, this says right here the burst of violence occurred one day after a separate mass shooting in Monterey Park, and advocates against gun violence. This is crazy. It's really sad, man. That's really, really sad. Jesus Christ. So odd too, because obviously the trend we see often is like obviously white people and white children, you know what I mean? Or not white children, white men and all that stuff. And seeing like 2 Asian men do this is really interesting.
Yeah, it just seems so out of nowhere too.
Yeah, and if you want to be like a little out of whack about it, like a little conspiracy too, you know what I mean? Like 2 Asian men type shit, you know? That's if you want to be like, out of whack thinking and stuff like that.
You know, and if you believe in Asian people.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe,
I don't know, man.
Maybe we'll look into the moon and just see like a Japanese guy just chilling. Like, yeah, we exist.
We out here.
Yeah, we made it here first, of course.
Where you been?
That's crazy. But yeah, rest in peace to those people. I mean, I hope no more people die, but we were literally just talking about this in the beginning of the episode.
Yeah, it fucking
crazy.
sucks, dude. But
yeah, man.
you know,
we had the short story called Omen.
So, I got the short story for you.
Mhm.
It's about 5.5 pages.
Okay,
It's called Omen,
got you.
and I'll just start off.
Yeah.
December 28th, 2022, 11:58 p.m. The pillowcase is ripped off my head. I'm in a warehouse somewhere in Long Island, I think. I take a jab to the right rib. I feel it break. The rope around my wrists and ankles tighten as I shake in my chair. Oh, Manuel, buddy, where's the money? I cough up some blood and slowly look up from the ground. Wish I could tell you, Brick, but your guess is as good as mine. I look back down. The phone rings. June 12th, 2004, 6:36 p.m. Christian Torres speeds down the Pacific Coast Highway at 83 miles per hour. The speed limit is 55 miles per hour. The radio plays Jesus Walks by Kanye. He presses his foot further down the gas. He reaches a bend and doesn't turn with it in time. His 1999 Toyota Camry breaks through the barrier and tumbles down the cliff. The phone rings. May 16, 2012, 3:02 a.m. Isabella Torres is asleep, dreaming. Her mother lays her head onto Isabella's lap in the bedroom of their hometown village of the Dominican Republic. She tells her mother to go to sleep and can't help but shed a tear. Isabella wakes up from her dream and has a sudden urge to call her mother. The phone rings. Hello, Ma? She hears sniffling on the phone. Her sister, Camilla, who takes care of their mother in the DR, breaks from her sniffles. Isabella, she just laid her head on my lap. I didn't think she wasn't going to wake up. She breaks out like a waterfall. February 28th, 2018, 4:34 p.m. I get home from a long shift. Ma seems quiet. She asks me how my day went. How was your day, mijo precioso? It was fine, Ma. I'm thinking of asking out the cashier tomorrow. Ooh, Manuel, que bien. Yeah, maybe I'll take her to a movie, a rom-com or something. Anyways, how's your day? Soy un chin triste. What? Why are you sad, Ma? I had a dream where your tia Camila passed away, and I just haven't felt well since. Shit, Ma, you can't let these dreams bother you like this. They're just dreams. Pero mijo, you know when I have these dreams, something always happens. Like what happened to your Theo Christian, God rest his soul. Ma, I just don't think it's healthy to expect bad things to happen whenever you have a bad dream. That's just paranoid. The phone rings. September 6, 1987, 8:54 a.m. Isabella confesses to her pastor that she thinks she experiences visions from hell. Sometimes, Father, cuando me duerme and I dream, it's like, I don't know, I see something happening and then it comes true. I don't know if I'm making these tragedies real or if I'm seeing the future or something. I don't know, Father. I probably sound insane. Am I damned? The pastor comforts her any way he can. I'm sorry to hear that, mija. Sometimes the world can be so crazy that we try to make sense of it any way we can. I don't believe you're damned, mija. These can be messages from God in advance to strengthen you for what's to come, perhaps. So listen to your dreams, Isabella. Stay true to them, no matter how much they might break your heart. December 28th, 2022, 11:59 p.m. Is that his fucking phone? Manuel, is that your fucking phone? Brick walks over to the small table and lifts the ringing phone. It's Ma. Oh, your poor old mama is calling, Manuel. Maybe after talking to her, you'll be inclined to remember where you left the money. Brick smiles. He answers. There's a pause. Mijo? Hola, Ma. Manuel, mijo, are you okay? I had the strangest dream that un bruto beat you up and I just couldn't sleep anymore. Please tell me you're okay, mijo. Oh, come on, Ma. You know how I feel about your bad dreams. I'm fine. I look down. Oh, okay. Are you home right now? Yeah, Ma, I'm just taking a seat after a long day. I extend the conversation. I position my hands behind myself to push my left thumb as far out as I can. How are you, Ma? Todo bien, gracias a Dios. Pero mijo, I need to know you're okay or I'm not going to sleep tonight. Yeah, don't worry, Ma. I'm going to be fine. December 29th, 2022, 12 a.m. Brick laughs as he hangs up the phone. He walks over. He throws a right hook to Manuel. Manuel pulls back his thumb and breaks it. Oh, Manuel, buddy, you're gonna be fine. Brick laughs. I slip my hand with a broken thumb out of the rope restraints. As Brick slowly turns to the table there, I get up and yell. I throw the rope around Brick's neck and I pull, and I pull, and I pull. December 31st, 2022, 4:33 p.m. The phone rings. It's Manuel. Isabel hesitates before answering the phone. Hello, mijo, are you okay? Am I still seeing you today? Yeah, Ma, yeah, I just had to take care of a few things. I'll be running a bit late. I'll see you soon.
The fuck did Manuel get himself into? Excuse me.
You take a hit?
Ah, barely. Hit her. What the hell just happened? So the mom is Isabella.
Yeah.
Yeah, when she was younger and stuff like that. And she has visions as to what's happening that's wrong and everything, right? And everything. It's crazy. What was the darker ending?
The darker ending was that it was going to end with the phone call conversation between him and his mom. And he was going to just be like, no, everything's fine. And then I was going to be like, December 29th, 2022, 12 a.m. Brick beats him to death.
Yeah. But he decided he survived by breaking his thumb, getting out the restraints of the rope and everything, right?
Yeah.
It's a crazy thing. I listened to Jesus Walks Day on the radio.
Oh.
Yeah, that's actually kind of ridiculous. I feel like so many little, I mean, whenever coincidence like that are brought up, that's so interesting to me. Maybe Manuel.
Oh my fucking God.
I like how the times come into play more and more, but you know, even without them, just by listening to it, it makes more sense how, you know, you start to put together the pieces on who's who and everything, you know, but reading along helps a lot too. But that's dope. That has a lot of potential to be a lot more than it really is, or like a lot more gaps and everything.
Yeah. I definitely was thinking of like other things as well. Like if I had the time, I probably would have like been way more clever about this.
Yeah.
But I wanted to just be a little cheeky and just have a little fun and
Just
like
a little mystery.
yeah, throw around some time loops and stuff like that. Just because I think this is the first time where I've ever written something out of order.
Yeah. It reminds me of the movie Rush. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Rush.
No.
It's very interesting, but it's basically a multitude of stories that all pretty much like come together, but like kind of like this. Like one thing happens here. It's really dope. Like, I saw it in school and I'm super grateful for it. I won't spoil it without, you know, that's being a little spoiler. But man, I've been talking to a friend of mine who's like, I won't spoil it, but here's the movie, here's what it's about. And he's like, okay, here's a little spoiler. And he just shows me a scene. I basically watched the whole movie. I'm like, bro, what do you not know what not spoiling it means? This is random. Just because you wrote a story the other day. I might put this in a little story myself, but it was just something where sometimes I'll just make up scenarios in my head, and one of them was just like me having a conversation, like personally me having a conversation with somebody who's very smart, but also very like, you know, of this time political and stuff. And I don't know what they say, but they ask me a question, and they're like, "Oh, how does that make me feel? Oh, like what does that teach me?" You know, after what they said, that was, you know, supposed to be an enlightening, you know, almost like dominating thought that would prove me wrong into believing what they want. And I would say, "Oh, it gives me perspective," and they would say, "Oh, that's very vague. You know, like I can just say anything to that. You know, everything gives you perspective." Yeah, but then I say, yeah, well, that's not to diminish what, you know, I just gained from what you told me. Like, it's not an elaborate response, but it's something that can really, you know, invoke something within someone, you know, and perspective is what a lot of people lack. So to gain that from what you just showed me or told me is something that shouldn't be shunned just because you feel I didn't gain the largest insight from what you wanted, right? And then they would say, well, you know, okay, you tell me something and I'll share to you what I learned. And I'll say, well, you know, what do you see when you see this? And I'll show them a picture of Jesus, right? And they'll be like, oh, well, perspective. And I'll just say, well, you know, of course you'll say that right now because you're just trying to mock me and everything, you know, but what else do you see? And they're like, well, I see something that impacts a whole group of people. And then I'll show them a swastika, and I'll say, what do you see when you see this? And they'll say, oh, well, you know, a hate symbol that was used to kill a bunch of Jews during the Holocaust and overthrow a lot of people and make mockery of the Indian symbol of peace, right? And then I'll say, yeah, but you know, what do they have in common? And she'll say, oh, well, they have nothing in common at all. Like there's nothing here, you know, to relate. I mean, they're both symbols of something, but they have completely different, you know, ways of being looked at. And I'll say, well, you know what I see when I see both of them? And she'll be like, what? And I'll say passion. And then she'll be like, well, how can you say that? Like, you know, and it's like, well, of course it's so easy to see. Like there's passion within both these thoughts. And even though they're on opposite spectrums and everything, like there's a lot of passion in that. And even though one was used for what you said and one is used for the other, I mean, they've always been used in its own entirety, you know, to represent something that instills something in you, you know? And I don't know where I wanted to go with that, but I really like that back and forth. You know, it was very. I mean, trust me, mind you, I'm just like laying down in my bed and thinking this whole conversation to myself. But it was worded a little differently from when I put it that day. But I really like that whole little spiel of being back and forth and everything. Because of course it's an absurd comparison to a swastika to a picture of Jesus, you know. But is it really, you know? And I like the little point of passion and stuff like that. So, you know, to expand on it a little more would be cool. You know, to make it a little more clever and everything.
How about you actually do it?
Yeah, honestly, yeah. But there goes my brain. But I enjoy that little thing and stuff like that. So, you know, I'll be more. I want to be more diligent on writing stuff like that and everything because I feel like I can. And it's dope, man. Because even this, like, even though it wasn't the longest one that you've written, it definitely was a little like, you know, like zoom in and zoom out real quick and everything, you know. And it was dope. I think when you say "Cuando me duerme," I think it's "Cuando yo duermo," like, you know, when I sleep. But I'm not sure.
What did I write?
Cuando me duerme. I could be wrong too because my Spanish isn't that good. When she was telling the priest,
yeah,
not to even be like that, but I just think there was an artist I listened to in the car also today by the name of Cuco, right? And I'm pretty sure he's Mexican, but if anything, let's just say.
Oh yeah, I did write that. Mm-hmm. Okay,
but the only reason I point that out, obviously, not to be like because you know, well, I feel like a lot of people do that, criticize people's Spanish when they try to speak it when it's not the strongest language, which I assume English is your stronger language, right? Same as me. But today I was listening to Kugo because it's a very famous artist that a lot of people love. But you can tell off the bat, an Asian guy was showing me the song too, and I've heard it before. But the reason I mentioned he's Asian is because like this is how far music can expand. This guy is singing in Spanish and English, and he's the one showing me the song. You know, I've heard it before, but then I hear in his voice, and not the guy I was working with the radio, and I tell him I'm like, you know, it's so interesting because like what you hear right now. It's clearly like, you know, somebody who I assume, and I could be wrong, that he's like either Mexican American or like Latin American. And it's just like, you know, when you take advantage of the second language that your parents are trying to teach you or at least communicate with, you know, because I don't know, we both know a lot of Hispanics that don't want to talk Spanish outside of like, you know, in general, you know, like that. I met a lot of people that can perfectly understand and speak Spanish, but when they go out into like restaurants and stuff, like they don't choose to speak, and their answer is like, I don't want to speak Spanish outside of like, you know, my house and everything. And even that day we went to go get Mexican food, and the lady asked us both what we wanted for the tacos and everything, and we both said carne.
Yeah.
And then she was like, okay, which one? And we're like, oh, carne. We both thought it was beef.
Yeah.
And then Brian's like, what kind of type, you fucking you know? And then we were like, oh, you know, either like bistec or pollo or some shit like that, you know what I'm trying to say, or like anything else. But we both deal with that same problem, you know. And the thing is nothing to be embarrassed about. Like, we're trying to speak out here, you know, and it's, of course, like, this is like stereotype, or like not even stereotype, but just like, oh, like you speak like a gringo, like you talk like this and everything. But I think it's just back to the song and everything, where this guy basically has made great music that has influenced what I for sure know is a lot of Spanish and English speakers, you know, that like, you know, love both their languages, you know. And his music is in Spanglish. Like, I think one of his lyrics are like, I always swing of you, you know, like he, you know, like, and he says that, and then even the guy he's half Filipino, half Taiwanese, he's like, bro, he should have just said the whole thing in Spanish because it sounded so silly to him, you know, and but a lot of people who speak both languages probably be like, well, that's how I speak, you know, so yeah. It's really cool to incorporate those things. Like, even the script I wrote like has a lot of heavy Spanish, and there was one scene that is so poorly written in Spanish but so passionately driven for the character that I didn't care, because that's how I wanted to be represented, as somebody who's trying to spew their sadness in Spanish, being a, you know, prominent English speaker. So that's a big thought that I got from that, and I thought that was really dope, you know. Like, even that little mistake goes to show a lot, that like there's effort in there, and that effort goes so beyond that I think is so important. The only reason I corrected is to elaborate on this conversation. But yeah, like one day, and I hope we do it, like, you know, not anytime soon, but like a whole episode in Spanish would be great, with somebody who speaks like perfect Spanish, you know, because even our friend Brian, like sometimes his Spanish gets a little tongue, like, you know, mixed up and everything, and he's very proud of being Mexican. Of course, we're both proud of being where we're from, but it's dope. It's a dope thing. It's like a little segue that I think that when a story can invoke that in a person, you know, to each his own different opinion and stuff like that, there's nothing to be ashamed of. It's just cool.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I especially for this story, I tried to sort of as I write more, I try to incorporate more Hispanic names and things like that in Spanish into my writing.
Good.
Just because I want to represent it more.
Yeah, normalize it and stuff like that.
Yeah. Even when it comes to my art and stuff, like when I start drawing my characters, like they're gonna be Hispanic.
Yeah.
And
deal with it.
That.
Or like Black or Asian Indian. Something I feel that a lot of major like, media companies do now a lot. But then also it's just, it's a damn shame that you waited so long into the world of, like PC and stuff like that, to accomplish, which of course that was the world we lived in. But kind of like, your hand shouldn't be forced to do this. And some may say otherwise. Some may say, well, now they're just embracing it more. But it's like, because your rating's going to go up. Like, like Coco, like that Mexican movie, or Enchanted. Or Encanto, there we go. And then all these other movies are coming out that are like very specific to one cultural group and everything, which, I don't know. To me, you get what I'm trying to say? Like, like how much of it is like, genuine thought, and when did they start doing this, and to what wave of culture today, like political climate, when they could have done this like 20 years ago. Some will say it's awakening, some will say it's like just let it be, but it's wondersome.
I mean, it's also just kind of like it's also like a give and take.
Yeah.
It's sort of a win-win. If
of
anything,
course,
it's a win because for the company because they get to make money, and it's a win for the culture because they get to get represented. So it's kind of like,
it's just I see it more truly when it comes to like somebody like you that's creating stuff, from their core, from like you've always wanted that. You get me? From a company like Disney, where like yes, it's the win-win, but like the win for the company is huge amounts of money from that specific culture. You get me?
Yeah.
And like, cause what comes with that is like not only the ticket sales, but then you got merch sales, then you got clothing sales, then you got like, you get me? Which of course this group that barely bought your stuff before will. Even somebody told me the other day, like speaking on like a lot of Asian women dating white men, like that's a very big thing that I think we all see in New York City for sure, especially in like wealthy areas. At least I do for sure. I was talking to some guy about it, and he's Asian. And he's like, yeah, bro, I see that stuff all the time. And he felt very particular about that, which I won't like, be so explicit about. But he said that when he was growing up, like, and especially like, I think, being Taiwanese and Filipino, that, like, all the media that showed was just, the white prince, like the white man and everything. Like, that's what it is. You go with like Pocahontas and stuff like that. And I didn't expect that answer. I thought it was just like, my thought really is that like, most people that end up in these like notorious schools for education and stuff like that, like they're really often just people who can afford it or like get the grades to get it, and obviously it's mostly like white people first, and then it's just like a lot of Asian people, and then we can get into statistics about that whenever. But I just didn't expect that answer from him. That was a very like whoa. But
it came out of left field.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So whether that be the reason or not, it's just very interesting.
Yeah.
But no, I think it's super crucial to express diversity and everything, and not just because I need a black character or I need an Asian character, and maybe that is sometimes the case to fit the story, but just out of genuine like wanting to do that. You get me? It should come natural, which I don't think comes for a lot of these people in like bigger media, except for the young ones that grew up that wanted to change the culture.
Come on, Velma?
No. Why? What about Velma? Oh, what happened? Wait, tell me about that. Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about, but I don't know what you're talking about with the black person.
Oh, well, they just recasted like a lot of it. And Shaggy's name isn't even Shaggy.
What is it?
Something else. I forgot what it was.
Yeah,
really?
Like Shaggy's just like some black dude.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They got rid of Shaggy?
Yeah, his name's
Damn.
not Shaggy.
I watched a little bit of it today. I couldn't get through the first episode.
Bad? Damn, bro.
He doesn't even act like Shaggy.
No, he's just like, hey. He's like, he's an economist. He's trying to smash Velma? Of course. White girls, man.
But Velma's not white.
Huh? Oh, Velma's not white?
Yeah.
Oh, she's Indian?
Yeah.
Indian girls, man. Well, look at that. Look, I didn't fucking know Velma. That's mad funny. But yeah, I mean, like even that stuff like that, which of course Velma could be whatever. It's a cartoon, But what do you think about that? Like that whole spiel of things.
I think I kind of already said like
the win-win.
Yeah, it's just kind of, in terms of when it comes to big corporations, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if I've ever really expressed too much why I find it so important to to represent like people of my skin color and ethnicity and stuff, but it's just like, I don't know, when, especially in the comics world, like while there are a lot of Hispanic writers, or there are more, I feel like there are more Hispanic artists than there are writers in the comic world. And it's just, there are two artists who have my name. One of them, I'm forgetting his last name, but the other one is Javier Fernandez. I forget what ethnicity he is, but even something as small as sharing a name with them, like gets me hype.
Yeah,
I'm like,
bro.
Yeah, fuck yeah, my name's in the comic.
And then seeing it, on the comic and everything, or even seeing something like, you know, Gilbert Encarnacion or something like that, you know, like then you're like, oh, nice, like somebody else wrote that. But I mean, that really is the way for everything, man. Man, the other day, I'll tell you this. This is like obviously without art, but like when the UFC, when Brandon Moreno won the championship again, when he won the first time, he was the first Mexican-born fighter to win a UFC championship. Bro, I cried my eyes out, bro. I was so hyped. I was fucking hyped. First Mexican. And then he won it again like 2 days ago. Bro, I cried like a bitch, bro. I was there for the video. I'll tell the truth. I was balling because I was just proud of him, bro. I was just proud. Like, most of it was because I like him as a fighter, but major was because he's like, you know, he's from Mexico, like representing, like he's putting in that work. 4 fights with the same person and everything, you know, and just coming back and everything. And apparently, and the guy he fought was also, he's from Brazil and he's a hairdresser.
Who?
División Figueiredo.
How old is he?
I don't know, but he's from Brazil. He's a good fighter. He's nice with it. Huh?
Mexican guy.
No, he fought the Mexican guy.
Yeah. Who?
Oh, Brandon Moreno. Yeah, he's nice with it. UFC champion, flyweight of the world. But yeah, that representation matters to everyone, bro. Everyone. And so, I mean, it was in Brazil that fans were so angry when he went out the stadium, they were throwing stuff at him.
Damn.
And booing him crazy and everything. But he was just happy as a motherfucker, you know? That motherfucker, the Mexican guy loves Legos and collects, what's it called? The Pops?
Pop Funkos.
Like crazy, and he just spreads love wherever he goes. The División
Nice.
Figueiredo, he cuts hair and it brings him peace. Like, there's a picture of him cutting a woman's hair, like in a hair salon. And he says that that's what he loves to do. And both of them, you know, you wanna say, oh, look at these, like, look at this nerd and look at this, like, you know, feminine guy for cutting hair. But both of those will kill us in a fight. You get me? And it kind of defeats that, like, you know, stereotype that you got to be this tough guy to fight in the UFC or any fighting, anything. So I think stuff like that is real cool, you know?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, man. Be yourself.
Be yourself.
And aggressive. Be aggressive.
Be aggressive. Be
racist.
And racist.
And yeah. What?
What?
Wait.
What?
What?
What the Velma? But I think, with the story, I mean, again, I think that's the main thing, and I know a lot of people share this opinion. It's a popular one. When any, you know, spoken word of art or anything makes you, you know, come off into a tangent or tell a story, I think it's important.
Yeah.
So it's a good rating. I hope you expand on that story though. That'd be dope.
Yeah, I even as I was writing it, I was like, you know, I could even make this into a comic.
My thoughts exactly just now. Which is, you know, maybe that's the style you write and you envision it so well that it can always become something visually. You get me?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's in my blood. It's what I want to do.
Make it to a comic and I'll finally write something after a 10-year hiatus.
Okay.
Deal. It's a deal. Apparently, shout out to Guido and my homie Chris. I just got reminded of this. So they asked me about the podcast the other day for my friend Chris's birthday. Happy birthday, Chris. And they had reminded me that one day we were on my roof just smoking just so much ridiculous amounts of weed. And that's what they said because we were high as fuck. And that we had come up with the superhero to write a comic book for.
Oh, yeah?
This is crazy. Yeah, all about weed and everything. And this was like so long ago, apparently. And they were like, yeah, bro. Guido said, one of the coolest people in the world. She was saying like, yeah, you know, we were down. We were making up the idea. Then we never spoke it again until 1 year later you hit me up and you were like, yo, you trying to make this character? Yeah, this is like I think before I met you even, or more than likely. So that's kind of crazy, you know what I'm trying to say?
Funny.
Maybe we'll come up with this character. It would be cool as fuck to have them on the podcast though. They're so fucking funny, man.
Let's fucking do it, man. Let's get them on.
Soon. Venmo me, listeners. Please. But yeah.
Yeah, now we're at the fucking AMC section, motherfuckers.
The AMC section, bro. Let's fucking do it.
Let's do it.
Good?
Good.
Yo, Javi.
Yo.
I lost myself. I lost myself. You know what I mean?
Why'd you get that kind of voice? You sounded like a what character?
The high pitch one? The I lost my.
Yeah, you're like,
oh my, like
wow, whoa, like
Martin Luigi. What the fuck?
no.
What do you mean?
What character is that sounds like that?
Wait, the higher pitchness or the way I said "my," like myself, like
Yeah.
That I just do whenever, like, when I imitate like Green Day or some stuff. Like, my mom said that I couldn't, and I did it just because I could. You know, like, like, you know, that's like OD. That's how I imitate all punk. To be honest with you, but Green Day in particular. But the high pitch is my singing voice. Fucking yeah.
Oh, you know what it is? I think that voice kind of reminds me of the gingerbread cookie from Shrek.
The Muffin Man.
The buttons,
Not the gumdrop buttons. That shit is funny in Spanish too, bro. I forget what they call him though. You know what they call him?
No, I don't
hold on.
remember.
Damn, have you ever heard it in Spanish?
I don't think so.
Oh man, I got you right now. real quick, because everybody always says it's funny in Spanish. All right, so look, I'm gonna play the YouTube short.
Tell me something that sounds better in Spanish than in English.
All right, look.
Tell you. Do you know the Muffin Man? The Muffin Man? The Muffin Man. Yes, I know the Muffin Man. Who lives on Drury Lane? Well, she's married to the Muffin Man. The Muffin Man? The Muffin Man! De acuerdo, te lo cuento. ¿Tú conoces a Pimpón? ¿A Pimpón? Sí, Pimpón. Sí, es un muñeco muy guapo y de cartón. Sí. Se lava su carita con agua y con jabón. ¿Con agua y con jabón? Sí, se lava la carita.
Tell me something.
I think they're both good in their own separate way. That shit is pretty fucking funny, bro.
That's pretty good. That's
Now you
pretty
know.
good.
Now you've heard it. Yeah, when I talk to Beatrice, every movie that has ever existed, she's like, I've probably seen it in Spanish. It's like
Nice.
everything, bro. And I'm like, whatever.
First time I'm smoking a joint on the show.
Look at you, bro. Don't set the microphone on fire, bro.
I'll try not to.
You know, I was talking to my friend, and you know those things that you're supposed to smoke, and they help you get rid of the smoke. Like you blow into it.
Oh,
and there's no,
what's it called?
like a puff buddy. Is that what it's called?
There are those. I was thinking of the homemade ones.
I used to use that actually.
Sploof?
I don't know, but you use like a carton, like you use the roll of Bounty,
Toilet paper roll,
and then you put fabric bleach, whatever, not bleach,
dryer sheets.
just soak it in bleach dryer sheets. I used to use that in my house, and so whenever friends would come over and we would smoke in my house, I would have them like inhale and then blow out of the carton out the window. So just to be cautious as fuck.
Yeah, I used to do that too.
You just see a bunch of random kids from a window on the second floor just sticking their head out, making a carton or thingy. Yeah, that shit was good times. During the pandemic was fun, man, because I would always go by the window, and it was just always nice. I just saw everybody go back and forth, do the same thing every day. NPCs, basically. There's always one lady who went to go work out. She was somebody that I saw.
Damn, you must have been checking her out.
Nah, bro, I was
You're
just
like, damn, go get it, girl.
I was like, you do you, girl. I'm gonna be watching you from here, though. But it was also nice, like being high by the window, and then somebody made eye contact with you. You're like, what the fuck you looking at, bro?
That's something to say.
Just move on with your fucking day. But what I was gonna say.
But I got some news.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
you know, we are. Well, I'll just preface this by saying that we're changing up our recording schedule.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna be recording on Mondays now.
Yep.
However, we couldn't finish this episode on Monday, so it's now Friday.
Because we busy as fuck. Yeah, so
But-
today's Friday, the 27th of January. Tomorrow's J. Cole's birthday. Whoop, 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 whoop,
Nice.
whoop. And Louis C.K.'s performing at Madison Square Garden.
Nice.
Whoop, 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 whoop. All right.
But there is some updates about one of the stories that I did.
D&D?
The D&D.
Oh, shit.
The D&D
Another
story.
apology, bro.
There was a new update just today. I got the notification on my way home, and
Nice.
I was like, bruh.
Oh,
But I'm not gonna get into the nitty gritty of it.
Okay.
Because
because who cares, you know? No,
just I mean, at this point, like I'm sure no one's gonna care anymore because D&D is not gonna change the OGL at all.
So they're not going to put it back.
They're just gonna leave it untouched. They're just gonna
As it was initially?
as it was initially.
Yeah, that seems like the better choice they should have
So
done from the
it's just
beginning.
back to square one. So way to go, internet.
Yeah.
You did it, I guess.
You know how they usually say no regrets, but for them there was some regrets. You get me?
Many regrets.
I wish I could make a D&D joke. You know, like they
I mean-
instilled this card, but I don't know any jokes.
There are no cards.
There we
This
go.
isn't Yu-Gi-Oh.
Shit. Shout out to all my D&D
they already
fans.
made the joke themselves. They rolled a 1.
Basically. See, I thought of that though, and before I said it,
Oh, and you send it to them?
yeah, you know,
You're like, hey, if you guys ever get yourselves in a hot mess, you should make this joke.
I'm a ghostwriter, bro. I'm a ghostwriter.
You're a ghost?
Yeah. So whenever I
Toast?
write, no, boast. I'm a boastful
Host?
I'm a ghostful, boastful,
Most?
toastful, reloadsful,
Roast?
aquarotso. They say it's not healthy to light a cigarette through a candle or like anything you're gonna smoke out of, because if you
Yeah.
do so, you'll inhale all the candle.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that you should avoid doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Little fucking warning for you if you were just thinking about doing that shit because it looks cool.
There's like
do that shit.
like some fucking high schooler listening to this, fucking Kevin. And he's like,
He was just about to. He's like, wait, Nicholas, no. Yeah, you're fucking welcome, Nicholas. Well, I have because it's Friday, we're about to start the AMC section. But before that, I have one little piece of news section that is actually has to do with our AMC section, but not like, exactly with it, kind of to the side of it. But I think this is something that I probably will talk about on Monday, but like as a quick topic, but with, detail oriented quick topic. Just because I'm sure you heard, or if you haven't, about the death of Tyre Nichols.
Tyre Nichols.
So it's another black man beaten by the police. It was 5 police officers that beat him to death. So like he got beaten to death basically.
Damn.
And I haven't looked into it crazy, but he was 29 years old. He was a black driver, and people are outraged because I've only seen the picture of him in the hospital, and it's really sad, man, because he looks terrible. His face looks terrible. And a lot of people are trying to use this time to not just put pictures of him being up or dead, but also like right before that he put up a video, I think on Instagram or something, where he's just skating. Like it's a montage, I guess he put himself together of him skating and enjoying life, they say,
Okay.
So it's super sad. It's a very interesting story just because not that this like lowers the crime the cops did, but all the cops are black. So it's like not all white cops. And yeah, so of course that's like the minor part of everything, because it's still like 5 cops who killed a man, But what's interesting that's happening right now, and I saw this because of Questlove. You know who Questlove is from The Roots? He's like the drummer on The Roots and everything.
Yes.
So it's Now and everything, I think so too. Or some show. But he put up a post that says, "Do not watch the video. Do not watch the video. Like don't." And then he put the hashtag Tyrese Nichols, and I clicked on the hashtag, and it's a whole bunch of people either sharing the video of him skating, saying we shouldn't want another video of black man beating a black man, and then just like pictures of him and this and that. And so I was wondering, I was like, what is he talking about? And so actually today, probably 30 minutes ago, unless they decided not to show it, I think it's in Memphis this happened. Yeah, it's Memphis, Tennessee. They decided to show the video to the public of him getting beaten. Now, if I'm not mistaken, they said that this video was worse than, I think, Al Sharpton when he got beat by the police. I don't know if you remember that.
I don't think so.
Remember in American History X where they were having, in the movie we covered in an episode a while back, check it out, American History X, AMC section, episode 9. You could put it there in the edit. When they're having dinner, and then they're talking about like laws and segregation and stuff like that, and how the father was saying like, oh yeah, he got beaten by the police. Oh no, what's his name? Edward Norton is saying, he wants to complain about getting beaten by the police, but he's out here breaking laws and stuff. If you ask me, like they were just doing what cops are supposed to be doing.
Okay.
So that's the whole incident with that, and there's a video of that is very cruel and big part of like history in terms of everything with the cops and black people. And but they're saying this video is worse, and it's it's 5 cops beating a man to death, so I couldn't only imagine. And yeah, I'm interested because like a part of me does want to watch the video just because out of curiosity, like blatant curiosity. Like I want to see what these people did to this man, but I can also see the point of why are they showing this and stuff, you know, another like black on black crime basically. But the way I see it is law enforcement against civilian crime. And the brief backstory, of course I'll have more detail on this on Monday, but it's basically that around Memphis, and I could be wrong about this one, so take it with a grain of salt. It's basically this crime unit that dresses up in civilian clothing, the cops, and they look for like, I think carjackers or something like that.
Okay.
And they pull them over. And so because they were plain clothed and also I think in an unmarked van, he decided not to like, you know, be near. And that could be because he thought they were the ones like stealing cars from people or this and that. So that's why he tried to evade the cops that he didn't know were cops. Again, I'll update this way more. My question to you is, do you think they should show this video or not? You know?
I mean,
That's a tough one. Like to me, I don't have no choice on that either. Just like the chef question that we had. Was that this episode or that was last episode, right?
That was last episode.
Yeah, just like that. Like for this one, it's kind of interesting to really like ponder.
Wait,
you know?
hold on.
What's up? Real quick. Also, the 5 officers got arrested. I mean, I think they got arrested, but they definitely got fired.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. So what I was thinking is just kind of, I feel like you have said yourself in one of the episodes that seeing this kind of stuff is probably a good thing because like people should see the sort of the brutality of it.
Yeah, and that sounds like me because I actually agree with that. Honestly. I just been a while since, but we covered it so often, you know what I mean? So yeah, but I would agree with that. I think it does help.
I can't remember exactly what topic we were talking about that you said that or whatever, but because I remember like somewhat agreeing with that, and then also just kind of being like, I go back and forth with it because it's gonna get leaked out no matter what. Like people are gonna see it,
That's
so
true.
it's just, how do you prefer to see it? Would you prefer to see it from the source, or would you prefer to see it just leaked?
Yeah.
And then it also comes down to the police and stuff like, do they want to own it and be like, here it is?
Yeah.
Like this is
and
the
I think they are.
situation.
I think they are because the chief or like the head of the police station, he's the one that said that this is worse than Al Sharpton getting beaten. If I'm not, I don't know why I don't think it's Al Sharpton, but yeah, pretty sure it is. I mean, I do agree because to me that reminds me of like Emmett Till. You know, this was, you know, white people towards, you know, a young black kid, which is a way different scenario, especially at a time where like, you know, that shit was so prominent and terrible. But it also shows like, you know, the case of like people need to see what these people did to, you know, someone's son, someone's father, someone's, you know, brother, sister, you know, a fellow black person in the community. And I just don't know, man. I mean, it just sucks that this is happening. And this is such a strange start of the year because like the last episode we mentioned with the shootings from an Asian man shooting Asian people, you know, now this is like black officers beating a black guy to death, which of course is not the first time this has happened. These things have probably happened plenty of times before, but there's a certain trend that's, you know, conspiracy. No, I'm kidding. I don't want to play people's lives because, you know, but if you were to read like a fantasy book or something, you could see it as a government plot to, you know, just switch everything around, you know, like get the bases of white shooters. But that's okay. That's just being fantasy. For the real things, it's just something that's it's so crazy how this year is starting off with all these headlines that are so unlike 2022, you know? But I think the video should be shown. And like you said, it's going to be shown regardless. It's like a beheading video. Like nobody ever wants to see one, but you do because, you know, that curiosity is always itching, you know? And it sucks.
I haven't.
You never seen a beheading video?
No.
Oh, bro, I'm about to show you one, bro. That's going to be the next AMC section. It's all the beheading videos. You're lucky, man. The first beheading video I saw was some Spanish guy, probably a cartel, but it was a Spanish guy getting his head chopped off. And just the reason it fucked with me so much is because he was screaming in Spanish. And like the only people I know, like an older man at the time, was my dad. So it just made me like, you know, correlate those two things. And bro, you know, like not envisioning that, but just the screams. The only thing they, you know, would be familiar with would be him or my uncle and this and that. And it was fucked up. And there was another video I seen when I was younger. This is real. I seen this too, man. Of a Japanese lady killing kittens with her heel. So she would throw the kitten on the floor and she would just like squish it to death, and you would see everything.
Jesus
and
Christ.
then it's another one where like I think a woman's head gets chopped off by a cartel member because she was cheating. And bruh, the internet was fucking wild. And then but after I seen those things, I was like, nah. I don't know if you seen the one of the kid falling off the Ferris wheel in Ukraine.
No.
Oh my, that one you gotta see because it's not that bad, but it's still pretty crazy because it's far away, and the friends are laughing at him, bro. Like that's why I don't want to go ever. That's why before I said I would never want to go to Ukraine. Now if you say that, you're a bigot, you know. But yeah, he was climbing the Ferris wheel in an abandoned like carnival. He just fell, and you see his body just tumble like doom, 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 and his friends are laughing. And I'm like, bro, Ukrainians are crazy motherfuckers.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and there's the other one where I don't think I've seen this one, but I've seen people talk about it. Where some ladies
This explains so much about you.
some ladies throwing puppies off a cliff. Like she has a basket of puppies and she's throwing them off a cliff. It's sad, man. It's, you know, it's just sad stuff.
This is on Frankie's YouTube playlist. My favorite things in the world.
This is what I watch every night before I go to sleep and wake up.
He falls asleep to this stuff, folks. He's like, all right, time to go to sleep. He just lays down and just watches it.
Oh man, you want to hear about one last one? This one's real sad, real fucking sad. It's basically a factory, I think, in Asia, where it was. I don't know what the reasoning for it was, but it was basically like a lineup of dogs, and every time a dog would come out, it would get like a grown dog, and it would get hit in the head real hard. Like bashed in the head with a heavy metal item or like a wooden item, and like just seize a little, and then it would just die. And then every dog that came in, like, it breaks my heart thinking about it now, because you could see the faces of the dogs, like kind of like what's gonna happen, and you know they just get like on the back of the head. It's sad, bro. That one might be the most fucked up one I've seen, because I didn't choose to see it. It was on like Instagram Reels or whatever, so like I didn't expect to see it on that. Fuck? Yeah, or like YouTube. And so, like, honestly, bro, I'm happy they don't be showing that stuff and everything, because that's just not good for you. But, man, that one really fucked with me. Even thinking about it now, it makes me sad as fuck, because, yeah.
That's gross.
But on other news, Sonic the Hedgehog. So, I don't know if you heard about this, but the creator of... by the way, this is, not the big jokes of it, but this is the face of the guy who died. This is the black man that... Tyrese Nichols.
Man, they really messed him up.
Yeah. Tyre Nichols. I'm sorry, I said Tyrese, but it's Tyre. And his face looks crazy in the hospital bed. I don't know if he is dead at that point, but yeah, definitely I'll have the updated for Monday, because I feel like that's really important and we have to cover that. But back to Sonic the Hedgehog. So I don't know if you heard, but this is when I went to go buy the AMC section. They didn't have it, but they were just having a side conversation. And so I'm here looking for some other comic books. Apparently, the creator for Sonic the Hedgehog, Yuji Naka, was arrested for insider trading.
What the fuck?
Have you heard about this?
No.
Okay, this happened, and he was talking about it like it's recent, but this happened in, I guess he had to go fast to jail. November 18th, 2022.
Nah.
So, prosecutors in Tokyo that Friday arrested Yuji Naka. He was 57 years old at the time and created Sonic, the series, over alleged insider trading in shares of a game maker. But you know what insider trading is, basically, right? And for those who don't know, what is it?
It's just like when you give out information that only you know that can affect trading information.
Like a stock or something.
Market.
Like if you're like, hey, go buy 5 shares of a BlackBerry, it's about to skyrocket. And you can go to jail for that. Basically, while employed at a game maker, Square Enix, if you've heard of it, he bought 10,000 shares, aiming for about 2.8 million yen, which is less in dollars, in 2020. And he bought it based on insider information about a smartphone-based online game being developed jointly by 2 firms. So his firm and Square Enix. And yeah, so basically, let's see. He was arrested, and so was somebody else. Fumiaki Suzuki, a 40-year-old acquaintance of Sasaki, for their alleged involvement.
Damn.
Yeah, so I won't get too much into that.
Up.
Yeah. It's like, bro, you created Sonic, bro. Just chill the fuck out. That's some crazy shit, man. I wonder. Yeah, man. I wonder how that affected him with the movie coming out and everything. You know, just.
Yeah, I wonder how much money he gets from those movies too. That's crazy. This guy. Wow.
All down the hill, bro. Damn, bro. I bet life's going real fast for him.
It just flew by.
That sucks for him, man.
Before he knew it, it was over.
Who knows if he went to jail or anything? That I don't even know. But maybe we'll look up into that too, because that's pretty fucking hilarious. Rest in
Let's
peace.
see how speedy the trial is.
I'm blue, I'm a D, I'm a because he's Sonic. You know what I hate, man?
Oh wait, here's another Sonic reference for you. Let me just floss.
Is that in the movie?
He flosses in the movie.
It's like almost like She-Hulk twerking. Here's another Sonic reference. Because he goes really fast.
All right, are you ready for another Sonic reference?
Yeah.
Want to hear it again?
Yeah. No, it's too impressive. Please.
Yeah. Had you there.
You got me there, bro. I'm baffled. Fuck, I was gonna say some shit. Oh, you know what song I don't like? So you know I do like the I'm Blue Abadi Badai, right? Mm-hmm. But then some lady just basically added words to it, and she sings something. She's like, I'm feeling alright. I'm gonna have the best freaking time of my life. Like that's the lyric she put over it. And I hate her for it, bro. She just dead ass put words to I'm Blue Abadi Badai. It's like she's like something da na 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 best freaking time of my life. Like that's the song. And then it's just bullshit. You know what I mean? So I hate her for it. People love her for it, and I'm just it's a goddamn shame, bro. Can't have good things in this world no more.
There is this girl on TikTok that Lucas saw that she's like a girl from New York City, and she's like she has her guitar, she's on the train, and she's like, hi, this is my name, this and that. Like, I don't want your money, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And the first lines are, no cap, I'm a little drunk now. And Lucas is like, no.
Yeah, bro, I hate people. I hate people and their bad music, bro. It is what it is, and this is the world we live in. That is pretty funny the way you say, no cap, I'm a little drunk now. Man, that song is fire though. Imagine the best song ever. Like it just breaks down so crazy. What is it? I lost myself. For those who are wondering what I'm singing, it's Yesterday by The Strokes. Mm-hmm. That's exactly what it is. Don't even question it. Just go listen to it. I lost myself. And yeah, so just they sponsor us now, actually, The Strokes. They actually love our show so much.
They do.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That is. Shout out to The Strokes and Radiohead. But we have done a full show before this. So it always is odd to do the AMC section on a day separate.
Because we come in with that energy and stuff of like a new episode. And you know, I'll also just say before we really get into the AMC section, I'm going to just throw it out there.
What's up?
I feel like we were both a little low energy this episode.
I think so too, man. I think there's a clear difference even now with how we're sounding. Even with calling the West African doctor. We about to put this part first and then a warning.
Just be like, trust me, it gets better. But hey, you know, you have off ones. You guys are going to listen, right?
I feel like it was just a day, man. It was rainy as fuck. I think we both had just come back from work. It was a Monday. Man, energy is so real. We were on our
Garfield.
Yeah, honestly, bro. Lasagna and shit. We were on our Garfield. No Andrew. Not mean?
Yeah.
Not mean?
I Vietnam when you're saying.
I ate some fish skin chips before this.
Smelly as fuck.
Smell like ass, bro. That shit smelled like goddamn garbage, bro.
Felt like I was at the Way of Water.
All right, so I'm going to watch The Way of Water on Sunday. By the time we shoot on Monday, I will have watched it without ruining anything, because I've been talking to a friend of mine, and I told you this. He keeps telling me about good movies and shows, and he's like, all right, not to spoil it, but okay, I won't spoil it, but here's a little clip, and he's like, it's a little spoiler, and I'm like, bro, let me just watch the fucking movie, like the William Dafoe movie with Edward Cullen, it's from Twilight.
Okay.
Batman, Robert Pattinson.
Robert Pattinson.
There we go. Yeah.
Oh, The Lighthouse?
Yeah. Have you seen it?
Oh, I love that movie.
I've only seen, because he ruined it, the fucking part where William Dafoe curses Robert Pattinson.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, he's just like, it's a little spoiler. I'm like, bro, you just showed me a whole fucking scene. But it seems interesting.
That movie's a good ass movie.
Yeah.
I once had a professor that I didn't really like too much.
Fuck that professor.
Because like, she just didn't really want to cooperate with me whenever I wanted to participate. Mm-hmm. And I genuinely think it's because she just didn't know how to pronounce my name. I'm so serious. Like,
no way. I mean, your name's not even that hard to pronounce, bro.
For white people, it is.
Oh, yeah. They're like, hey, Chucky?
Like, I've it's not the first time that I've had this issue growing up and stuff, being in school and stuff, where there's just like a certain teacher that just doesn't know how to say my name, so they just like avoid talking to me.
That's so weird, man. Because what if your name is like, and by the way,
like they're just so embarrassed or just like to try to get it right that they just literally can't or forget every time that they just don't really talk to me.
That's interesting.
Like, so with this professor, it was one of those situations. Like I would always raise my hand. She would never like pick me or to speak or anything like that.
She'd be like, shut up,
and
kid.
Like there was one time where she tried to like almost like rebuttal what I had to input into the class, and I'm like, motherfucker, the one time that you let me speak and you gotta like speak back, like what the fuck?
She's like, all right, that opinion was obviously trash. Anybody else's name I could pronounce that won't be answered back.
But like, cause the class that I was taking was a vampire class, where we were reading vampire novels and just sort of like going back to the roots of like gothic vampiricism and things like that. We watched Nosferatu. Nosferatu.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
Nosferatu. You
can't even pronounce his name right. You want this lady to pronounce your name right.
I know. Fucking hypocrite. This fucking like I'm the clown. I'm the white lady.
Yeah. Honestly,
but like she was just talking about how big this movie was for its time and how it did things that was never done in film before and whatever, or like new things. She was like, I mean, can you even think about a movie in today's day and age that did something like this or whatever? And I was like, oh, well, and I was really serious about this. I was just like, oh, I mean, this movie, The Lighthouse, just came out, and it was actually supposed to be
like Nosferatu.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a retelling of Nosferatu, but the director veered off and made it his own thing.
Interesting.
And the whole movie is in black and white in a 4:3 aspect ratio.
Yeah.
And so to have a black
she just walks over to you and just spits on you.
So I was like, I told her, I was like, I don't know. I feel like a movie at the time, 2019, I was like, a movie in 2019 to have two big leads, like
huge leads.
Like Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson in a black and white 4:3 film, as if it's like the 20s right now.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that was kind of is a big deal.
Yeah.
And she was like, yeah, but this and that, whatever. And I was just kind of like, okay, fuck this.
She's like, yeah, but you ever seen Spring Breakers with James Franco?
And Selena Gomez?
Like, I don't know if you know film like I do, but you should watch that before you open your mouth again, douchebag.
So, yeah, fuck that lady.
Yeah, honestly, fuck that lady. You know, and you're not talking about, fucking, what I wanted to mention was the Rick and Morty thing.
Yes.
That shit is crazy, Justin Rowland.
We should have saved that for next episode.
No. We still can. We'll talk about it next episode.
We will.
That'll just be in the mist right now.
Yeah. Like we'll leave you guys on the edge of your seat. You got to tune in next episode now.
Not that they can't just Google it now. But
they want to know our reactions.
Oh yeah.
So it's like, you got to tune in next episode.
Yeah, he's putting it in her place and everything. Like what?
Huh?
What? I didn't say that.
I mean, step on me.
Fucking damn, there was something I wanted to say before that. First of all, that shit is crazy and I'm just joking. But fucking damn, I wanted to say something before that. It had something to do with Nosferatu. I'm trying to trace back my steps. Nosferatu.
Your feet.
My Inuit footsteps, because I'm Inuit.
Is it in your blood to be a good tracker?
To be a gangster? How does the song go? So this isn't to be a gangster. I forgot the words. Colors. Damn, I don't know what I was gonna say. I guess fuck that idea.
Damn.
But I had a bitch ass professor called Pantoja. I won't say his first name because I guess that's not ethical, but it started with an S. Such a fucking douchebag. I was thinking some like Latin American studies or whatever. Least amazing professor I guess I'll have, because for lack of a better description. But he was just such a douchebag, bro. Like, he had an accent which wasn't part of the douchebagness of him. He just did, so it was already hard to understand him. But he had an accent, but he knew he could communicate really well regardless. Anyway, we have an essay to do, and it's like 8 pages, and I hated how way he taught. Like, he had this method of teaching where it would be a huge blackboard, and unjokingly, he would like draw a circle and he would be like, and then Spain, and he would draw an arrow all the way to the bottom right. and be like, to Argentina. And then he would cross over the previous arrow. And at the end of everything, his board would just be a bunch of arrows everywhere, expecting us to try to take notes of arrows. Like, it was just horrible. Yeah, he was one of the worst professors I ever had in my life. And then one day when he told us to write an essay, he was like, what's up, Holmes? No, I'm kidding. He told us to write an essay, and he was like, hey guys, like, I want you guys to write an essay, and the way I want you to know. And he gave us a copy of his essay. Like, he was like, I wrote this essay, so I want you guys to, like, use it for an example on how to write the essay. I was like, fuck you, bitch. Like, this is the worst class ever, bro. I hated that motherfucker so fucking much.
Man,
and he
pops up
in my, like, suggested friends for Instagram.
No way.
I swear to God, I really hated that motherfucker. Like, he might have been a great guy. He might have been cool as fuck. I don't know if you can hear it in my voice, but he was complete disgusting trash. Like, as in terms of professor. But he probably could say my name. So I... Yeah,
you got that.
This is why we do the podcast.
Breathe, Frankie, breathe.
Yeah, man. If you listen to this, Pentuha, if you ever listen to this, you fucking sucked, bro. Respectfully.
Get good.
Get good, you asshole. Yeah, I mean, I imagine, I know also, like, more so than anything, there's so many people in that class that, of course, need better grades, you know? And for this douchebag to be teaching in a community college, just trying to make it a little better on these people, by trying to act like this dominant king of studies that nobody gives a fuck about, except people that do give a fuck about it. I don't know, bro. But that, I digress. Just all you hear is...
Yo, man, you want me to call Link over for you?
No. I don't want... We end the episode, and then we think we ended it, but it's still recording, and all you hear is... It's just not fair, man. It's just, my tone is not fair.
Frankie, it's okay, man.
No, man.
Frankie, you gotta calm down. He's not here.
Oh, shit. It's still...
Hello?
No, man. Everything's fucking cool. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
In the earth...
in our minds. Frankie, no. Come on, man.
Why the fuck did man don't have to exist? I actually grew out tears and everything. And fin, you know?
And fin.
We're fucking professional out here. Was that not... Are you not...
Oscars are coming up. Come on.
Call me... What's his name in Whiplash? Woodrow Wilson?
J.K. Simmons?
Yeah, him too.
Fletcher.
No, I meant J.K. Simmons. Tate Fletcher? No, what's his name?
That's his name, Fletcher.
Tate Fletcher?
I don't know his first name.
Me neither. Well, Fletcher. Shout out to Fletcher. He's wrong. But yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, we are at the AMC section, folks.
Yes, sir.
You know,
yes,
it's been a crazy episode. Lots of lows, many lows.
Yeah.
But
not the most riveting tone up until now. I feel awake now, bro. I feel like I could fucking go to Vegas and just lose all my money and then do drugs to cope with it and then go to rehab afterwards, meet a bad bitch called Cindy, you know, and then like things don't work out with Cindy, so we end up getting a cat to try to bring us together. But then that Japanese lady I mentioned earlier, she kills her cat and her kittens, and then she throws them off a cliff. So I behead her, and then after I behead her, I hear her dog afterwards on the top of the head, and then yeah, man. So I feel like doing all that is
you're alive.
Yeah, I feel like
and you did all like, that in a week.
That and fucking yeah, man. And I feel that I would evade jail time because they wouldn't catch me
because you're white.
Because I'm a smooth criminal like Michael Jackson because he's also white.
Exactly.
Post-white.
I was just gonna say that he's also white. He was born white.
Honestly speaking, yeah. Like when he was wearing a white suit, it was just him. And he painted himself black.
That was a suit? I thought he was just naked.
Oh, Michael Jackson. My friend, he used to yawn, and he would go like this. Timothy, shout out to Tim. He would go, oh, Michael Jackson. That would be his yawn. And then one time, Michael Jackson said, what a beautiful chocolate man in his voice. And so out of nowhere, like it would be super quiet, and you would hear Tim just go, what a beautiful chocolate man. That motherfucker's so funny, man. All right, but to get to the MC section, yeah.
So, last episode we looked at a movie. We mentioned it earlier in the episode, but we looked at Burn After Reading
with George Clooney. We got fucking I forgot everybody else. Brad Pitt.
Frances McDormand. J.K. Simmons is in it.
He is in it. Holy shit! There's some other real famous guy that I always forget his name.
John Malkovich.
No, the other guy, the one that was the gym owner or the manager.
Oh, the gym manager. I forget his name too.
I feel so bad because he's such a famous guy.
He's also famous.
Was he the dad of Even Stevens?
I think so. He was the dad in something.
Might have. If he wasn't, they definitely look very similar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, before that, we looked at an album. We looked at Gami Gang, Gami Angel.
And then before that, it was another comic book. And what comic book did we do?
I remember what comic it is.
You remember what comic it is?
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm trying to think. No.
You hosted it.
God damn it.
We were literally just talking about on the album episode how we couldn't remember what the last 3 AMC sections were.
It's just so hard to remember, I guess, because we just talk about so much shit in the middle. And it seems so long ago. But fuck, I mean, the last comic we did, and I chose it.
Yeah, you chose it.
I chose it.
You chose
Frankie chose it.
With your blood.
I lost myself. I don't know. What is it?
We looked at Spider-Man Life Story.
Bro, it's always that. I feel like we talked about that so many fucking times. When are we going to move on? Today. God damn, that's a great comic, by the way.
Yeah.
Please, if you haven't read Spider-Man Life Story, go read that shit today.
I just read the annual issue. I'll lend it to you so you can read it.
That'd be awesome.
It's all about what's his face? J. Jonah Jameson.
J. Jonah Jameson?
Yeah.
That's the news reporter?
Yes.
Oh shit. Hold on. I forgot that there's something we have to do. I don't know if you remember, but I just remembered. I don't know how. And then we'll start because I know we need to start soon. It has something to do with what you wear during the winter.
Oh.
Let's see if it picks up. And I already got it. Planned out. But you gotta pick up the phone. Come on, Jonathan. Don't. Come on. Yep, yo, bro. I'm doing the podcast right now with Javi. I have a quick question to ask you though.
What's up?
Okay, so me and Javi are having this argument, right? And okay, we're talking about how to say gloves in Spanish, and Javi keeps saying es con cines. Like, you ever heard about that?
That's probably in like a fifth world country.
Okay, so it's not.
Want this?
Wait, what is it?
Want this?
Want this dick in your mouth? Oh my God! How do you feel, Jonathan? Hey, give me some fucking document, bro. That is preserved in history. I can't believe it worked. Conscientes, bro. That was pretty funny though. Probably the fifth world country. Damn, man. Jonathan Slime, you got.
He got fucking got. I could only imagine his face right now.
He like dropped his phone to the train tracks and he just sat down on the train and somebody's like, "Are you okay?" And he's like, No. Actually, no.
Not after that.
He throws on his gloves. I love the genuine, "What's up?"
Yeah, what's going on, buddy?
I'm here to help.
Of course. It's want this, obviously.
And I thought when he said "want this," and I was like, wait, what? I thought he was gonna say "want this thing." But by the grace of God. That was amazing.
Yeah, that was awesome.
To make up for the lack of riveting conversation earlier.
This episode just got a whole lot better.
Whole lot of spice. Shit.
This is the kind of spice that makes you go.
This is delicious.
Ooh-wee.
How spicy do you like your food? Listeners,
Let us know.
let us know.
Let us know.
Let us know.
We'll take it Ichiran. So what up?
Ichiran. I get 13 spicy in Ichiran. If you eat more spicy than me, well, you get nothing. Congrats. It's very good. But I sound like that. The impression Javi was just making the. And how you doing? No, I'm doing fine. I love spicy food.
But other comics we've looked at.
Deadpool, Dead Presidents.
We've looked at Deadpool, Dead Presidents.
Superman, All-Star Superman.
All-Star Superman. We've looked at Mouse.
Mouse, which is a really good one, man. That was a really good eye-opener for telling a story. Of course, they all tell stories, but that really, it teaches you about the Holocaust and everything.
Yeah.
And I'm actually going to get it. Sorry, I know we keep going tangents, but there's a Beatrice's cousin, right? He wanted to borrow it, and I thought he was a little too young, and just because he likes to make those Nazi jokes and stuff like that in an immature way. So I wanted to, like, I was conflicted because I was like, I want to lend you this book or even give you this book, but I want you to take it serious too. You know, I know you're not supposed to take a comic serious also, but like I want you to really appreciate what this writing is. You know, because it's a really sad story. You know, the fact that it's kind of based off of truth and everything.
Yeah.
So like I wanted to at least take it with the real serious tone while also enjoying the book itself. And then I guess I just think that was me being a little too like micromanaging, I guess, and just gotta let him figure it out himself.
God, Dad.
It's just a Holocaust, Dad.
I get it. Nazis are bad. Whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Get over it. Basically. So yeah, I'm gonna get him the book. His birthday's coming up, so I'm gonna get. It's just gonna be funny if his mom finds a big Nazi symbol.
I remember I got my baby cousin Nicholas, who's not a baby. I just like calling him my baby cousin. I got a mouse for Christmas like a few years ago, and my cousin Diego, he was just kind of like, "Oh wow, what a nice Christmas gift."
So thoughtful. I guess
I was like, "Yeah,
high.
Diego."
You were real high when you got this one. I mean, I don't know. I mean, yeah, that's how I feel. Like you just wrap it up real nicely, and it's just the first tear is just unveiling the swastika, and you're just like, big yikes. Yeah, but that's an Art Spiegelman banned, I think, in certain schools and certain bitch ass states. Check it out, Art Spiegelman Mouse. You can find it in a couple places, but definitely worth a read. Honestly, very fucking good book. And I think if you buy it off the Jewish Foundation or Jewish Museum website, they donate the proceedings to that foundation and everything. So fact check me on that, but I'm pretty sure. Or just, buy it and then give some Jews $10. You're going to do that too. But Jews in need, not just, any other Jew.
Oh.
Yeah.
Riveting.
So,
no, seriously.
I'm fucking out of here.
But today we're looking at a pretty cool comic. I think this is a comic from a writer's very early career. It's about one of the first 3 comics he ever wrote.
Okay.
And this guy has become a household name in comics ever since.
Yeah.
And this is the comic that blew him up to that status.
Gotcha.
This comic that we are looking at today is written by Donny Cates, and for anyone who does read comics, listen to the show.
Know exactly who
you're
that
probably already like, oh, is it this?
Yeah.
Is it that? But we're looking at Donny Cates and his good old buddy Jeff Shaw. They're looking at we're looking at their story, God Country.
Yeah, man.
And this is pretty much Donny Cates' debut into comics.
Okay.
And I just kind of wanted to preface this with a little backstory on Donny Cates and a little insight on him.
Yeah.
But Donny Cates is a pretty fucking cool guy.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
I've met him a few times. I will say as he's blown up, like he has definitely grown a bit of an ego. I won't lie.
It happens. It happens. I will say this real quick, just real fast. Every video I've seen on God Country, everybody just talks about Donny Cates, right? As a god.
Yeah.
Like everybody is like, even before this and this, this is one of his best writings in the world and this and that. So the feedback on him has been amazing.
Yeah. So I'll give some background on him. Donny Cates, when he was writing this story, at the time, before he started writing it, at the time he was working on original titles like Buzzkill and The Paybacks, which are 2 Image comics.
Okay.
And he was also an editorial intern. He was at an editorial internship with Marvel Comics.
Okay.
And in mid 2015, he got diagnosed with acute pancreatitis.
Damn.
And he had a sudden inflammation of the pancreas. And he says that was a retribution from his body for all the drinking he did. And that he recalled waking up one night at 4 a.m. screaming at the top of his lungs, writhing on the floor in pain.
Oh my God. For someone that hasn't drank in like 3 weeks, 4 weeks, pretty hyped to hear that. Respectfully.
But he says it felt like someone was stabbing me.
God damn, that shit must suck.
And he motioned to his wife Liz, and they drove him to the emergency room, and the doctors immediately knew what it was. They knew it was pancreatitis, and they weren't sure if it was acute or chronic, and that it was pretty unbearable.
They didn't know if it was acute or adorable. Okay.
But he says, I made a decision while holding my wife's hand that if that doctor comes into this room and tells me it's chronic, I'm going to check out. And a 24-hour period, I went from everything being totally okay, having a career I love on the rise, to making a decision that I was going to take my own life.
Oh my God. Damn. I feel bad for that adorable joke now.
But the pancreatitis was, of course, acute, and Cates was prescribed heavy medication for 3 months and lived on liquids only diet and dropped more than 30 pounds.
Jesus Christ.
And he hasn't had a drink in almost 3 years.
Good for him.
And this was at the time of writing this article, which was this article was written in 2018.
And this book came out.
This book came out, if I tell you right now,
I think it's 2018 also, though, but I might just be forgetting.
it's probably 2018.
Yeah. I'll just say.
Considering the time of the article. 2018. Yeah.
I lost myself. He found himself.
He found himself.
He found himself.
But during those 3 months, he also finished work on one of his original series of Ghost Fleet. And this story talks a lot about Texas.
Yeah.
Because he grew up in Texas. And Jeff Shaw, the collaborator, the artist to this, also collaborated with him on Buzzkill.
Okay.
Which is another Donny Cates comic. But yeah, he grew up in Texas, so he's kind of all about talking about his home and stuff. He has another comic called Rednecks that takes place in East Texas, while this one takes place in West Texas.
That sounds like a book I'd be interested in reading in, because I've never seen rednecks be referred to as anything that's just like lazy motherfuckers that just drink and just, back in my day, or like whatever. So that'd be cool to read.
But yeah, so that was just a little background on Donny Cates. Like at this point, after he did God Country, Marvel scooped him up real quick.
Yeah.
And the first big thing that he did at Marvel was that he started writing Doctor Strange, I think.
Really?
If I remember correctly. He started writing Doctor Strange. And then from there he started writing. He wrote this really amazing Thanos comic that we're definitely going to read one day.
I heard that I saw in the article. That and then Thor.
He's from where I am in the comics. He's currently writing Thor. The issue that I'm reading right now is actually about the death of Odin, which is pretty sad.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but which I feel like is pretty coincidental that I was reading that issue today.
Yeah.
A Donny Cates issue about Thor where Thor's dad dies.
Yeah. And then now I'm seeing what you're putting. I'm picking up what you're putting down already. Well, yeah, I mean, I won't dive in, but the story, I was just saying like a brief thing about it. It just dives straight in. Like it's a dive straight in story, and I think, I enjoyed it, and I think the only reason I didn't enjoy it to the fullest extent is because I couldn't find the copy. Like there's nowhere to find a copy. I'm sure there are a bunch more places, but like the places I usually go to on such short notice, like I couldn't find it in Action City Comics. I mean, they said they had one copy left, but they had no more. I'm trying to find Barnes and Nobles. I couldn't stop by Midtown Comics, which I'm sure they would have probably had one. But I read it on my laptop.
Okay.
And so it's just something about not having the book in front of you. Like I do really appreciate that. I try to lie to myself and just, enjoy it digitally. And you can. But there's a lot of like squinting you have to do and stuff. And just, I would have rather have read the book, by hand. But it's a great story. For sure. And yeah, what we're going to discuss now is the storyline of it, which is, hits home and actually touches one of our topics from last week. Oh, no, this episode? No, last episode. Last
episode.
Yeah, so, you tell people.
Yeah, I mean, I'll also, before I get into it, I just wanted to mention real quick that Thanos story that he wrote was also, the artist was also Jeff Shaw for that.
So they work again.
Yeah, they work again. Nice. And I'll also mention that Jeff Shaw does not get as much recognition in the comic space as Donny Cates does, which kind of sucks because I think Jeff Shaw's an amazing artist.
Does that not usually happen, or is it usually the artist gets the credit and the writer doesn't?
The writer is usually going to get most of the credit at the end of the day, but it does happen when like there are that writer artist combo that works. Like we've looked at a couple of them, like Scott Snyder and Greg Capullo on Batman.
Yeah. What about Mr. Miracle? Like was it Jack Kirby?
Tom King.
No, Tom King. There we go.
Tom King and Mitch Gerads is another writer.
See, that's an amazing, which is Jack Kirby's influence, right? With a little bit of was it Kirby?
Kirby Crackles.
Kirby Crackles. Yeah. I mean, that's still one of my favorite it's my favorite comic book of all time. You know what I mean? So that's awesome.
Yeah. So like it's not unheard of to where an artist reaches that same level with a writer. So it kind of surprised me that Jeff Shaw never reached that level alongside Donny Cates, which sucks because I think, again, he's an amazing artist.
And a lot of people did mention about the artwork when I looked up this like feedback on the comic and everything. And a lot of people were talking about how great the artwork was and everything, which is one thing I think I missed out also without not having the book. Like, you know, obviously you can see HD with the laptop and stuff like that, but just, you know, the pages curving in and just having it in your hands and the distractions that are way less and stuff like that. I think they do it justice to have it in your hands. But I mean, I still was able to read the book, and I did definitely take it in because it's. I mean, it's so easy to take in. This is just a simple story almost. Yeah, it's like there's no in and outs. It's pretty much straightforward.
If you read any Donny Cates story, you will see a sort of pattern where he just has such a tight pacing in where he tells these 6-issue arcs in any of his stories, like where it's so well paced, and it's so tight. And it's like it's done and over before you know it. Yeah. But so much happens.
Yeah. And even seeing like how thick the book is right now, like in front of me, when I read it, I was like, what? That's why when I saw the book, I was like, what the fuck? Like that, how much story did I read? Because I read the whole thing, but seeing the book and then having this here, I mean, it's 168 pages around there. And to me, like it looks way longer than it really is, but nah, it really is that long. And it's not like a bunch of like blown up pages and this and that. It's pretty much every page of dialogue on it.
Yeah.
And yeah, man. So it's a good read, and I know, like, I'm gonna, you know, you have anything else to say about the background of it, unless you want to dive into it?
I just want to shout out Donny Cates on his Venom run.
Oh shit, he's writing Venom now.
No, he wrote Venom.
Oh,
yeah, he had a legendary run on Venom. He completely changed Venom for the Marvel comics, and
really?
just
How?
Like he just changed the mythos of Venom entirely, where he introduced the god of symbiotes, Null. I think we've actually talked about this before.
More than likely, but I had no idea who he was before this.
Yeah, but yeah, so he introduced the god of symbiotes, Null. Lucas and I have that issue of Venom issue 3, I think it is, where Null was introduced.
Yeah, that
issue goes for so much money, and Lucas and I have that issue both signed by Donny Cates.
I'm about to rob you, motherfucker. Your comic about to be no. Oh, that's awesome though. I mean, it's so cool because you never know what's gonna be what, you know. And damn, I kind of want to see how Null looks like. Hold on, I gotta see.
Looks badass.
Badass as fuck. Better than Sonic.
Oh, so much more better than Sonic. Like, if you put Sonic and Null next to each other, I'd fuck Null. Just saying. All the way.
Yeah, you didn't even give Sonic a chance. Oh, yeah, I'd fuck Null, too. Nah, that's crazy. He looks fucking awesome. He looks like a mixture of Thor Thor hair with, what's his name, from Ghost Rider? Ghost Rider's head? Well, Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ghost Rider's head. And then, like, a football player's shoulder pads. And the Punisher's body. That's pretty awesome, though.
Yeah, he's a pretty good character. Nice. People love him.
Nice. Okay, I'll check that shit out. Nice.
But yeah, Donny Cates has done a lot for the Marvel comics. It's pretty great what he does over there. I'm reading his whole comics right now.
Okay, I want to read more of it, to be honest with you.
His Thor run is almost done from where I'm at.
Was that the one that you lent me, or no? That was a different one.
That was Jason Aaron.
That was a good book, though. Yeah. I really like those two. Those two books are real good to read. I hope we should cover that one these days because that was fucking awesome. Some real shit.
But yeah, that's all the background, all the shout outs I want to do. So we can get into the bread and butter of this shit.
Shout out to you, Donny Cates. I may not know who you were before this, but I do now.
Hell yeah.
Simple America. Texas. Pancreatus. Nah, I'm stuck.
Oh no.
Nah, I mean, it's good to overcome that because overcoming shit like that gives you perspective, man. All jokes aside, like, it's good to joke about it. I mean, obviously I didn't go through it. And of course, I don't know how you'd feel if I made a joke about it. But it's just, you know, you really just learn from it, you know, and at the end of the day, like, your body responds to your actions and everything. And you know, not to be douchey about it, but like, yo, bro, like, not drinking for like 3 weeks, I feel fucking good. You know what I mean? I feel like, you know, I've been busy, but like eating better and this and that and all these better decisions that I'm making and stuff, I feel like no. You know, but that's also a big thing. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, you're getting sober, this and that. Like, no, bro, like, I'm just trying not to die early, you know, like, or like get me towards death even, you know, more so than anything, you know. So yeah, hopefully with this and like in the future, you know, smarter mentality, I can avoid getting this pancreatitis thing myself. And I'm learning from this motherfucker to, you know, be careful because. But then, you know, you don't know how severe he was drinking, blah, 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 but I did drink a lot too. Anyway. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you know, he definitely has a lot to say. You know what? Actually, one last thing I'll say about Johnny Cates.
Go ahead.
The last I saw him at Comic-Con this past year at 2022, he said something that kind of like made me really think, where I was like, huh, damn. Because Donny Cates actually helped me almost get an internship at Marvel.
Wow.
Where back in 2019 at Comic-Con, I went to a panel where Donny Cates was at.
Nice.
And where they were talking about how they make comics on Marvel and stuff. And at the end of the panel, I was like, yo, Donny, like, how do I get to
Donny, baby?
And I was just like, how do I get to where you are? Like, how do I do that and whatever? And he was like, oh, I mean, talk to this guy over here. And he pointed me over to the talent coordinator, Ricky Purdon. I went over to Ricky and I started talking to him and he was like, oh, well, you know, we're always looking for interns and stuff and whatever. And Ricky pointed me to Lauren Amaro, who ran internships at Marvel. And I went to her at the Marvel booth, and talking to those two people that Donnie put me on the path to, I got interviewed for that internship.
That's amazing, man. That's so cool.
And then the pandemic happened.
Yeah, no, I remember you telling me that.
So, like, Donnie Cates almost helped me get a Marvel internship.
That's
and
amazing.
So when I saw him, this was the first time I've seen him since. And so I told him, I was like, you know, like, you actually almost helped me get this internship. I don't know if you remember that or anything. He didn't. But
he was like, who the fuck are you?
But he was just kind of like, oh, you know, like, he told me that, like, who's to say that, like, that was the right job for you anyways. He was like, who's to say that that maybe you would have been too good at that job and that they would have wanted to keep you there instead of you making
moving
your own
forward.
comics.
That's very glass half full optimistic of him. And yeah, I mean, it's super true. I feel again, like, I think we both have this mindset where, like, if you're good at something, the opportunities are going to come to you regardless. You know, or if not, maybe that's just me. But I do think that. But
I do think in due time things will come.
Yeah, but you also have to seek them out and create the opportunity yourself and everything. And just even that, like, you know, you can always add on your resume that, you know, you were literally considered by Marvel and stuff like that. And you can mention these names and this and that. And I think it's important, man. I think and again, for like lack of anything else, what it teaches you is experience, and that, you know, to get there, you have to really get there. And whether it's vocally, it's networking, ABC, it's any step towards what you want to do is better than, you know, going to work for the rest of your life, regretting not doing anything you could have to get closer to making your passion your living, you know? Because if you're going to do one thing on earth, you make your living a passion. Because, you know, you could be making money at this place, but at the end of the day, if it's not your passion, you know, time is just as valuable as money, if not more. I mean, definitely more. You know what I'm trying to say? So, legacy over currency, super crucial. And I've been talking about that for a while now. But I think it's and I've heard it from other people. But it's super dumb crucial, especially in today's day and age where there's so much outlets, just like this podcast or other things, where you're able to just do what you want. Like, nobody's making rules for it, you know. And if you don't believe me, go on your Instagram or your TikTok or whatever, and just go to like 5 random pages. And aside from, you know, women just posting naked selfies and stuff like that, you know, like people who are genuinely talented, man. Like, I follow this guy who creates shadow figures for his hands. You know, we follow a bunch. Yeah, he's amazing at it too. Like he people thought it was so good that it was fake, so he showed himself doing it. But then even people working with animals or, like, you know, dancers, and we follow a lot of artists and this and that. I just think, man, like, just be grateful for the opportunity you know, but don't be grateful if you're going to deny yourself that, you know, be grateful, like, work for you to be grateful, you know?
I mean, I feel like I've shared this sentiment with you before of just that, your tombstone isn't going to have your net worth on it.
Yeah, man.
Like,
there's some motherfucker out there with it though. That one, Clyde Jenkins. Look at how much money I made.
But it's just realistically what's going to matter at the end of the day is the impact that you've made on the people around you.
And that's actually a big lesson that's in the story, to be honest with you, which is amazing.
And I'll say it now, but we'll get to it at the end of the comic. But there's actually a sonnet that I once wrote for a class. Yeah. That I feel like is perfect to read with this comic.
That's awesome. I mean, if you don't have it here, like, maybe in post, you can add it to the.
Oh no, I have it up, so I'll be able to read it when we're done talking about the comic.
Good. Yeah.
But yeah.
The last thing, quick thing, some lady did bury herself with her car in the past. Some very famous lady. She buried herself with her car.
Her car.
Yeah, she was in the driver's seat when she got buried.
Holy
so.
shit.
Yeah, baller ass bitch. But yeah, okay, to the comic.
So I'll throw out the credits. Donnie Cates on the words, Jeff Shaw on art, Jason Wardy on color. I love the colors in this too.
Yeah, it's very beautiful.
There's
beautiful.
another comic that the colors of this remind me a lot of. I forgot to double check it. I'm going to double check it right now as I speak.
Do it, bro.
But the colors to this comic remind me a lot of the colors to the comic Witches. And Witches is a Scott Snyder Image comic.
Ooh.
And the art to it is so good. It's not the same artist, but or sorry, not the same colorist.
Okay.
But the colors to this remind me of the colors to Witches, like the way that like there are certain color like palettes like smeared across and things like that, or just certain colorful lines.
Yeah, the
drawn
detail and
throughout.
everything.
Just the textures of things is very similar to it.
Nice.
But yeah, so Jason Ward on color, John J. Hill on letters and design, and we had Gerardo Zaffino on the variant covers. But yeah, and Donnie Cates shouted this comic out to his dad.
Yeah, it says for dad, right? Yeah, and it starts off with a quote, which is the one thing I looked very heavily into, just because I want to know what it is. And you want to read the quote?
Yeah, it says, "The wrath of God lies sleeping. It was hid 1,000,000 years before men were and only have men the power to wake it. Hell ain't half full. Hear me. Ye carry war of a madman's making unto a foreign land. You'll wake more than the dogs."
It's Cormac McCarthy from Blood Meridian or The Evening Redness in the West. And I looked up what Blood Meridian is, and Connor McCarthy is an artist. And I just wanted to read the 3 descriptions of the book because I've never read Blood Meridian. And I like these 3 different descriptions. So the first one, it says, and this is off Google, the narrator of Blood Meridian says that people involved in hazardous enterprises like warfare often become preoccupied with the idea of fate, which is certainly the case in the novel. The kid encounters several prophets on his journey, all of whom rightly foretell doom and destruction. The second explanation is, re-envisioning the ideology of manifest destiny upon which the American dream was founded, Blood Meridian depicts the borderland between knowledge and power, between progress and dehumanization, between history and myth, and most importantly, between physical violence and the violence of language. And the last one is the most explanatory, where if The Road is McCarthy's bleakest book, Blood Meridian is the most violent. It's a relentless and harrowing recreation of historical events that occurred in the 1850s along the Texas-Mexico border. I really like the second one because it says it's borderline between knowledge and power, progress and dehumanization, and history and myth, which I feel like there's tones of those aspects in this book, especially with the history and myth. You know what I mean? Of like, the dad and the God.
I mean, even in the first description, there's tones of that within this story as well.
Yeah.
So
like the inevitable and like fate and this and that.
So it's just, the fact that he uses it as a quote for his story, it's like inspiration and stuff. You take what's around you and you make it your own thing.
And I wanted to look it up real fast just because I was so confused on the quote itself. Like I was trying to really like, see what it meant to me, and I really couldn't find like what it meant to me by reading it, which is, kind of lengthy. And this is a quick, very quick description of Connor McCarthy, the author of The Blood Meridian, who the quote is from, that he's from Providence, Rhode Island, the smallest state in the country, I think so. He's an American writer in the Southern Gothic tradition whose novels about wayward characters in the rural American South and Southwest are noted for their dark violence, dense prose, and stylistic complexity. So that's like a good background of the quote. I just wanted to have that in there just to see, because it filled me in a lot.
I'll just say that like my interpretation of the quote, like really breaking it down, like it's saying that the wrath of God lies sleeping. And right after it says it was hid 1,000,000 years before men were and only men have the power to wake it. So the power to wake God belonged to men, but it's been hidden for more than 1,000,000 years now, and only men have the power to wake God.
Yeah, and hell ain't half full, which is crazy to say, actually. Hell ain't half full.
And then the hear me part, I'm not sure. But where it's just kind of like, listen. And he says, ye carry war of a madman's making unto a foreign land. And if you relate this to the story,
Yeah.
I feel like what this is saying is just kind of like you're bringing a war to somewhere you don't know
Yeah.
where you are.
I mean, I relate that to the U.S. going to the Middle East to spread, democracy and stuff like that, but it's really for oil and stuff like that.
And so when they say you'll wake more than the dogs, it's referring that you're gonna wake the wrath of God.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's a good way to. I don't know why I was so blanked out on it and this and that, but yeah, I like that a lot. Hell ain't half full. Because imagine all the people in there if it exists.
But yeah, we get into the story, and there's a comic that Donny Cates is currently, or actually, I don't know if it's done now. I'm currently reading it at least. It's called Crossover. But he carries a similar narration style to in Crossover as he did in this. Yeah. Because there's a third person narration, which is something he does a lot in his comics. He does a lot of third person narration in his comics, which is interesting.
It starts out. This is like you don't know who this is, right? Like unless you do. But I know towards the end it made a little more sense to me. But is this somebody in the story?
It's no one in the story.
It's just a narrator.
It's just a narrator.
Good. Yeah, I figured it was because it went on to tell the future generations of family. But it was interesting.
But yeah, it just opens up like talking about how comics open and end. How we realize in All-Star Superman they kind of, Dark Knight Returns. They kind of like open up and end with the same line. Yeah, if you remember that.
Oh yeah.
I'm realizing now that God Country opens and ends with sort of the same shots of just space.
That's pretty dope. I didn't know that. What the fuck? I think I say the same line.
Similar to how like with Burn After Reading, it does the same, like it begins and ends the same way of like zooming in and out of like the Pentagon or
like the way it started is the way we're leaving.
Yeah.
That's pretty dope.
Just little notes.
Yeah.
But
you want to read the narration, and then I'm just gonna go through the first issue because I feel like the first issue is very explanatory, and you interrupt me whenever. But then read the narration.
Yeah, it opens up with, "This here story's been passed down to my family for generations now. Mostly true, far as I can say. Wasn't there for none of it, though, so don't make me swear on nothing. I'll tell it best I can remember. Way it was told to me. Goes like this." And it just opens up with, long time ago, out in West Texas, there was this storm.
Yeah, and so I wanted to get the gist of the story because I want, the listeners to be able to hear exactly what's happening. So we start off with a character called Roy. There's a sheriff, and this story is about Roy's family, and you'll see what I'm talking about. So if you feel like you want to add in something else, let me know, okay? So the character Roy finds out through the sheriff that his father had been found on the highway due to his Alzheimer's. Multiple situations such as this have been occurring. Roy's mom has since passed away, and the sheriff politely suggests to Roy that he should put his father in a home, which Roy, his son, refuses to do. Roy's father injured 2 people and the sheriff in the midst of his arrest. Roy's father is the grandfather. The sheriff is unrelated to Roy. As Dina, Roy and Janie's daughter, and Janie is Roy's wife, enters happily to greet her grandfather, he yells, "I'll kill you!" while calling his dead wife's name, Elizabeth, scaring Dina and angering Janie. Janie is angry that they left their life in Austin so Roy could move to a deserted town and watch over his father. Eventually, what seems like a comet comes from the sky and then comes down, causes havoc.
I'll just mention real quick. A moment that I really like is when Jamie and Dina are leaving, and she asks, "Are you coming with us?" And Roy just says, "You just don't know him.
Yeah,
he's a good man."
And that's heart wrenching, man. Because we'll get more into it later, but I mean, yeah, man. I think even just in general, with like a father to his son and vice versa, or even any parent to their, any parent to the child to their parent, it's just that relationship that only like even the person closest to you, aka Roy's wife. I mean, she doesn't know, because she's only been there a bit, and it takes a lot to leave somebody like your parent that you love and you want to be there for, and it might be easier to do if you're not related to them, just like Janie compared to Roy. So, yeah, is Jamie or Janie? I think it's Janie.
I'm not sure.
Well, I'll just say Janie for now. If I'm wrong, we'll change it. But Janie and Dina, Roy's wife and daughter, they leave. And eventually what seems like a comet comes from the sky. It comes down, causes havoc, and destroys the house that Emmett, who's Roy's father, is in. And Roy screams for his dad. Not too far from the home yet, Dina notices the crash and runs out the car away from Janie and goes to save her grandfather and father. Roy goes to pick her up, and behind her is a huge monster, presumably coming from the comet that fell from the sky. Emmett, the father of Roy, then comes out of nowhere and desecrates the monster with a huge sword that we don't know how he got. And mind you, Emmett, again, is the grandfather with Alzheimer's. And out of nowhere, he comes with this huge sword. And he destroys the monster that is chasing his granddaughter and Roy's daughter. The sword coming from a different world, space, and the sword calls itself Volifex.
I pronounce it Valifax.
Valifax? Oh, Valifax, I'll say. Oh, yeah, it is probably Valifax. Who cures Emmett's Alzheimer's under the condition that it's held by him and only him, only when held. So once he lets go, he'll get his Alzheimer's back.
Mm-hmm.
These are the conditions in order for Emmett to stay cured, and he accepts it with grace. But the underline is that from the world this sword comes from, is a god named Atum, or Adam, who wants.
I think it's Atum.
Atum, a god named Atum who wants his sword back and will do anything and sacrifice everyone to retrieve it. And so I just wanted to write that description out just to make sure like we get the basis of the story, because like the story is so simple to follow that I think with that description of it, it'll help the listeners just really follow along. But in the gist of everything, you got the grandfather who's Roy's dad, who has Alzheimer's, who really doesn't remember anything. And it's just, it's sad because we discussed that in the last episode.
Yeah.
And just even watching the videos on the explanation or reviews for this comic, it's just like one of the things the guy started off with is like, I know plenty of people in my family that have Alzheimer's. And I mean, the amount we read was somewhere in the millions that are affected by it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, it's not uncommon. And so it's already a heart-wrenching, just base of a story. And it's just sad. And one thing he mentioned that I thought was really dope is that he said when somebody has Alzheimer's in the family, it doesn't just affect that one person. It affects the whole family.
Yeah.
And definitely this is a big case of it off the rip. And the community with the sheriff and him fighting the two guys and on the highway and this and that.
Yeah. It's definitely like a tough situation for sure, because I mentioned last episode of like sort of kind of dealing with that with my grandma and stuff in my family and how that seems to be more of an issue. So it's funny because I forgot to even mention, but I read this comic not entirely when it first came out.
You just read it like midway or something like that?
So my roommate at the time, back sophomore year of college, I got him to start reading comics.
Nice.
And he started picking up this comic on a whim. He was like, God Country, yeah, it looks cool. I'll pick this up.
Check it out. Yeah.
And he started reading it, and I started reading the issues off him. I was like, yo, this shit slaps.
Nice.
But he and I had a falling out at some point. And so when the last issue of this came out, I didn't read it. So I had never read the last issue of this up until we read it for this.
No fucking way. So you finally got to finish it?
I finally got to finish it.
That's amazing, bro. I thought you'd been read the whole thing and everything.
No, I finally got to finish it reading it for this show.
That's kind of like the fate. That's the theme. That's funny as shit.
Yeah, it's just, it's such an interesting... It's so interesting how when I read it then, I was like, oh shit, he's got Alzheimer's. That's crazy. Yeah. But I read it now, I'm like, oh fuck. Yeah. He's got Alzheimer's. I forgot.
Yeah. And talk about a book growing with you, man. Like imagine picking this book up in the future and, just with probability, like more people will be affected and, God forbid or whatever. But if you know somebody or this and that, just it comes with age. It's just heart wrenching. But I do feel also like this is a gracious book in the sense of it really does deal with a lot of closure, a lot of like, even with the characters themselves, like accepting their fate and accepting what's, to be and not to be. And I think it's interesting.
Yeah. And I think even on that concept, the closure in this book, where it's like a lot of the times the closure that you're looking for isn't the closure that you're going to get.
But it's what you desperately need, to move forward. And
like sometimes you just got to take what you can get and work with it, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, that
lemonade, bitch.
Yeah, man. Because life's not going to give you any other option. That's one thing about life. It just does not care, and it's just, those are the facts.
But a moment that I like, another moment in this issue, in issue 1, is when the monster does come out and it's chasing Dina and Janie. Yeah. It's Janie. And the narration comes back by this point. And it says at this moment, and this is the great part here, that demon, it done fucked up. You see, Roy Well, Roy was a good man in a hard situation, did the best he could do, but he wasn't a fighter by any stretch. But Roy's father, hell, you ask anyone in the great state of Texas, they'll all tell you the same damn thing. Emmett Quinlan was a god.
Boom! And he just fucking strikes the monster down. And yeah, man, the art is beautiful, man. It really is fucking gorgeous. And yeah, just even seeing the monster on the page prior, like its face and everything, like it's not so detailed, but it is very, like it doesn't need to be detailed. It's already in itself something amazing.
Like something you have to consider too is that this is like also Jeff Shaw's debut.
Yeah,
like it's not only Donny Cates' debut; it's Jeff Shaw's debut.
But it's gorgeous, man.
And Jeff Shaw kills it. He like you can see that this is like he's still learning. I noticed a couple mistakes here and there myself rereading it.
Yeah,
because as I make my own comics, I become a little more critical as I read comics. I'm just kind of like taking notes as I read, sort of mentally annotating the comic as I go. And so there were a couple of things here and there I was kind of like, oh, this and that, whatever, this could have been better. Oh, he drew a line over this line, whatever. So you can see that this is definitely his early work.
Yeah,
but he's so good at what he does. It's just, you have to respect that. It's he does good work. I really like the panel when he's just looking at his hand. I
was just looking at that. Yeah, I mean, it says, and he's like, when did I get so damn old? And it's like kind of like a multicolored panel, but it's the eyes that tell everything from his face, because at this point he's cured from the Alzheimer's because he's holding Valifax, and he just has this awareness in his eyes now, and it's crazy, man.
Like he looks awake.
Yeah, and it must be crazy. You know, it's funny. There was some lady that came to my job the other day. And she's super old, like she's super elderly, and she was talking to me. She knows mad shit about like Korea and stuff. Like she mentioned this one dish. I'm gonna butcher it, but it's like Yakult, not Yakult, not like the yogurt thing, but like something like that or something. But it's basically kind of like a steak tartare. You know what it is? Like raw meat and everything mixed with egg yolk, but it's Korean. Anyway, long story short, because this is the old guy saying, when did I get so damn old? She was like, out of nowhere, I didn't even ask her. She was like, yeah, I'm taking a computer class now. And I was like, oh, good for you, man. I was like, that's pretty fucking, I was like, I don't even know how to use a computer myself. So I was like, good on you. And, you know, I try not to say things that, you know, I'm the worst when I'm trying to not say something. But I was like, yeah, man, I don't know how these computers are going to look in the future. She's pretty old and everything too. So I'm referring to like 50 years from now, you know? So I'm just like, damn. But it was amazing. It was like, yeah, like a lot of old people do that to like occupy their minds, and it's amazing. You know what I'm trying to say? You're never too old to really start at all, to be honest with you. But yeah, like where did the time go for her? You know, and not in a bad way, just in a realistic way. And time flies, and sooner or later we'll say the same shit.
We're all getting old.
Yeah, we're all dying. And then we'll be in this frame. But yeah, and then the issue ends with just a tomb. After the narrator says, and the god who wanted it back, referring to Valifax.
Well, that's not a tomb. That's a...
Oh, that's the Articarus or something like that?
Something like that, yeah. But that's like a tomb's son.
Yeah, it's... okay, I wrote all the names. Aristus. Yeah, that's his son who a tomb sent to go get that sword back. But even that page is drawn beautifully.
Yeah, and you know... Also, just I feel like we haven't mentioned it, but this sword is massive.
Oh, it's huge! It's fucking huge. This sword
is like a 12-foot sword. It's like a Final Fantasy sword. Yeah. It's huge.
Yeah, it's fucking ginormous, bro. And it ranges in terms of size, like from one page to the other. But at the point of it, it's fucking ginormous. Yeah.
And that was something I kind of noted in terms of like the art quality. It's just like the consistency of things and whatever. Yeah. It's like, you know, Valifax was never like the same size on all the pages.
Yeah.
But you know, he still killed it.
It is what it is, bro.
He's doing his best.
Hell yeah, bro.
But yeah, I mean, issue 2 just kind of just what was issue 2 about?
It pretty much glosses over like him appreciating that he got his memory back.
Oh,
the house is destroyed.
Oh, this was a sad panel when the little flashback panel when
to
they're
the
in the hospital.
And they're basically realizing that, you know, things are going, like he's getting Alzheimer's and he's not getting any better, even though he's trying to, the doctor's trying to remind him, right?
Yeah.
Of, you know, the past.
Well, it's not the doctor, it's Roy.
Oh, it's Roy. He looks like a doctor with the scrubs.
But that's just like a button-up shirt.
But it looks like a green, like, you know, the green scrubs.
No, I get you.
Oh, you work in the clinic. Oh. No, but yeah, like it's him like in rejoicing, basically the fact that he's all right.
Yeah, and the comic does make a pretty interesting note where like the fact that it shows this flashback of Roy showing Emmett about like their marriage and their wedding and whatever, and it cuts back to the present and Emmett hugs Janie and he says, "I remember everything."
Yeah,
and it makes that note of like, I guess maybe they do remember, it's just locked away somewhere.
Yeah, I mean that's a curious thing about Alzheimer's, man, because like what is really going on up there, and are those memories lost forever, or is it just temporary, and hopefully in the future there's a cure. As far as we looked into it, there's only just preventing the deterioration speed, but I hope in the future they could really cure that.
But Emmett rebuilds the house
like just fucking like a baller. Like all he does is puts his arm out and he's like and then the house just comes together perfectly. And
but he still leaves all the imperfections about the house the way it was, like the way that the doors kind of scrape against the floors and stuff like that.
Perfectly imperfect,
And then that's when Aristus comes down and says, "Hey, yo, we gotta talk."
Yeah, and he knows this because, well, Emmett knows this because the sword basically communicates with him. Not so shown in the comic, but you can see right here in this panel. He's like, "What? Where?" And then he's like looking at the sword and he's like, "Wait, you guys stay in the house," and him and the sword leave the building. So already you see this sword is not just an average sword that's huge and crazy out of nowhere. And Aristus comes in like a fucking baller and just
superhero landing.
Yeah, pretty much just superhero lands the shit out this fucking floor.
Destroys the mailbox. He just repaired that.
I just repaired that, Aristus.
I just put that back up.
You piece of shit. And he just says, "Mortals, I believe you have something that belongs to me." And so yeah, and we get this whole situation explained. And what is Aristus saying what is the overall message he's saying to Emmett?
He just basically explains to Emmett that his dad, Atum, has sent him to bring back the sword to him. And that Valifax chooses a warrior at some point in time, and that it's chosen Emmett, but that it belongs to Atum. And Emmett says, "Nah."
It's like, "Hell no, bitch, I'm not giving back this sword." And he just says, "Don't worry." And then eventually he goes with them to where?
They step away to have this conversation more one-on-one.
Oh, yeah.
And they go to basically the graveyard of Emmett's wife.
Yeah.
And it's just at this lonely tree out in a pasture. And it's just the two of them talking.
And here you can really see how long the sword is, man, because that shit is crazy big. It's basically the size of Aristus, who's huge. About like 8 times the size of Emmett.
Yeah.
And that's how high the sword reaches, to Aristus's height.
And they're just chatting about what they're gonna do. And Aristus starts to explain what Valifax is, and what he says: "Valifax is Excalibur. It is every sword that was ever forged, every enchanted blade you have heard of, every myth, every song, every tale spoken of a mighty warrior and his unbreakable steel. It is and has always been Valifax." And
that's amazingly written too.
So Valifax is a big deal. Pretty cool sword.
Pretty all right. And
pretty cool fucking sword.
Emmett has these flashbacks to when he met his wife, or basically spending time with his wife. And it's such a sweet like throwback. That is a really sweet fucking shot right there. I mean, panel right there. And it's very beautiful.
And the pacing, again, like Donny Cates does so well at pacing, because you have to think about where they are in this conversation. And as he goes to touch a gravestone, and Aristus is telling him, "Emmett, I find your reluctance curious.
Yeah.
You have no cause to champion, no war to wage. Why not just give the blade back to me and my kind? Why make this arduous for yourself and for your family?" And then that's when he touches a gravestone.
Yeah.
And that's when he has a flashback. And then that's what tells the reader this is what he's fighting for.
Yeah. Like this is what he doesn't have to say much. You just see this and you're like, okay. Like I'm understanding everything, and again, this is almost a comic book where you don't even have to read the dialogue in some sense. Obviously, it's way better to do so, but like when I was reading it over again, I would just kind of glance through the pages because everything told it as it is. So you're right, that pacing does really exist. Having read it prior,
And it just worked so well where the next panel is just a sort of half silhouette face of Emmett. He's shedding a tear and he says, "If I did, give it back. Could you people fix me? Like holding this sword fixes me with your magic or what have you?"
Mm.
And it's this desperate attempt where Emmett is just trying to cure his Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
And he's trying to not give up the sword because he doesn't want to get rid of his Alzheimer's, essentially.
Yeah.
And he's trying to find any which way he can do that. And they can't come to an agreement.
Pretty much he says, like, if you don't give up the sword, then we're going to eventually have to come for you. Right? Like,
Yeah, he's
me,
like, we going to have to fight down the block, fam.
And if it's not me, if I die, then then Atum will send his other son, and he will never stop sending his sons, until he gets that sword back.
And Aristus asks him, have you a message for my father? And it's just a silent panel of Emmett looking back at him all serious.
Yeah.
And it cuts to the Kingdom of Always. And this is such a cool, like, setting where it's just a fucking, like, little island out by a black hole.
Yeah, man. I mean, look, see how much better it looks there than here? I just showed out on my phone, and the book looks so much more beautiful. And this is where Atum stays.
This is where we get to see Atum. And this is where Aristus tells him, Atum demands, what are his words? And Aristus tells him, yes, my lord, they were, come and take it.
And he's like, what? He just pissed.
But that was issue 2.
Yeah.
And we get to issue 3, and
this is where some badass shit just happens.
Yeah, issue 3 is pretty cool. Issue 3 is more of like the action issue for sure.
Definitely. Yeah, but it starts off back at the house with Dina, Roy. Roy has the sword in his hand, which I just noticed. Oh no, is it or
No,
Emmett?
It's Emmett.
Oh my bad, I can't. Fucking bitch has phone comic. Well, they're all back home. The whole family's back home, and they're all just there. And one thing I wanted to point out real quick, while Roy and Janie are drinking beer, I think that's Duff beer, like from The Simpsons. Like, go to the 3rd page, this one right here, if you can see.
Yeah.
And if you look at it, it's Duff. Like, if you look at
Oh shit!
isn't that crazy? That's a Simpsons reference.
They got away with it.
Yeah, man. I think that's fucking awesome.
I was trying. You know what's funny about that page? I was trying to. It's funny that you noticed the Duff.
Love me some
Easter egg.
Simpsons. Yeah.
While I was looking at the books in the background.
I'm fucking. That is pretty fucking amazing. The ultimate collaboration.
Like, I was looking at Love in the Time. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be Hunger's Game.
Bro, I was like,
you got Hitchhiker's
books?
Guide to the Galaxy.
I still don't see the books, bro. Oh yeah, I see them right there. But yeah, they're basically the wife is having a drink, and then basically the wife is apologizing. I mean, Janie's apologizing for like how she got towards his father, Roy's father, and then he's like, well, I'm gonna need a beer for this one if we're gonna talk about this, and she really means it. And this is when Roy confesses that he thinks this is all his fault because he had wished for something to happen to help his father, beat the Alzheimer's, And now, they look at each other. I mean, he doesn't say it yet. It cuts off to Dina and Emmett playing together. And they're just having a good old time with a big-ass sword, bro. That sword is fucking huge, bro. But as soon as Dina's trying to communicate with Valifax, the sword is, like, not having it. Valifax is like, chill the fuck out, girl. And then he says, I do not have the time for this, child. I am not your grandpa's sword. And furthermore, I am not a he. I am a blade. I am all blades. As we speak, I am at war in more realms than you can even imagine. I am blocking endless blows, flying through the throats of 1,000 ancient galactic evils, and drowning in the blood of 1,000,000 dying warriors in places you have never heard of and never will see. And then he says, Emmett's like, chill the fuck out. And Valifax responds, he didn't say that, he says, hey, easy. D, why don't you run along? And Valifax says, but little Quinlan, I am also held by noble champions, fighting against odds immeasurable and power unfathomable. So you could tell, like, this is no joke here, and this is, and of course it wasn't a joke to begin with, but shit is really serious, and this is a great responsibility that Emmett has in his hands, and that, it's not to be taken lightly, and it's not a toy, absolutely, And
yeah, and he just, like, Valifax just, like, really
goes off.
Like, he gets so serious that, like, Dina
starts
just
crying.
just kind of, like,
like, you piece of shit. I don't even like so. Yeah. Well, you're dumb. And then we return back to Roy and, Janie. And Roy, this is where Roy basically confesses that he had, wished this because he was frustrated with everything. And
that he prayed for something to come and take him away, he says.
Yeah. And then something tried, he says. And then so now Roy and his father, they return talking together because Emmett tells Janie that Dina's upset,
I also just love this panel where it's like establishing the scene of the two of them sitting outside, and the sword is so big that they push it between like the fence or whatever,
the inner, like between the fence poles or whatever.
Yeah, the
like
fence posts.
Yeah, but this is a very interesting, very I think interesting and crucial part of the whole comic, because right now Roy wants to talk to his dad, like, and you could tell because he's like, Dad, and he's kind of hesitating, and then the dad gets nervous and he's like, oh, Emmett, he's like, oh, you got any beer, and they're just sitting there, and what Roy figured is that he overheard everything, and basically what Emmett does is kind of just push everything to the side. He doesn't really face the confrontation really well. And when Roy's trying to express his feelings, he basically responds, your mother hugged you too much. And Roy just walks away. He throws the beer and the chair on the ground. He just says, unbelievable. He says, fucking magic sword brings you back and you're further away than you've ever been. His dad's calling for him. And, Emmett says, I heard what you said, son. And you got to get all of that foolishness out of your head. You didn't bring the demon thing out here. Roy says, your sword tell you that? And I thought that was pretty funny that he says that back to him. Because you could tell Roy is fucking just tired of it.
He's done with it.
Yeah. Like, like even at the most beautiful moment that could, potentially be one, it's just his father is just the same person, even in the miracle that is curing the Alzheimer's.
Yeah, I mean, and Emmett just kind of tells him like his reasoning. He's just like, listen, man, like this ain't easy for me either. Like when I got diagnosed, like I didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
And at that moment, like he kind of sort of wins Roy over a bit, and Roy's kind of like, Dad, and you see in the back some fucking ghouls
just out of nowhere, man,
jumping at him
and fucking bites the shit out of Roy. I don't know how the fuck he didn't die after this bite, bro. This motherfucker got bitten like crazy, bro. This motherfucker's supposed to be dead, and then Roy just punches him back.
Throws him a rocky.
Yeah. Bruh, I never see somebody get that. He bites the shit out this motherfucker, and but yeah, Emmett's like, holy shit, I gotta take action, and he fights the fucking monster back, and he's like, get in the house. But
and
then this
Halifax sheds light.
Yeah, and there's a fucking jillion creatures just heading the way towards Roy.
Halifax just says, it is time.
Mm-hmm. And it is
so
coming.
epic.
And then Emmett just goes to town, and while he's going to town fighting all these enemies, they're trying to break into the house, and shit's getting real, both for the house full of, Roy, Janie, and Dina, and Emmett who's outside.
And we get to see that Halifax has some other pretty crazy powers because it has the power to control other blades,
which he summons from the house to kill creatures trying to invade the house. But this is all done by another one of his Atum's son, right?
Yes, Baelgrim,
who is very fucking demonic and shit like that, and plays a lot of tricks. And so while Emmett sees him, he swings directly to him and vanishes in the midst of the swing. And what he wanted to do was get Emmett away from the family so that more demons can surround the house. And mind you, it's hundreds of demons, not like a couple. It's fucking hundreds of demons.
Yeah.
And what they found out is that Dina, the daughter, got taken away. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dina went to hell. And so did Emmett Quinlan. So Emmett, he's like, oh shit, I gotta get Dina back. I done fucked up by being distracted of rage. And he goes to hell to go get Dina back as instructed by Halifax. And so he's in hell now, and that shit trash.
Oh yeah, super trash.
Super trash.
But yeah, he pulls up in hell. You're like, hey, yo, what up?
And we cut back to, what the fuck is up? I had Alzheimer's. I almost forgot what day it was. Just kidding. I'm cured.
He's on TikTok. He's like, hey, guys, day 2 of being cured. I'm in hell.
He's using fucking Vine. But now we have Roy and Janie in the house. And then Roy gets all spiritual out of nowhere. And he's like, how could you not believe in like God or miracles? And Jenny's like, what the fuck you talking about, bro?
After what we just seen,
and
boy.
And he's like, we see demons and gods, and if there's a hell, there must be a heaven. And she's like, what the fuck? And even her face right here, she's like, what the fuck you talking about, bro? Like, I'd be kind of tight too, though, because their daughter is kidnapped, and yeah, as soon as a bunch of demons just burst in, they go get the gun, and we cut back to Emmett in hell.
And he bursts in. He's like, hey, yo, what up? I got a big cock.
Just kidding. I just have a big sword for compensation. And he's speaking to the what's his name again?
Belgrim.
Belgrim
And Belgrim's just got Dina sleeping.
Yeah.
And he's like, "You'll wake the baby."
And Emmett's enraged, and then Belgrim plays this disgusting trick where he's pulls from the dead because he was just playing around with him, and the sword tells him Emmett to look away, but before Emmett's eyes is his wife, image of his wife at the very least, and Emmett is just still old. It's a version of his wife, and she was young, and she says, "Do you remember me?" The sword says, "Emmett, no!" Emmett lets go of the sword, and he hugs the fake version of his wife. And that's so fucking sad.
I just shout out to the lettering again, John J. Hill, if I remember the name correctly. Yeah. Because I really like how the speech bubble, when he drops Valifax, is kind of like half faded away.
Kind of like going away, like fading away a little. Because he lost the power of the sword and everything.
Yeah. And when he picks up Valifax again, you see like the speech bubbles kind of like
regain their reality, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, yeah, it's a super dirty tricks. It reminds me of the Batman comic book where, he's being like tortured within this maze and everything. And then he sees his parents and he's already so fucked up. And then he sees his parents and his face is just I've never seen Batman so broken down in my life. And yeah, Belgrim he picks up the sword, but then Valifax is like, "Nah, son, I don't give a fuck who you are." And it just hurts Belgrim crazy, right? Does it kill him or just hurt him?
He just starts to hurt him. It looks like it breaks his arm or something, or just like swings it the other way.
Then we come back to Roy and Janie, and they're just fighting off, defending themselves, and they're running out of bullets.
And as Valifax is basically attacking Belgrim, he starts telling Belgrim, "You don't deserve what you already have.
Yeah.
You have acted in a manner unbefitting your title. You have used your power to hurt, to deceive. You have made warriors of those who have earned their peace.
Yeah.
I will stand for it no longer.
Bitch.
The dead deserve their end, Belgrim. Their fight is over now. I release them."
Bitch.
And in that moment, the zombies just fade away as Roy and Janie kind of hold each other in their seemingly last moments together.
Right. They basically accept fate because they have no more bullets. And, because Belgrim is dying, all the ghosts he summoned to attack them are dying. And mind you, all sent by a tomb. But then, lastly, we see Emmett, who was holding his wife. She dies too because she was a creation of Belgrim.
Yeah.
And you could just see in his face.
Says, "Let them rest."
Yeah. And then, that's just sad as fuck. I can't only imagine. And then Emmett just punches the shit out of Belgrim. Like, bitch.
He just fucking does like a Gears of War execution on him.
He might as well have the chainsaw. And you're just like, yeah, Gears of War, yeah. and so at this point, Emmett is just fucking fed up, and he's like, "You know what? Fuck this Atum motherfucker. I'm going after this bitch."
Oh yeah, he takes Dina back home.
Oh yeah,
he fucking drops him off, and he's like, "That's cool, deuces."
That's cool.
He goes back to the graveyard, back to that lonesome tree, and says, I know you can hear me. I want you to know I'm ready.
Yeah.
Let's finish this.
Let's do it.
A big ass storm comes up.
Fucking do it. And then we get to, this is the Kingdom of Always, which is where Atum is. And basically, this is the narration explaining what happened to the Kingdom of Always.
Yes.
Which is basically that it was, can you explain it again? Because I know it was already dying and this and that, or like he did something.
Well, it wasn't already dying.
Was it?
It was thriving.
It was thriving. Quite opposite of dying.
Basically, it shows the birth of Valifax, where it was built to be Atum's legacy.
Yeah.
And as they basically took over places with this sword, they really cleaned up town and everything. And however, they say a force even greater than the mighty Atum began to crumble the Kingdom of Always. Time, inevitability, all things die.
And this is that tone back again to just as this always, which Atum is just trying to save so graciously, just as pretty much like the mind of Emmett, the family of Roy, Dina, all these things that eventually will go, and we get to that later on too.
And it shows that Atum basically uses power to maintain the Kingdom of Always as a small like island essentially on the edge of a black hole,
because that's all he could retain from the Kingdom of Always.
And if he were to exert any less power, it gets sucked up by that black hole and be donezo. But yeah, pretty much it. Fucking Atum sends Aristus to go fight Emmett, and he's like, "Hey, yo, go get my sword."
And Aristus is a cool motherfucker. Aristus is pretty fucking cool.
Yeah,
man.
Aristus is like, "Yo, man, do we really got to do this?
Like, I'm not trying to die. You're already dying. Come on, man." Now he's actually really fucking. I like Aristus' character very much, and you know, he just says, "This is your last chance to surrender to the blade to me and my father. I do not wish to kill you, but if you force my hand, I assure you I will." And then Emmett says, like a boss, "You'll certainly try." And Aristus says, "Emmett, please, just fucking please, Emmett. It needn't be this way. Think of your family." And then Emmett just, you know, he swings and he says, "I am thinking of my family." And then they just battle. Such a big battle that all of Texas heard, as per the narrator.
Yeah.
That every crack sounded crazy, and there was explosions of lightning, and just this, you know. And I really like, you know, this part where the narrator says, Aristus says, "Emmett, if you can hear me, stay down. No mortal could understand this." And the narrator says, "The curse that came out of Aristus's mouth in that moment had no terrestrial translation that you or I could understand." And then there's just like almost like alien hieroglyphics of a speaking bubble, and we don't know what the fuck it says. But that's such a random part thrown in there. That's so interesting, you know?
Yeah.
Like it's such a nice little touch. But then Emmett comes out with his shirt off, looking all sexy and shit, and he's like, "Come on." Come on.
You know, I completely forgot to mention it.
What's up?
I have been thinking about it as we've been talking about this out loud, but there is going to be a movie of this.
I thought there already was one, but I think there's a movie called God's Country. But if there's a movie of this, we definitely got to cover it regardless, or like throw it in there.
They're working on a movie of this.
That must be crazy.
You know who should be Emmett?
Macaulay Culkin.
Jeff Bridges.
Jeff Bridges. Who's that again?
Big Lebowski.
Oh, hell yeah, he should be. Oh, 100%.
Tell me not.
That's like a perfect. You gotta call him up.
Tell me
call
not.
him up. That's perfect.
Jeff Bridges as Emmett Quinlan.
That would be awesome.
Up?
With the robe. Nah, I'm gonna stop. But yeah, they just battle, and there's a shot of them about to swing at each other, and it still goes on, and it went on throughout the storm.
And it cuts back to Roy and Janie and Dina, and they're dealing with the storm attacking their house.
Yeah.
The house is kind of getting messed up a bit, and we kind of get a sort of recreation of the
opening scene
in issue 1 when Dina and Janie are about to leave.
Yeah.
And Roy shouts out, "What are you doing?" And Janie tells him, "Roy, we have to go."
Yeah.
And Roy hesitates. "Janie, I." And you
He's
see
like,
another explosion.
Yeah.
And he says, "Come on, I'll drive."
Yeah. And at this point, he's accepted the fact that, like, either with or without the Alzheimer's, this is just not an acceptable situation. And, like, no matter what, it's just not okay. But then Emmett walks out regardless with the fucking Aristus's, was it hammer? And then the Volifax. And
I mean, fucking in that moment as they're about to leave, the fucking car just gets wrecked because Aristus comes crashing in. Yeah, and fucking Emmett, like you said, is holding Valifax and Aristus's hammer, and he's looking all badass.
The badass, man.
He says, "I said move."
But at this point, he's realized he's put his family in danger. And Roy was like, "Come on, bro, what the fuck? Let go of the sword." And he says, "I'm not giving it back." He says, "I'll lose everything." And then Roy screams at him, "You are scaring the shit out of my family." And he says, "This is not getting any better. This isn't okay." And Janie's trying to calm down Dina. And Emma says, "Your family?" And Roy says, "Dad, please. I know how hard this must be for you, but you have to give it back. You have got to let this go." Aristus says, "Emmett, huh?" And
those are some very important words. You've got to let this go.
Yeah. And towards the end, what happens now, actually?
Well, Emmett just takes a moment after Aristus tells him, like, "Listen, man."
Pretty much explains to him.
Like, I won't be able to go back home until I leave with that sword. So he says, "For both our families, please."
Yeah. He's pleading. He's
give
basically
me the blade.
Pleading, just please. Like, yeah, exactly. And Emmett, takes a moment to think. Everybody's quiet. Then he asks Valifax, "You there?" And he says, "Yeah." And then
he says, "You up?"
And then Emmett says that he's going to do something. Roy doesn't know what. And what ends up happening is that he returns to Valifax to what is it called again?
He goes to the Kingdom of Always.
Kingdom of Always, because he knows what he gotta do. And then we get to issue number 6, the issue you never read before.
Issue never read before.
So we get basically the final one, right? So we get to the final one,
which is such a dope cover too.
Yeah, it's really fucking amazing, and that's why I really fucking wish that I had the book, and I'm gonna buy the book regardless. But you want to read this opening? Like, this is the narrator again, or this is Aristus?
This is Aristus.
You want to read it?
Yeah. He says, "Since our star died, my father has kept the Kingdom of Always from slipping into the black lands of the void through his sheer and indomitable force alone. He has kept the Volgul, a race of mountainous scavengers that feeds on the energies of dying gods and godly things, at bay for hundreds of years now. No small task given their impenetrable hides and razorous tusks. In short, my father, Atum, God of Kings and All-Father to the Thousand Realms, is unquestionably the most powerful entity in the known galaxy. And McQuinlan of the realm Texas, however, while simply a very determined mortal, has found himself in possession of Valifax, the god of blades, a willful and omnipresent sword, powerful enough to stab the stars from the skies, and feared throughout a million worlds for its ability to turn men into gods, and gods into dust."
It's crazy shit. And so now we go back to Texas while Emmett is in, the land. What is it? I always forget the name of it.
Kingdom of Always.
Kingdom of Always. Get this stuck in my head. And basically, Aristus is talking to Dina. That was a good ass conversation.
Yeah, I mean, that was Aristus narrating, and he just finishes it up with.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, once again, young Dina Quinlan, no, I do not know who will win in a fight between my father and your grandfather. Because it's really up in the air, because now Aristus is basically abandoned on Earth.
Yeah.
And he's with Dina and Janie and Roy, and all four of them are just kind of like, yo, so we're just kind of waiting now.
We just gotta wait it out for this old motherfucker to just, do what he gotta do. And Emmett finally confronts Atum. And Atum is huge. And basically, he acknowledges that he's after the sword, and that they gotta talk about it. But then we go back to Texas.
Yeah, we go back to Texas, and that's when Aristus starts to feel something strange. He feels a presence in the forest.
Yeah.
And he's like, "No, son of Emmett, it is not good."
And he realizes, and then we come back to the shot of Emmett, but Aristus talking, and Aristus says, "My father is becoming unfocused, unable to maintain his own enchantments if Atum continues this path. If he cannot turn away from this fight in whatever mad form it has taken, his power over our kingdom will break. And our home, everything that we have and all that we have ever been, all that he has fought to hold on for all this time, it will slip away into a broken star, into the abyss, lost. And Emmett is fighting against a force from Atum so much that he starts to bleed from his nose while holding the sword in defense."
And he says, please. Please.
Mm-hmm. And this is a very interesting part, because this is where Atum gets real fucking, real crude to Emmett. Because if I'm not mistaken, he just basically says, like, basically Emmett asks, kind of wondering why he got the sword. And Atum basically says, and literally says, he says, "You're nothing. You think you matter? You think your pathetic family means anything? Once I have Valifax, I will raise your bump to the ash, and the universe will not blink. You didn't lose your mind because you were cursed, and you didn't receive Valifax because you are special. You are no one. All things fade. All things die. All things die but me. Enough. Give me my sword. Let it go, you old fool." And it's like, and then he's like, "All right," and he just throws that shit. But that was some crazy shit he said to him, you know?
He went in.
He's like, he really hurt his feelings. He hurt my feelings, bro. That shit was sad. And,
it's okay, Frankie. It's okay. Hey, man.
It's like my old professor, man.
Hey.
It's just
Frankie, it's okay. He's not here.
It's not my fault.
It's not your fault, man.
It's not my fault.
Goodwill Hunting. It's not your fault.
You gotta hear Louis C.K.'s joke on Matt Damon, right?
Uh-huh.
Writing with Goodwill Hunting. It's so fucking funny. I'm gonna find it to you. It's so fucking funny, man. It's all his fault. But Emmett throws the sword at Atum with full force, and the narrator says, "You want to read it?"
And he says, "And so he did. And as Valifax ripped through the air to meet its maker, Emmett prepared to do the same. It was then, on the very edge of fading away, that Emmett remembered something. Something Valifax had told him a while back. Something about flying through the throats of ancient intergalactic evil. About immeasurable odds and unfathomable power. In the thunderous hearts and trembling hands of champions.
Yeah, and the sword comes back to Emmett. While
as it strikes a tomb.
Yeah, and he's just in the rubble. And yeah, that shit was crazy.
Yeah, and it was this moment where I definitely got a lot of Thor vibes where I was like, oh,
with the Odin stuff and everything, and just,
like, I mean, just the way that he threw the sword and the sword comes back, kind of like Mjolnir,
like, you know, coming back. Okay, gotcha.
So I was like, I got Thor vibes from that a lot and stuff. And the fact that he wrote Thor just makes sense.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying like this is Thor before he wrote Thor. And then but yeah, we go back to Texas and the portal opens for them to go back to the they go the
Kingdom of Always.
Kingdom of Always. And they basically Arista is saying that, you know, Roy, you know, probably should come through. And he's like, but I can't, I have to. And then Janie, who, like, you know, full circle comes around and says, well, not full circle, but like, you know, 180.
Kind of full
like,
circle, yeah.
She's like, you have to. She should go. And he's like, but she's like, no, your dad needs it. You're okay. We're fine. And I like this because it's so like corny in some sense because he was lying. He's like, okay, just tell Dina. And then she's like, tell her when you get back. And he's like, I love you. And then they dip to the Kingdom of Always. Yeah. So then Roy gets there and he just sees this battle going on. And at one point, you know, his father just, you know, finally just falls into Roy's arms. And you some of this part because this part is sad as shit.
Yeah, I mean, narration's in at this point again, and you see Roy catching Emmett, and Emmett essentially just starts to die in Roy's arms. And the narration goes, but well, that's just not how this story goes. Oh, I'll go back a bit because this is pretty important in terms of the narration. And I'd like to be able to tell you that in that moment, with his son's help, Emmett got right back up and fought that son of a bitch like a lion.
Yeah.
Or that Emmett and his son had a final moment to say to each other all the things left unsaid between a father and son. But, well, that's just not how this story goes. No, the truth is, in the end, the damage done had left Emmett too weak to fight and unable to speak. But that was okay, because in that moment, Emmett finally did let go. And when he did, he gave his son everything.
This was incredible. And go on, but I'll just...
Every day, every hour, all the lessons Emmett learned as a father, all the triumphs, all the failures, all the things left unsaid, things he could never say, everything he never was, all the things he loved and all the things he fought for, his memories, all of them, he passed them to Roy. And it's just this beautiful spread.
And it says, and then?
And the narration says, and then he was gone.
And amongst that whole, 3 pages of what, he gave him, this is just all the memories that Emmett and his father shared from the birth of him to his last second holding him. And then Roy says, in the next page, he takes the sword from Emmett's, dead hands. He looks away and he presses his forehead on Emmett's forehead, his father's forehead. And he just says quietly, "Thank you, Dad." And that shit was sad as fuck. Like when I saw that page, that shit really got me, man. Cause that's what it is. And I feel like I've spoken to other people who are parents and stuff like that in general. And that's a big topic, man. Like being able to communicate with your child or vice versa for them to communicate with you. And just, sometimes you're just not able to, it's hard. It's hard to express these things. And, that's the biggest gift of them all. If you were ever able to just transceive everything, And
I'll say 2 things. One, it's kind of like a God of War 2018 because I'm playing that right now.
Nice.
And in that game, it's a lot about Kratos basically learning to be a father again. Like there are these moments that I love so much where his son Atreus starts looking off into the distance. He's like, "Oh, look at that! It looks so amazing." And Kratos will look at him and he'll look off into the distance and he'll pick his hand up and he'll start to motion his hand to put it on Atreus's shoulder, and he hesitates. And then Atreus just moves away. He continues walking.
Yeah.
And Kratos is just left there I missed my opportunity.
Yeah.
And it's like
just that 1 second earlier moment would have changed everything type shit.
Yeah, like those moments, I'm just like, every time it happens in that game, I'm like, fuck Kratos. Yeah. But
come on, motherfucker.
But another thing that I think of is that, well, there is also, again, the issue that I read today about, from Donny Cates again, about Thor and the passing of Odin and stuff. But just today at work, again, coincidences. Today at work, a patient came in and was getting very TMI about the passing of his mother.
Oh, damn.
And he was just kind of talking about how his mom passed away, and
he was like, "Damn, when I killed her." No, I'm kidding.
he was talking about how like he passed away in her arms and this. And
oh my god, that's
stuff.
Crazy! Jesus Christ, I didn't expect it to be that deep and everything.
Yeah, it was pretty intense. Like I was just there trying to make an appointment. Man.
Yeah, I mean that's I would be like, yo, bro, not the place, not the time.
But I think of that when reading this and looking at these moments because just like Roy, it was like that guy with his parent dying in his arms, and it's such a sad feeling.
You can never really imagine, you know.
Yeah.
And but yeah, we cut to Aristus, right, getting fucking murdered by a tomb.
Yeah, he just gets done by a tomb.
Yeah. And then
and a tomb just shouts out,
"Give me the blade back."
Yeah, he tells him, "I want the fucking blade."
And Roy's like, "I don't give a fuck. Literally, I don't care." And then the narrator, he goes, "And that was that." And a tomb says, "No!" And it reads, "After Roy used Valifax to teleport him and his father away from a tomb and his crumbling kingdom, the Quinlans never heard from the gods ever again, as the kingdom of always shattered and faded away into the black. That part of the story ended right then and there. And for what it's worth, folks, I'm sorry. I never said this was a happy story, only that it was true. And it is, every word of it. And this is how it all ended. With a fallen kingdom, a son, a sword, a father, and a requiem. Inside of a lone star."
Beautiful page.
Like a beautiful, gorgeous page of them in the field just looking up and just, continues. As for Valifax, well, this is probably going to rile more than a few of you folks, but they never saw it again neither. I know. Seems like a waste, don't it? The thing about it is, this never really was a story about a magic sword. Dina asks the grandpa when, and Roy says, yeah, he did outlaw. This nickname for Dina. And she's like, well, then how come he's not here? And narrator continues. You can finish the narrator. Narrator continues.
Narrator says, "And so Roy told his daughter the story, the parts she didn't know anyway. And Grandma D told her kids that same story. And then those kids grew up. And they told it to me. And now I've told it to you." And this says months later. And it shows
them at the house. Oh, yeah, the house.
Yeah, they're at the house.
Rebuilt, repainted.
They're basically moving out. They're moving to Austin. And the narration says, like I said, it's not necessarily a happy story, but that ain't really the point, I don't think. The point is that we keep telling it. And if we live our lives the way Emmett did, if we find the folks who love us, and we fight like hell to hang on to them and love them back the best we can, those people will always remember us. And none of us will ever truly be gone. We'll just become stories.
And that's the end of the comic book. Man, that is a really beautiful story, man. And for such a simple story, like it really is a gorgeous story. And then we get to the extras and stuff and everything. But man, like even going over it, to be honest with you, like I feel like you can read that story over and over again. Like you know what this reminds me of? Almost
what?
Like a bedtime story. Oh. Like you can like if you had like a kid or something, you want to read them a bedtime story, like if they were like able to understand it or stuff, or even not. Like I think you and the kid could fall asleep reading this. You know what I'm trying to say, and that's pretty amazing, right? Like, because it's like there's like a eerie comfortness of this. Like you're not supposed to leave this story feeling like, damn, I'm depressed. Yeah. Like it's just like, damn, that's reality. And in such a fantasy based comic book, like that's real life. And for a tomb, it was the end.
It's like the narration says, it's not a story about a magic sword.
Yeah.
It's a story about death.
Yeah.
It's a story about life.
A tomb, losing his kingdom that he held on to for too long. Let's say,
it's about legacy.
Yeah, man. About leaving your footprint, like you said, and it's really a great story, man. It really is really fucking well written, and I feel like it would just age with wine, the story, for me at the very least. Like as long as you read it every single time or share it with somebody else, it's like being able to share the story. Of course, this podcast, I'm grateful for it. It's awesome. It's fucking real cool, man. And it's really crazy. And this is a variant coverage, right? Understand that, or just like extra? And these fucking images are amazing. For those that don't know, like at the end of comic books, there's usually just extra. You know, what would you call them? Like just extra images or covers.
These are variant covers. So like when you buy when comics come out, you have a main cover and a variant cover. So when they get collected in trades like these or volumes,
you want to collect some other covers of them instead of getting the same book.
So the volume or the trade will have those variants at the end.
That's
amazing. A Spawn one because Donny Cates is a huge Spawn fan.
Yeah, this is an amazing Spawn one. This is fucking amazing too.
Oh yeah.
And then Shaw drew all these, right?
Not all of them.
They credit some of the people in the bottom.
All the variants were done by Gerardo Zaffino.
Who did this one? Oh man, isn't this the Kirby Crackle? Or am I just bugging?
Well, it is the Kirby Crackle, but that's just something done in comics, like in
general, right?
Yeah, that Jack Kirby just kind of like.
I just like how simplistic he's drawn here. Like he looks like just a little fool. It's cool, man. This is fucking awesome.
The next one is a Nick Darrington, from which you should remember from Mr. Miracle, who did the variant covers to Mr. Miracle.
Okay, I can see that, and then you could also see that influence right there. And I think, because the sword and everything. I mean, it's amazing. Yeah.
But yeah, and you get to see like some of the original designs and concept art by Gerardo Zaffino, as well as by Jeff Shaw, by the characters and stuff like that. And you get to see like one of the pages get turned from script to pencils to inks to colors to letters, which is cool. But that's the comic for you. There's a story that a sonnet that I once wrote for a class. Because, in this class, we were going through poetry during this time of the class.
Yeah.
And we had to write some poems at some point. Poems are not necessarily my favorite.
Yeah.
But we had to write a sonnet.
Yeah.
I forget the exact parameters of a sonnet.
Whatever you want it to be. Yeah.
But I wrote a sonnet, and when I finished God Country, finally reading that last issue for the first time and reading those last words of the narration, I was like, this sounds a lot like what I wrote.
Yeah.
And so this is a sonnet that I wrote. I called it the Universal Sonnet.
Okay.
I wrote, life is but a game that never lives on. It's short and lasts universe lengths. You're gone, but your story's not done. Stories over the flame, all which leave sense. You gave someone a sense of direction. They wander aimlessly without you there, but your story leaves room for inception. Because of you, they can go anywhere. And like life, death is inevitable, but so is remembering the fallen. Remembering is indispensable. I mean, without you, I have nothing then. Please, never forget me when I leave here. I'll always be here in the atmosphere.
Nice.
Yeah.
I mean, but yeah, man. I mean, it does sound extremely similar. And, I mean, that tale of, remembering is always going to exist. And the message of remembering is always going to exist. And, man, that's just going to be a sad road, But for all of us, I mean, there's one of those things where it's like, it's normal. It's like normal, like I think there's, definitely a lot of quotes with like, death is just like another rebirth, or something like that, or, something along the lines of that and this and that. And I mean, yeah, man, but I don't know. Like in the best way, like you don't know, like towards the end of it all. And,
I mean, I haven't necessarily had too many deaths like in my life.
Same here.
To really I haven't had a death close in the family, like in my direct family, where it's really hit me like that. But I just don't know. I can write about it. I can read about it, but I
can watch all the movies, read all the comics, but like you just never will.
You won't know until it happens.
And even then, like even that or your own, and for me, I haven't either. I just had like a couple of people and stuff like that, but I had like a close friend. Rest in peace, Lewis. We've talked about him in the show when we did Whiplash, I think so. But that was just crazy. Just not to expand too much on it, to respect his peace and stuff like that. But just somebody so young and somebody like my age and stuff like that. Just like. It's wild, and it's whenever it happens, like for any death ever, and it could be this, that, whatever, for this reason or that reason. But just like we said earlier, like nothing is fair, and whether you're religious or you're this and that or whatever, like just be grateful when you can wake up and just be, and just whenever you're having a hardworking day and you're tired or you're just chilling, just be grateful for just existing, you know, because some people can't even get up, and not that they should not like life anymore or less, but some people can't even get up and can't get up at all, or some people can't even use their brain correctly, or this and that. But just, I mean, is it better than being a lot dead? You know what I mean? I mean, that's to each his own with the whole thing, you know, assisted suicide and stuff like that. Assisted suicide, I mean, like, you know, suffering patients and stuff. Not to elongate the thought process of things, but just,
yeah, it's just, death is a scary thing.
Yeah.
Like,
it's almost, death is almost everything, you know?
Yeah. Like, I'm not necessarily a person that like, is very afraid of death in terms of a sense of like, I accept death in the sense of like, it's going to happen to me at some point in my life. But it does scare me. Yeah. I obviously don't want to die young.
Of course.
And it's just, but then and then I look at my family members, like my grandma and stuff, like my Colombian grandma or even my Dominican grandma, just like, it scares me to think about what's going to happen to them.
Absolutely.
And so it's just, it's stuff like that is always going to be scratching in the back of your head, no matter who you are. You're always going to be worrying about the ones that you love. Definitely. Because of the health issues that they might be going through, because of the age. Or just
inevitable just
inevitability.
Anything. Yeah. But yeah, man. Be happy about your day. Try to be as happy as you can. Be grateful.
Share that love.
Yeah, share that love. And I got to take a shit, Javi. So I'm going to go take a shit.
But what do we do today before you took a shit?
Well,
take a shit.
When we say what we're gonna do today, then you can shout out the socials as I take a shit. Okay. And I'll scream. Okay. Okay. We're talking about what's happening on the earth,
in our minds,
and why it matters.
This was Earth, Mind, and Matter. Go take a shit. Yeah. But I'll just shout out real quick, guys, before we officially let you go. Make sure to follow us on the socials, Earth, Mind, and Matter Pod on Instagram and TikTok. Make sure to follow us on YouTube, Earth, Mind, and Matter, all one word. And if you guys got any suggestions, if you guys want to give us any opinions, any thoughts, just anything. If you guys just want to say hi, just do it. We're always ready for conversation. Thank you so much for listening, guys. Catch you next time. Boom!